Welcome to EPT 2023.
I'm calling for my cat.
I'll pick up them.
Balea bags the first ever EPT Paris trophy.
I'm about to change the world today. I'm calling shots I came to play.
I think I'm back.
Watson does the double in Monte Carlo.
He won the pot, he won the pot.
Time off me, huh?
Wojciech makes the call and wins EPT Barcelona. It's time to crown our next champion. Who will be next?
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved. Nicky Corridor stunning! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is day 4 of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event, coming to you from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. I am James Hartigan, alongside me are Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Day 4, day 4.
53 players coming into day 4. By the end of the day, we should have the final 16. The objective, the ambition of the day is to get down to the final 2 tables, but we will play a maximum of 6 levels. The widget predicts we'll get there, I predict we'll get there, but it's poker. Anything can and possibly will happen. So this is day 4. We're live today. We're live tomorrow, day 5, the penultimate day when we play down to the final 6, and then we will play down from 6 to a champion on Sunday. Live tomorrow at 12:30 local time, live on Sunday at 1 p.m, which is noon Central European Summer Time. And whether you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, we'd love to hear from you. Use the live chat. We, of course, have a presence on X, formerly known as Twitter. Plus, there's stuff being posted on our Facebook and Instagram pages as well.
Use the chat, though. Probably the best way.
Well, these are the chip leaders coming into day 4. Nathan Tatar from France has a phenomenal lead right now, a stack of close to 3.5 million. More than 230 big blinds, Griffin.
It's a lot of chips. It'd be nice to be able to see him play. Oh, he's on the feature?
He is indeed. Jose Gonzalez was a big stack for most of yesterday. We've seen a fair amount of Lee Bart. He's got 133 bigs. So confirmation that Nathan headlines the feature table alongside online qualifier Gerard Carbo, a World Series of Poker main event runner-up Darius Sammartino, and a former EPT champion Anton Wig. He is a little bit on the short side with 20 bigs. Those blinds, by the way, 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante. Kicking off our coverage today with level 21 as we play 90-minute blind levels here on the EPT.
Anton's only got 20 wig blinds.
That's not an N ton of chips.
All right, okay.
Because after your last time bank, you fold.
The joke is pretty sweet.
What up now, sweets?
So players will get an additional 6 time bank cards today, in addition to any cards they bagged at the end of day 3, along with their chips. Darius Sammartino seems to have a nice stack of cards there. I guess he hasn't needed much extra thinking time just yet.
Not against these bozos.
Gerard Carbo had a very good day 3. Comes into play with more than 75 big blinds. Anton Wig, we've established, is on the shorter side, is the low man at this table with 20 bigs. Confirmation that we are ready to start. Day 4 of the EPT Cyprus main event getting underway. Just to confirm, blinds are 10,000, 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante. Let's get cards in the air.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, manly.
So confirmation that the yellow 1K chips have been removed. The chips you see alongside the blues are the lime green 25Ks. So yeah, the blues are 5K, the greens are 25K. Darius Sammartino getting the action started with 8-6 of diamonds, raising to 30,000.
If you're colorblind, the grays are 25K and the grays are 5K.
Sammartino has found a customer. Vyacheslav Goryachev in the cutoff has flatted with Jack-9 of hearts. Looks like the blinds are out, so we're going to go heads up to the flop on the first hand of the day.
Goryachev clearly has come ready to play. Bit of a loose flat on 30 big blinds, but man, is Jack-9 suited pretty. Don't blame him.
And he has flopped second pair.
Yeah, the kind of texture that would normally favor the opener under the gun +1, but I think Sammartino going to be quite aware that that smashes Goryachev's flatting range. A lot of king-queen type hands. Your queen jacks and queen 10 suiteds that won't be folding on this flop.
Check.
Action goes check, check. Turn card is the deuce of hearts. Goryachev now a 95% favorite, has the flush draw in addition to second pair.
Sammartino could start betting here, maybe wanting to fold out a hand like 2-8s or a better ace like an ace-10 suited that isn't hearts, but I think he's going to be aware, might still need to play cautiously because of the way that texture connects. And that's why we see him go on a little bit of a bigger sizing. Doesn't want Goryachev to call with those kind of hands, but with the Jack-9 certainly, and the hearts.
Yeah.
And those look like fighting chips, Joe.
They're all fighting chips, in my opinion.
Well, those are just 5Ks, so that is a call from Goryachev.
See, they just look like gray to me. I thought he was putting out 300K. Am I colorblind?
8 of spades on the river, so no flush for Goryachev, but a pair of 9s is still good.
It would go well with your tone deafness.
So this does complete 10 jack suited, which, you know, was a double gutter on the turn. Certainly if Goryachev had Jack 10 of hearts, would definitely be calling the turn.
Check.
Yeah, I think this is a good give up.
Question is whether Goryachev tries to get value here.
Check. Shouldn't be.
Nope, checks it down, will win the pot. Goryachev now playing around 40 big blinds, Sammartino at 50 big blinds, around an average stack. The average being 750K with 53 players remaining. As we look at the outer tables,
Spacious now.
Yeah.
by the end of the day, we should just have 2 tables in action.
What's going on with that that rug pattern? I'm kind of digging it. All fractured and strange.
Those are Bernoulli triangles.
Kind of look like spiders.
6 pounds. 7 pounds.
Back to the main stage, where action has been folded
8 pounds.
to Vyacheslav Goryachev, who we saw win the last hand. Queen 10, he's out. Timothy Freese from the US starts this hand with 21 bigs, folds. Anton Wigg on the button, Queen 10 of spades.
20 big blinds, a bit awkward with this hand. You'd hate to raise fold it, so wouldn't be surprised if Anton sometimes mixes in some limps, but is deciding to go with the raise.
Raise 30,000. 4 pounds.
Atanas Malinov, 9-3 of hearts in the big blind. While he decides what to do, I'll quickly handle this question from Callum on YouTube. James, are you following the Rugby World Cup? And out of the current 4, who do you think will win? Answer your first question is no. My answer to the second question is I've no idea who's in the top 4.
I'm going to go with the favorite. I like the favorite probably to win. I'd say the favorite's probably the favorite.
The All Blacks probably, right? And that's the, if they're in the Final 4.
I'm going to stay away from that one.
Interesting
Zealand,
board.
right?
Interesting board after Malinov decided to defend. He's flopped second pair, wig with top pair.
Good for Wig.
Bet 40,000.
Yeah, a bit on the bigger side as far as continuation bets are concerned. Half pot here. That's because, and look at the quick, strong fold from Milanov. Just so much going on in that texture. If your opponent's prepared to bet like that, you're in a whole world of trouble.
And Tom Wig now playing 23 big blinds, no longer the shortest stack at the table. Johan says, can you explain the schedule of this event? So this is the 4th of 6 days. They are playing, well, they're scheduled to play 5 blind levels today, 5 90-minute sessions, but we're trying to get down to 16, so there is the possibility that we play into a 6th level. The survivors will come back for tomorrow, which is day 5, when they'll play down from 16 to 6, and then the final day is Sunday, when they'll play down from 6 to a winner. And I know at this point, people often look at the number of players remaining, and maybe we'll lose 10 players in an hour and go, you can get it done today. Trust me, it will slow down.
Not how it works.
Can we get a single espresso and a sparkling water with lime or lemon?
You know how a roll of toilet paper runs out faster the closer it is to running out?
Raise 30,000.
Yeah, I do.
It's the opposite for a poker tournament.
4 pounds.
I do love that. No limit hold'em MTTs, the opposite of toilet paper. As we see Freese open with ace-7 suited, and round to Dario Sammartino in the big blind, who folds the queen-6.
It's all based on the slope of the tangent line.
You know, Freese probably isn't related to Baseball World Series legend David Freese. But he is American, and that would be pretty cool. He kind of looks like him.
So, Overstockable on Twitch wants to know what the widget has to say. Now remember, the widget was pretty spot on about day 3.
Yeah, the widget who thinks you could have 0.8 players at the end of the day.
As I said,
Idiot.
I've decided not to let it round up or round down because I kind of feel it's more scientific if it goes to 1 decimal place. So the widget had us ending the day on 52.8 players. We ended on 53.
Off.
That's what I mean.
5.2.
The widget has us ending day 4. Well, after 5 levels today, at the end of level 25, the widget predicts we will be at 15.8. So the widget thinks we'll get to 16 inside of 5 levels.
Honestly, the way that you defend the widget, it makes it very clear to me who you are going to choose when AI finally takes
Yeah,
over.
exactly.
James is going to be...
Have you met his holographic girlfriend yet?
I'm not really sure that an
Yeah.
Excel formula qualifies as AI, but okay.
Raise 30,000.
And some wig with King Jack.
Getting wiggy with it.
Carbo, no, it's on him. Okay. Yeah,
I thought Carbo had folded.
yeah okay, good.
Yeah.
Not on him.
Yeah, it's Malinov with ace-4 of hearts who was thinking there, and flats on the button.
Is there another Malinov? No?
Are you thinking of your friend Josh Molina?
Nope. Nope, but I'm going to Google it before I say it out loud. Fool me once, Joe Stapleton. Fool me again.
So this is the first we've seen of the chip leader, Nathan Tata. He defends with ace-9. Does not connect with this board. Malinov with the wheel draw and backdoor hearts.
But it is dry enough that, you know, with that range advantage, I'm curious to see if Anton goes for a bet here. Can rep the strongest range here on these 23 big blinds.
You'll notice that we have ticked down to 52 players. First elimination of the day, Jeremia Marius. Or is it Marius Jeremia? The player from Romania cashing out for $18,700.
Tom, our supermod, has asked, how tough was it to get used to the time zone difference? I will let you know when it's happened. Still struggling.
So Wig C-bet, 25,000.
Yeah, I had a lot of 7 a.m. conversations with Joe. Should we get breakfast or go back to sleep? Tough out here.
Malinov calling with the wheel draw. Tata folding what is currently the best hand. And we go heads up to the turn.
King. Ah.
It's always coming 7.
Check.
Anton Wig does not fire a second barrel. Checks the action to Malinov, who hasn't picked up any additional equity. No heart on the turn.
I was thinking of Malinov's ski. Limitless.
Right.
And with Malinov checking it back, we get the 6 of hearts on the river. So ace high, the best hand. Does Wig decide to bet river, though, and potentially steal this pot?
It's just tough. Tough to really rep anything. At this point, the range that you perceive Malinov to have is a hand like this, or stronger aces. So, might not get folds out of those. Nice takedown there from Malinov.
Check, check. Anton Wig drops back down to where he started the day, 20 big blinds. We actually spoke to Anton at the start of the day when he arrived in the poker room and asked him what his strategy is, what his plan is for day 4.
Yeah. Okay. So Anton, start of day 4. Nice deep run already, but obviously you're looking to go a lot further. What's the plan for today?
Well, number 1, play well. Number 2, just like stay focused. Keep doing what I've been doing so far. Like first 2 days was kind of smooth sailing. Yesterday, not so much. There's a lot of ups and downs. So yeah, just like constantly adjust to whatever comes, right?
And obviously you're one of 2 remaining champions still in the field. How much would it mean for you to get that second title?
Someone already took that one, right? You want to be the first man on the moon and not the second guy, but yeah, I mean, obviously, I just want to win, right? Like that's what I want to do. I want to win. I want to get some trophies. I want to be up there and compete with these guys. So yeah, that's it.
And you've got a lot of experience of these EPTs and running deep. That must play a big part in today. You must give you a lot of confidence going into this one.
It does. It does. I think like confidence is just experience, right? Being able to go with your gut when opportunity presents itself, make the right plays, maybe take your foot off the pedal a little bit. So yeah, I think experience plays a role, but I think it's more about like staying calm, centered, doing the right plays, and yeah, perform at the best of my abilities.
And you're on the feature table today. I don't know if you already knew
I
that.
didn't know. No.
How do you feel about that? Does that affect your game at all?
I mean, I'm assuming it's an edge for me. I've just been there so many times that it doesn't really make a difference. I think other people might adjust. They might have a certain feeling about that or whatnot. I enjoy it. I actually enjoy when the pressure is higher. I feel like I'm more calm and more focused and more centered. So yeah, that's it.
And lastly, it's the EPT's first time in Cyprus. What do you think of the venue?
This is amazing. It's a really, really good venue. I think this is, people want to play, right? There's a lot of people coming. There's a lot of people who want to play poker. We saw it in, especially Paris, where there's like too many people to fill it up. So yeah, if people want to play, you got to let them play, right?
Tom Wigg speaking to us before the start of play, and you'll notice we've ticked down to 50. 2 eliminations to tell you about. Carl Shaw is gone. Barcelona third place finisher, who was a big stack for most of yesterday, just busted in 52nd. And Fyodor Martino from Italy busted in 51st.
Really feeling his Superman curl there. That was, couldn't keep my eyes off it. Great hairdo.
There's a lot to like about that fella.
Yeah.
Jawline, S-curl, piercing blue eyes.
Giga Chad.
All you need is some duct tape and ingenuity, right? Maybe like
This dude looks interested. He's got one of the best cards in the deck.
like paperclip thing. You can, like,
Top
Jason
card
somewhere.
here.
I mean, I don't remember exactly how he did it, but he did it. That's my guy.
Yeah. Very classic. I feel like that show was always on when I was a kid.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Doris Sammartino opening with ace-king. Has been 3-bet by Renat Bodanov with ace-10.
This guy needs to Goria check his privilege. Get out of there.
You have the bond, 7-5 of spades. You've got to play the bond.
It's true. It does make more straight flushes, at least in the cinematic universes, than anywhere else.
I don't have a phone, so I can't check.
What'd you say?
If I had a phone, I would check.
Yeah, right, exactly. You can check on break.
Pretty standard 3-bet in these positions. Not one that he's going to be wanting to play for stacks, certainly. So just a spot of bad luck here for Bodanov. And Sammartino probably wondering, do I have a little room to induce a weaker hand such as ace-10 to 5-bet shove, or do I just need to put them all in? And yeah, is just going to shove and take it down.
Triangle time.
Is MacGyver based on a true story?
Why are they talking about MacGyver?
I don't know if they're talking about the original or the reboot. He said it was on all the time when I was a kid, so he must be talking about the original.
Like how realistic are some of the setups? You know, show to like analyze. Like,
Are we literally going to discuss the verisimilitude of MacGyver?
Okay, yeah, I mean,
That'd be
you're
great.
Yes.
Tom Cruise, and then you can do it.
Wow.
Yeah, right. Without a freaking stunt double, just jumping out of helicopters or whatever.
Remember Richard Dean Anderson, MacGyver, and every time he punched someone, he would go, ow, afterward. He would shake his hand. He didn't like violence. Never used a gun.
I love that. How realistic were the setups in that show?
Realistic, if you punch a guy in the face, your hand does hurt.
True. Poper Zemp asks, is the EPT trophy a trophy the player takes home, or does it stay with PokerStars? The player gets to keep it. Different trophy for each event.
Raise 35,000, 7,000.
And Sammartino back in action with King 10 of clubs. Raises from the hijack, makes it 35,000. Ace 4 for Bodanov.
8,000.
Out. Goryachev. Out. And Timothy Freese.
Freeze out. No.
I
Freeze
said
in.
nah.
What's the baseball player's name?
David Freese. Same spelling, I'm almost sure.
Ace, Jack 7, King 10 high still ahead.
So 25,000.
Oh, it's spelled differently. Damn it.
Sammartino wins another pot. Of all the players remaining in this tournament, he is the most accomplished, the most successful. $16.1 million in total live earnings. Huge cash in 2019 when he came second in the World Series of Poker main event, the runner-up to Hussein Ensan.
Hussein in the membrane.
A lot of love for the Black Elf on Twitch. That is Josef, who has actually achieved something quite incredible. You might remember that Josef won a platinum pass to the PSPC.
Okay, yes, I do remember.
Since then, PokerStars has launched Power Path, which has bronze, silver, and gold passes. And Josef has become the first player to win all 3 Power Passes, in addition to the Platinum Pass. So has all 4 colorways: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum.
Platinum, gold.
We should have a name for this.
Silver, and bronze passes for your asses.
PokerStars color guy. No,
Hit for the-
we can do better.
Hit for the cycle.
The poker cycle.
He's gone to plaid.
Goryachev and Sammartino. Dario with ace-king again, opened and got flattered by ace-8 on the button, which has less than 1% equity on this king-queen 4 flop.
Stinky. Stinks. Stinks the call. Stinks. Water stinks. Oh. Smells. Poppers.
Just to be clear, Griffin, you're not a fan of the ace-8 call on the button.
No.
Well, Goryachev is firing more chips into the abyss.
Some pretty brilliant awareness from Sammartino here to find a bet from Goryachev. You know, had Sammartino just continued out here, I think it'd be very clearly a fold for Mr. Gory. And just keeping those bluffs in there.
Oh dear. Goryachev turns an 8.
Looks bad on the surface, but maybe Goryachev, you know, pumps the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, now that he's turned equity.
Having hit the 8, yeah.
Why slow down when you improve?
Okie dokie.
Sometimes you just want to improve yourself.
There we go.
Thinks better of it. Checks it back. 9 of spades on the river.
Yeah, Jack 10 has come in now. But especially with the ace of spades here, I don't think Sammartino wants to see Goryachev check back with a hand like, you know, worst king, like a king 10 or king jack or a queen jack. So I think we'll probably be going for some value here.
A straighty, flushy board. 2 more eliminations to tell you about. Daniel Kolazar out. Maduka Marigal out. We're down to 48.
Now Goryachev is beating 2 hands based on the way this has gone through. The old ace jack and ace 10. You block it with the ace 8, so probably not a good idea to consider calling, but that's why this sizing is so effective. This quarter pot bet, it might just get a curiosity call sometimes, but from ace 8, a bit too weak. Maybe it would have worked against a hand like queen 10.
Sammartino continuing to chip up at this feature table, has more than $1 million now, close to 70 big blinds. Average stack is 825,000, and still more than an hour to play at this 10-15 blind level.
You're finally a millionaire, Dario.
I've heard that Dario and Hossein's after party, which they held together after the World Series of Poker, was quite
a banger.
The bash. So big that apparently there was some confusion over who was picking up the tab.
Really?
Yes.
It was that big of a, wow. I want to hear more about this.
We've had a raise from Renat Bodanov with Queen Jack. Round to the blinds. Anton Wigg with ace 6 in the small.
Three bunch. 4 bunch. Thank you. Thank you.
As someone who footed the bill when I final tabled the World Series for my parents and my girlfriend's parents for dinner.
Bet there was some dispute there. So your father-in-law was still forcing his credit card onto you.
yeah, exactly.
A show of dominance. Yeah, we all get it, Mr. Big Poker Player. Some of us... Wait, do I have to do it in a French accent?
Yeah.
No, please don't.
Some of us also have money.
Come on, do it. There's not as many French people at this event.
If I was good at it, I would do
Yeah.
it. It has nothing to do with sensitivity. It just has to do with I'm bad at it.
7 pounds. 8 pounds. 10.
Come Get Happy asks how much a gold power pass is worth. No, not 30K, 10K. Granted, there were those Vegas packages, I think they've all gone now, where you were getting 20K of value for a 10K pass. That was pretty special. But generally speaking, the bronze is $109, the silver is $2,500, and the gold is $10,300. But the key is, the platinum pass was all about the PSPC, right? If you want a platinum pass, it was a package to play that tournament. With the power passes, you can use that value how you see fit. There are various options in the PokerStars software how you can redeem that pass, whether it's a bundle of online tickets, whether it's a bundle of tickets to a live tour like the FPS or the UK EPT, or a package to an EPT.
Or a bundle of joy when we send Griffin to your house, dressed like a baby.
I think that's worth $109.
Yeah.
What do you think the statute of limitation, like with the time it takes when you put chips in and then decide to remove them? Like at what point is it you can no longer remove them? Because he put in those 2 greens and then took about a second before he took the other, you know?
It's a good question. I don't know. I guess it would be unlimited. If you just leave your hand out there for 5 minutes and then pull it back.
Yeah, but he kind of used the same hand. He like put them in and then, yeah. Huh. Let us know what you think, chat.
You know what? I'm just going to say 5 seconds.
5 second man.
5 second, man. That's right. Check out the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge on YouTube.
Preferably when the stream is over.
Yeah, not right now.
I mean, you can technically make the size of the screen small. Like for the, you can do both. If you really want to see me.
10 pounds.
We've had the under the gun raise from the chip leader, Nathan Tatar, making it 30K with ace king of diamonds. Pocket tens for Gerard Carbo.
Yeah, under the gun button. I think we're just going to see a call from Carbo here. No reason to get crazy with your 75 big blinds. Stay a little under-repped as
Trivia
well.
question, Griffin. Who is Carbo's arch nemesis? Doctor.
Hydrate.
No, they would go together.
Oh.
Who would be anti-Carbo? Doctor Who?
Why would Doctor Who be?
No, Doctor... Okay.
Well, we've gone 3-way to this flop. Top pair for Tatar, second pair for Sammartino.
Pull the cleaners close. Not Dr. Keto.
Dr. Atkins.
Dr. Atkins.
Nice.
But 35,000.
Sammartino has checked to Tatar, who makes a continuation bet into 2 opponents of 35,000.
Well, this is just not what I signed up for with pocket tens.
Never is.
Carbo calls. Sammartino folds.
Ooh.
Oh, a 10 on the turn, and Carbo now a 3-1 favorite to win the pot outright.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. How do you get to showdown with this?
I just want to say it was a bad call on the flop still. I just want everyone to...
Even though you spiked your set?
Just in case Carbo's friends and family are watching.
Maybe you can turn these into a bluff now.
What are you trying to bluff out?
Ace queen, no club.
Oh,
I mean, T-Start might put it in no.
Tom was hoping for a club on the river. He wanted a chop pot.
Oh my God, have we you must have had one. That's not, I haven't had one yet. Have you guys had a chop pot yet?
I don't think so.
James,
I think we've had one.
you sure?
Pretty sure we've had one.
With who?
Must have been Nick. No, there was one where I was like half paying attention, I think, and because we're so good at doing it, I just did it. I was like busy. I think we did one.
We did one.
Okay.
Because it came up that we hadn't had one. But it is odd.
To still only just have one, yeah.
Carbo second in chips at the table, playing more than 80 bigs. For Timothy Freese. By the way, Anton Wigg has dropped down to just 16 big blinds. He folds. Carbo with King Jack in the cutoff.
Raise 35,000. 5 pass.
No.
6 pass. Thank you.
Tart with 10-6 of clubs, defends. Let's have a flop, shall we?
Big fan of cock, I guess.
Queen 10 tray. It's the open-ended straight draw for Carbo. A pair of 10s for Tart. It's practically a post-flop flip.
That's 30,000.
Bet and a call. And the board pairs on the turn. Tart now a 2-1 favorite.
Nobody ever makes an open-ended straight. No second bar. Nobody ever makes an open-ended straight.
Except in this example. Barry Greenstein. Flaming Barrys, please.
Is a bad card. Looks like a bad card.
Oh my God, I have a straight.
Miguel asked, does anyone know the full name of Carbo? Yeah. Thank you for your question.
Bet 100,000. Pass.
100,000 on the river gets a fold. And Gerard Carbo wins another pot.
So all these bust outs are happening at the other tables. Not a lot of movement here.
No. I mean, we have a couple of shortish stacks. Timothy Freese playing 20 bigs. Anton Wigg hovering around the 15 big blind mark right now.
And that's even the kind of the first pot we've seen the chip leader play even, right?
They lost that one with ace king.
Not a lot, though. Not really chip leader in it.
Simple jack in the muck.
Pocket fives for the Spanish qualifier.
Simple jack went full T-tart.
Wait, 35,000.
And it's a raise to 35,000. Few people commenting, Griffin, that Nathan feels very tight, very passive. Some people questioning how he was able to get to more than 3 million chips and take the chip lead with his playing style. I mean, obviously we didn't see
we haven't
how
seen
he was playing yesterday. And also we don't know what kind of hands he was getting
Has he
yesterday.
been making some tight folds? It doesn't seem like he's being sort of... Listen, these things come...
he's just not bossing
come in ebbs and flows. Well,
That's
you know
what I was
what?
going to ask, actually. So,
Yeah.
Look, when I first started in this game, the things have changed a lot, right? Strategy changed a lot. The way we talk about the game has changed a lot. But we did talk about gearing up and gearing down. Is that still a thing?
Those are the sounds that are in my head whenever I'm playing.
Sure. Is that still a thing, though? Is that still like, hey, you go through phases of
but sometimes
being
it's just,
aggressive for a little bit?
It's just card distribution
Sure.
and who's on your left, and you kind of feel this like flow on the table where it's, you can get a little heater going where you win a couple hands in a row, and then maybe you get a little too loose because you can feel that people are gonna let it happen. I mean, we see that all the time in these broadcasts. Bart Liebert the other day, wasn't the table chip leader, but he was the one that was like finding the queen 4 suiteds open and stuff like that because he was feeling it, And Sammartino is going to take that one down and getting the best hand to actually fold. And Nathan isn't here to please the the Twitch stream. He's doing it for himself.
Also,
it's not doing it for you, not Nathan for you.
He does also have Sammartino sat right next to him.
Yes.
Which probably wasn't the case yesterday when he picked up all those chips.
Mars asks on YouTube, why is everyone verbally abusing Griffin Benja? Do you feel verbally abused by me and Joe, Griffin?
No.
Oh, wow. The fact that he has to pause, though.
Wow, it's like when the school nurse is like, hey, do you want us to ask you this question when your parents aren't in the room?
Listen, it's not even just the verbal abuse, it's the looks, especially from Joe.
And us as parents would look at the school nurse and say, look, we know what it looks like, but he absolutely deserves it. You don't understand what he puts us through.
Okay. See if T-Tart has somehow felt the energy of the chirps about not being aggressive enough. See if he wants to take this 10 Oh my God, he's doing it. Oh my God.
There you go. You happy? You happy, chat?
Lobster 667 says, Griffin, blink twice if you are under duress.
Do blinking sound effects.
Boing, 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 boing. Yeah, look at that cheeky little steal with a 10-6.
Now's the flow.
How's the flow?
Right there.
There
The
you
seal's
go.
been broken.
There you go.
Ace Queen for Gerard Carbo. When you talk about card distribution, Griffin, This guy's been getting his fair share of decent holdings today. Sammartino with Queen 8 and the hijack folds.
Natan Tata.
Natan Tata.
Calls with 5s in the cutoff. Goryachev folding the small blind. Timothy Freese in the big blind. Getting a decent price, but 7 deuce offsuit. Nah. Heads up to the flop we go. Okay, we have a set for Tatar. Carbo quickly checks the flop. Tatar checks behind.
Wow.
Turn card is the 3 of clubs. Carbo has the queen of clubs.
Hey, look, Carbo probably would have just check folded this flop, but now he's going to have every reason to see a river. Expect a bet somewhere in the realm of 40 to 70,000 from Tatar.
Tatar's bet is 30k into 110k.
Made me look like a fool.
You're very good at doing that to yourself, to be fair.
I gave that a wide berth, though.
I
40
think he
to
was
70.
looking into a mirror when he said that. Like the Kermit the Frog evil meme. You made you look like a fool.
Carbo calls, and the river is not a club. Down to 47 players, by the way, from the outer tables. We have just lost Ilya Pavlov, a player who spent some time at the feature table yesterday.
Over under 80,000. 75,000.
Over on 75, under on 80.
Okay, interesting. Over under, James? 75.
Under.
You always do that. You're a little cheater.
60,000 is the bet.
You pretend to not hear the question, and then you hear it and you sneak it in there. I mean, Carpo might not have a lot of information on Tatar here, so sometimes maybe making a hero call, but not there. Good read.
Tatar back up to 3.4 million, which is where he started the day. He came into day 4 as a significant chip leader. Clear of the rest of the field by almost 1 million chips. Now, we don't know a lot about this guy. He is a player who has hidden his live results on Hindenburg. Not many people do that.
Why are you so shy?
Raise 35,000.
Sammartino has opened 10-8 of diamonds. Tatar with 7s.
Ooh. Pump, pump, pump.
Raise 90,000.
Pump it up.
10 pass. One pass.
He raises to 90,000. King Queen for Anton Wigg in the big blind. Folds, leaving himself 14 bigs. And action will be back on Sammartino.
You said Jack 9 suited was pretty. 10-8's got to be close, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is less than a 3x raise, but you're going to be out of position against the chip leader. I think Sammartino is too comfortable playing post-flop. to fold this combo at 70 big blinds. But, you know, looks a bit defeated, yeah. Tell you what, I was playing high rollers with this guy in San Remo like 10 years ago, and he never would have. Yeah. EPT San Remo. There was a series before, so there was something. We played a 5K. We were on the final table together, and he would not have folded that. But he's older and wiser and richer.
I was going to say richer specifically.
Yeah.
It's close to 3.5 million now. Anton Wig is the low man at the table with 220K. Halfway through the level. 45 minutes left to run on this blind level before we take our first break of the day.
Nice pick.
Guys, give a quick shout out to someone that works with us who's just awesome.
Yes,
Robin
yes, you
Reckman.
may.
Blaxus. Just the best. Just the best.
What's he just done?
He's offered to help me with something personal, but he's just helped me out of so many jams before. I think everybody who works here has been helped out by Blaxus at some point.
That is true.
Just a delightful human.
Bit of inside information, by the way, from the French commentary team. Thanks to Benny for letting us know that Nathan won 2 crazy pots yesterday with aces. Aces against ace-king, aces against 10, so I imagine those 2 pots helped catapult him into the chip lead. He also won a small WPT in France. There was a World Poker Tour event in Deauville one year, which he won.
Who would have a tournament in Deauville?
I miss Deauville.
Deauville was pretty cool.
I've heard, actually.
It was weird, but I liked it.
We've had weirder.
What was the weird one in 2013? It was like one of my first ones. We had a series of them there. It's Berlin. I remember it being weird, but a good weird.
You're going to have to be a bit more specific.
Yeah, sorry. Maybe it was 2012, actually.
2012 was
2012.
before my time, so...
Oh, okay.
Joe, you started working on the EPT in 2011.
I didn't start going to all the events until later, though.
I'm getting the to play. Not getting to play.
It was definitely 2012.
There were some unique places
Yeah.
on the EPT in 2012. Are you thinking of Campione?
Yes.
Yeah, see, before my time.
Flying into Milan and doing that drive from the pre-credit sequence of Quantum of Solace to get to this strange little enclave in Switzerland.
I was surprised to learn I had a hotel when I got there. I brought my tent equipment and everything. It was going to be a camping situation in Campione.
Oh, Jesus. Again, can we just record that for the logs? Why Griffin deserves every single piece of verbal abuse thrown in his direction.
Whoa. Not going on any camping trips with you.
Do I look like I'm the kind of person who goes camping?
Ooh, Griffin, remind me. I gotta tell you, off the air.
A camping story?
I just booked a camping trip.
Nice.
Unless there's a 4-star hotel in the region, I'm not interested. Ace, Queen, 8 on the flop. King 7, still the best hand. However, I would like to highlight the 60% possibility of the pot that everyone loves.
Yeah, this isn't getting the showdown.
No,
King 7,
aggressor wins
3.
with a bet, yeah.
Yeah. Boldanov wins the pot. Tatar, tournament chip leader, folding under the gun. Renat Bodanov with king 6 of clubs.
Raise 35,000. Pass. Pass.
Nope, no carbo this time.
Could see a continue to some capacity here with the 9-8 suited for Malinov. You want to call from the small blind with these kind of hands every once in a while, just to sort of split your range, manage your range a little bit, not always just have those king-jack suiteds and ace-10 suiteds and the like. So we do see the 9-8 call, and now San Martino.
You just get squeezed here. Okay. Ace-Jack 6, 2 hearts, flush draw for Malinov, gut shot for San Martino, bottom pair for Bodanov.
Could see a bet from Bodanov here because he has that piece, because he has the strongest range. He maybe wants to start telling the story to get, you know, a jack to fold by the turn.
Ace bet 40,000.
You also want to fold out some hands that are going to obviously have over cards to that 6.
Bodanov bets 40,000. Malinov with the heart draw calls. San Martino with the gut shot.
We have an off.
He's got to get rid of San Martino, which maybe isn't going to happen for one bet.
Down to 46 players with the elimination of Slyman, Ricardo, Tannery.
Yeah, drawing to the nuts, 1/3 pot bet. Maybe my king and queen are live sometimes. In this case, the queen is live.
King 6, holding.
Yeah, but Malinov now has the gut shot to go with the heart draw and has
true.
the same amount of equity as Bodanov's pair of 6s.
Yeah, I think this hand is a little complicated now for Bodanov because he's received 2 calls. Has to expect one of the 2 has an ace a decent amount of the time, but also could just be something like a heart draw and a jack. And if you make a big enough wager here, and that is very stiff, and with that increased equity,
Do a sound effect for stiff.
Ba-doing. And has to fold. Look at that. Nice hand from Bodanov. And look, if you're going to open things like the tennis shoes under the gun 1, the kicks, the king 6, you got to be able to have moves. And that was a really nice 2-barrel justifying the loose open. Look at this guy. He's a threat.
Got close to 80 big blinds now.
So Whale wrote in with a question, said, another fold from Wig. Can anyone please explain to me I'm a poker noob? So there's a lot of reasons why, this pre-flop this question came in. There's a lot of reasons why you would fold a hand, not just based on your cards that you're dealt. How many chips you have, what position you're in, AKA when it's your turn to act. These are all things that sort of factor into where someone would play. And just because you're a good player doesn't mean you play a lot of hands.
Yeah, so more specifically, Anton Wig only having 14 big blinds, he needs to be very careful about entering pots. You're at that kind of inflection point with this stack size where if you lose 2 blinds here, 2 blinds there, suddenly you're getting to no fold equity territory, and then it's hard to acquire chips without having your tournament life on the line. So I think in that particular hand, Anton Wig might have even had something like Queen 9 suited, which is a hand I'm happy to see a flop with or even be the aggressor with under different circumstances. But in these circumstances, a hand Anton needs to get rid of and find a better spot to, you know, probably put all the chips in.
Carbo continuing to get dealt. Solid starting hands. Freeze is open with ace-5 suited. Carbo with jacks in the cutoff.
Yeah, going to be very happy to put a 3-bet in here with the intention to get all the chips in against Freeze.
70,000 he's made it. Sammartino in the small, 10-9, folds. Tatar gives up the big. Action back on Mr. Freeze.
You know what has made it a size that is very enticing for a hand such as ace-5 suited, and goes for it. I mean, I think that's a little ambitious.
Ooh. Insta-call with the jacks.
Absolutely, and there is an old adage about there always being an ace on the desk. Freeze is going to need an ace, or some hearts, or some wheel cards, or a few 5s, or he is going to be out of here in 46th place.
You already know Carbo is impervious to sourdough.
Nice.
The red triangle of death sits in front of Timothy Freeze's stack as we run out this board. Queen, Queen 10. So far, so good for the jacks.
King of Hearts.
Why?
This is exciting.
Why do it?
Because
King of Hearts, King of Spades.
Because King of Hearts also gives opportunities.
It's the ace of diamonds.
Gross. Now I'll take the King of Hearts.
Yeah, any king, any jack will see Timothy Freeze eliminated. But he's an 86% favorite to double up here.
Any kings about?
Let's see the river card. No king, no jack. And that will be a double up for Freeze.
Still, the undefeated heavyweight lightweight champion of the world. 265. It is ace-5 suited.
Never loses, man. Why do you think the solvers tell you to go all in with it? Is that 30%?
Yeah,
80%. It's at minimum 80%.
As long as you're first in, just don't call. You know, like he's not too good on the defense, but on the offense, yeah. I got it in. Like I was down. This restarted with like my second bullet, like day 1B with 30K. First down, like hijack, no cutoff. Raise ace-5 suited, get 3-bet from the small, and I'm like, 3-bet. Yeah. This might be short, and he has jacks, just like you. Sorry. And the flop comes king, queen, jack, and hand still. 10 on the river. On the river. Is channel my inner Bruce Buffer. You know, I was really with the like, you know, you rip it like a still.
I was channeling for maximum sickness, king.
I
That's what I was looking for. I was like king on the turn, king on the river with the sickest right now.
I was channeling for 10 of hearts on the turn. You know, like,
I actually wanted king, queen.
Too painful.
King is
So we
pretty
could sing. So we could sing.
King's full of queens, ace kicker.
You're still undefeated.
No, king's full of queens, chop pot.
With a 10, yeah.
Because you know what they say. No, we can't do it. We're not allowed.
Timothy Freeze, by the way, has $115,000 in total live earnings. Is from the USA, but all 17 of his live cashes have come in Europe.
Stone nuts, man.
What are you talking about?
Griffin, is there anyone else whose name is sort of like his last name that you want to wonder if he's related to? Maybe like a Friedberg or a Firestein?
Featherweight.
Maybe the guy from Terminator?
Furlong?
Huh? Oh, no, that's Reese.
I mean, there you go. You outdid me. You exceeded every expectation.
Oh no, 95 puts it perfectly. I'm glad Griff is supervised in the booth.
They have to baby-proof his room like for a toddler. He has to call me to take the plugs out of the sockets.
We've had a
That was
couple
one
of
time.
further eliminations from the outer tables, by the way. We are at 44 right now because Alexandra Pruneau from Canada went out in 46th place.
No!
And 45th place finisher, Kinar Ane. So we will not be seeing those steampunk goggles anymore in this tournament.
Eight bet 40,000.
Would like to remind everyone that we have not made a final decision yet on whether Chat Pro Saturday will be a thing.
I don't want to influence the action one way or another, but chat's been mostly pretty good this week.
Ooh.
They still have time to screw it up, Joe.
Of
There's
course.
a full day of broadcasting ahead.
Of course. But if we had to make a decision right now, I think we'd have to give it to him.
Wow.
The decision
it
will
up,
be made
Chad.
later today. Also later today, 3 more mini EPT Cyprus tournaments for you to play. A reminder, if you fire up PokerStars, you should be able to see the mini EPT Cyprus tab in the client. If it's not there, chances are the tournament series isn't offered in your particular part of the world. If you can play, you'll find 3 low buy-in MTTs every single day. We are adding Power Path tickets to every single tournament prize pool. And on Sunday, we're going to add 2 gold power passes. The winner of the mini main event, the $5.50 version, gets a gold power pass. And the winner of the $55 mini main event also gets a gold power pass.
Tatar has a bit of a dynamic established here with San Martino having 3-bet the pocket 7s. Going to comfortably find a 3-bet with the 10s here. Sizing-wise, going even smaller here. And Gorachev doesn't like to fold, but will this time. You know, you put 35,000 in there, maybe 50 more, just on the off chance that the ducks
fly together.
Fly together, yeah, but this isn't going to be the kind of spot Dario feels most comfortable in, but is going to see it.
Clubs fly together.
Tell you what, that's a pretty high percentage, considering
It's an
how
unprepared to the entire
yeah,
board.
how out, you know, how much better it appears Tatar's hand is. Those 3 clubs really change things. And even though San Martino does have 38% equity here, I don't think he's going to be super thrilled about playing the guessing game for 9% of his stack here with just the deuce of clubs as backup. Of course, we can see that he should definitely call, but that's because we know what Tatar has.
It's kind of a lose-lose. Like, either you lose the hand or you get there with the deuce of clubs and then you get yelled at.
But you know what? Dario, very aware of the situation, thinking, you know what? I feel like enough of the time I could be good here with a club. Almost certainly going to be good on a deuce. And sometimes I'm already going to be ahead of a hand like, you know, ace-jack, ace-king. Not so much now with that king. Difficult card for Tatar to bet. And now the question becomes, as that percentage bar goes all the way down to 0, can San Martino ever find a bluff here to try to fold out a hand like jacks or 10s, which are going to have a tough time calling a river bet? Are my deuces ever good here? Is my opponent going to have an ace-jack and not be prepared to bet the river once they've checked the turn.
Super. Super 2.
You win, yeah.
Tens and threes beating deuces and threes.
And I know it doesn't seem like much, but I find that to be quite a clever little announcement from Dario, saying 2-pair and then having his opponent expose the tens before he has to show that he had the lowly little deuces. It's just one of those little kind of intricate things. It's like, I don't need him to see what exactly the hand I had. Let's see if I can get him to just flip over the better hand. And
we've just dropped down to 43 players, by the way. It seems that it is not Miller time because Gary Miller has been KO'd, cashing for $18,700. And to keep the tables balanced, we are going to lose a player from the main stage. Timothy Freese due to post the big blind, so he will be balanced off.
Might go off down there.
Freese out.
For now.
Like a freeze out, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
you got
thing
it.
I said earlier. Yeah.
Oh, did you say it earlier?
Yeah, and then you acknowledged it.
Oh.
Do you remember that?
I breeze in and out.
Yeah.
7-handed now. Maybe the ranges will be open up a little more until we have that seat filled. But Malinov going to open things up with the ace-king. And Goryachev loves to see flops. We've seen it with the jack-9 of hearts, the ace-8 off. So king-jack suited's going to get played.
Royal flush draw, how can you not? And away we go, jack high, 1 heart, top pair, Goryachev. Goryachev checks. Malinov, the pre-flop aggressor, checks back. Ooh, new check style. Back of the wrist, onto the rail.
Maybe there's an idea for a YouTube video there, Joe. Flamboyant checks, top 5.
I feel like somebody must have done a
Maybe not.
checking video. I think I did one at the World Series once.
Let's ask the man. Sevan, have you ever done a best checks video? If not, you can have that one for free.
Oh, yeah. No, I like that better of, like, finding them in the wild rather than... I did one where I was, like, sitting at the table, like, showing all the different styles. It wasn't very good.
Can number 1 on the list be your privilege?
Yes.
I don't think we have access to that content.
We don't
Griffin,
know
so.
a lot. You'll have to recreate it. You think you could do that?
Yeah, I think I can do it.
We'll get someone in a rubber mask to play the role of Kasuf.
Did I tell you about the guys on the rail that were railing the guy from the Czech Republic? And they had the check your privilege shirts, but it's Czech.
I love it.
Yeah, it's good.
They're on it. They're on it.
You're going to have to check a lot of footage to find all that, though.
You know what? I'll allow that one. Closely monitored.
It's a me, Dario.
35,000.
Sabatino raising to 35,000 with ace-10. Ace-jack for Renat Bodanov. Rocker Gut says, so what tournaments can you not buy into? There must be some you have to qualify for, right? On the EPT, I don't think we have any events that are not open to all. There will be satellites for many of them, including the main event, so there is the possibility to qualify, but anyone who has the buy-in, anyone who has the means to buy in directly is welcome.
Yes.
Three
Fair
ways
enough.
to the flop,
Fair enough, Lobster.
but many ways to win.
One tournament you have to qualify for and cannot buy into directly, step 4 of the Power Path promotion. Sure, that effectively is in itself a satellite. I thought the question was more relating to the live events that we run and the live tournaments that we stream and the tournaments that form part of each EPT festival.
So, big time advantage San Martino here, but I like this playing it as a check, staying under repped, you know, not wanting to find yourself in a position where you bust against a 9. The pot is nice and small right here, and now you can start going for value, under repped. Also nice to be checking this so you can start getting some bluff money from draws like your king jacks and queen jacks, and just hope to hold.
Yes, Yanis, there is a ladies' event, there is a seniors' event. And granted, they are designed for people of a specific gender or people of a specific age, but anyone who qualifies through those criteria can then buy in. Do you realize I'm going to be eligible to play seniors events in 18 months' time?
I already assumed you could.
Joe's been playing them for years.
I have.
Don't think this is the kind of card that San Martino is going to be particularly afraid of. But you know what? Decides, I'm probably not going to get called here a lot of the time. Checks it back.
I cannot speak to what other tours and live events do. I was specifically referring to what happens on the EPT. By the way, we are down to 41 players now. We have lost Mario Tratu. Wow, he laddered up to 43rd. And Andreas Tomazu was the most recent player eliminated. All those guys cashing for $18,700. 41 remain in the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. 15 minutes to go till the first break of the day.
I'm a little sad to see Tratu go. Hey, Griffin, Gazing Giraffe wants to know, is the German Sammer still in?
Actually, he has gone through his Pokemon evolution to become San Martino. The Charizard is Charmeleon, if you will.
I saw this morning when I was looking at the player list that there's a Schumacher in the tournament. Any relation?
To the director of Batman Forever?
I was thinking more to Michael or Mick, but that's a fair comment.
Anton Wig, just in the wig of time, gets pocket kings.
All in for just over 10 big blinds.
170.
Oh, ace-10 offsuit on the line.
I think it's not good enough. I think Anton Wig, yeah, and San Martino knows that. He's like, you know, if this was ace-jack, maybe I'd side call you. If that was 130 135, 140,000, I'd probably
Coming up Millhouse.
double Psy and call you with ace 10, but 170 can be a bit too much.
You don't watch The Simpsons?
Yeah, yeah. No, that's the bad.
Everything's coming up Millhouse. Is that what he said?
How you say?
Things are coming up Millhouse. What is it? Things are coming up Millhouse.
Okay, okay.
You know?
Yeah. I understand now.
I sleep in a race card bed. Where do you sleep?
Sometimes you're the small guy in the schoolyard. That's okay.
Yeah, sure, that's something you've run into a lot.
Watch out for Nelson.
Okay, we've done MacGyver, we've done The Simpsons. What TV show will Anton Wigg bring into the conversation next?
Mystery Cash Challenge.
I'm hoping it'll be something from the Selling verse, either Selling Sunset or Selling the OC.
My mate once said it's all going Millhouse's way, and we never let him forget it. That's fantastic. We had a friend growing up we used to call Shakes.
Okay.
Not because he would shake or anything, don't worry. But because he once used the word magnificent, so we all referred to him as Shakespeare after that.
Discount. Hold for the discount. That's respect.
Yeah, yeah.
You think that folding ace 10 was a cromulent decision there, though, right?
Now he's staying on Naples and Newham. I see. It's a bit cold.
My son's name is also Phil Bort.
Timothy Atkins says the Mystery Cash Challenge was so fun, I've decided to host one with my friends next weekend. Do you need a copy, Timothy, of the rules? I have them on my laptop. We tried to think of every possible scenario and situation and accounted for them.
Good
One
luck.
thing we didn't realize is that people of Griffin Benja's pedigree and experience wouldn't know how a bet out of turn works.
Just gonna never let that down.
The
huh?
forced limp was a little was edited around nicely. I'll say that.
I will say that some of the ideas we had for the forfeit/advantage plays were really out there, and they had to go through Toby Stone, and he vetoed 90%.
No. No. You know why? They weren't smooth and controlled.
Smooth and controlled.
From Uncle Jonesy, I like a T-shirt with a weirdly cut neck and a giant red chicken on it. Referring, of course, to our
He's referring
chip
to
leader.
Lecoq.
Yeah,
It's a sporting cock.
it's called a rooster. Red chicken.
So the hen has sex with the rooster. What I want to know, who is having sex with the chicken?
Queen Jack of Strawberries for Goryachev has made it 40,000.
They're all having sex with the chicken. That's perverse.
Miles Mules asks, is this live or pre-recorded? We pre-recorded this several weeks ago and preempted your question.
Malinov just looking like, I don't want to fold this. Oh, wait, it's on me.
Goryachev facing this 3-bet from Malinov.
And despite Goryachev having the dominating hand, has picked a good time for this 3-bet. Not a lot of maneuverability on that stack size for Goryachev, and Malinov gets it through. And we won't get a smile out of him yet, but one of these days.
Patrick Neary is asking for progress report on the graphic novel project, Joe.
We don't talk about that anymore.
I don't know what people are caught up on. First artist quit. The second artist quit.
I did not know anything beyond the first artist.
The first artist quit. Then we had to find an artist that could mimic the first artist. Then the second artist quit. You know why? Because Maria was too unhappy with her rendering and kept sending it back. And so the second artist quit.
Oh, my God.
Is that legit? Is that really what happened?
Oh.
And then the second artist came back. And so when this was all going on, it was just like, I was like, guys, I'm kind of over this. Let's just take our time and do it right. So I believe the comic will be coming out in the spring of 2024.
Do you have like a folder of all the rejected Marias that I could have a look at?
I could show you some of the Marias that she rejected.
Thank you.
I get the impression from the smirk in your voice that you're not unsympathetic to Maria's position.
I give Maria credit for saying no so many times, because I would have just relented eventually. I think that the artist is too afraid to make her look Asian. And so the renderings that kept coming back didn't really look like her. Let me see if I can find some of these to show you guys.
Griffin didn't even get any
Yeah,
say over his
I'm
rendering.
jealous over the fact she got even approval.
That probably means you're not in it.
Oh my God, is that what that means?
The second half of the comic book is the story of Shark Cage, but they've changed the story so Maria wins.
Yeah. Wait, is that supposed to be me?
This is the one that finally got there.
That'll do.
I mean, considering Joe
This was a
Stapleton
rejected one.
looks nothing like Joe Stapleton.
There's another rejected one.
Right.
There's
Goryachev.
another rejected one.
Yeah, Goryachev with queens in the small blind re-raises.
Don't wake up with a big hand. Don't wake up with jacks or tens. Don't wake up with ace queen. Anton, don't wake up. Stay asleep.
Jack 9 suited, not against the 3-bet.
And coming from an opponent that hasn't 3-bet all level, I have to imagine Tatar is just saving a little face here, and that's going to go quickly into the muck.
Tatar looks so much like Rory Jennings.
Now, I would say Rory is not a poker player first and foremost, so it doesn't violate the first rule of bad lookalikes, but it's so off the mark that I'm rejecting it on the grounds of...
Yeah. On its own merits.
Yes.
Not a technicality.
Yes.
Comment here from NTNN. Wig is so disciplined. Not many mistakes. Yeah, you know, when someone's 3-bet half of your stack, you have Jack 9. A lot of discipline to let that go. That's me.
Some people
being
play tight.
condescending.
What can you say? Some people are just nitty by nature.
There is truth to what you've said, 9 TNN, but I would say that last hand's not a great example of it. Simple. Ooh, blind on blind battle.
Carbo in the big blind, Anton Wig in the small blind, 10-8 of hearts. Now, something we should highlight, and it may also explain why Anton took his time with Jack-9, is Anton is a short stack right now. And we are on a So 41st place.
Oh, that's why you just use a time bank. Okay.
In fact, I think the money jump is when we get to 39, so it would require losing 2 players, but they have been falling at a reasonably fast pace today, so I'm guessing Anton is hoping to ladder up and secure himself an extra 2K.
Yeah, and I believe Anton is probably going to be split between shoving or limping. Goes for the shove. A little surprised he didn't put in sort of most of his stack in the case of maybe wanting to try to catch that pay jump and tanking a bit. Tell you what, Carbo's got a hand you can justify a call with. 13 bigs, it's a bit tough, but man, is that a hand that can do a lot of damage. You're doing great against, or good enough at least, against your ace highs. Sometimes you're dominating. Very rarely, but sometimes your opponent has, I don't know, 10-8 suited, for example. And that is what's going through Carbo's head.
Carbo playing a time bank card.
This...
I don't think I've ever seen someone win by calling it all in with Jack-10.
And you've been doing this at least since EPT Campione.
Correct. I've been doing this since James Hardigan's had to play in the junior events.
There is the call, and it is a domination situation. Anton Wig at risk and way behind.
He does not like that. It's tough because when you have a hand like 10-8, you're kind of expecting your opponent to have, if he has ace-8, he would have called already. King-10 probably would have already called. So for your opponent to actually have a dominating hand is pretty annoying.
Here comes the flop. Which does give Anton Wig a straight draw. He's now got 7s and 8s working for him.
You know what they say.
It's always coming hard.
Yes.
It's always coming hard for the sweat.
We do get a heart for the sweat.
That's fair.
13 outs for Anton Wig.
Willie MacGyver this.
Obviously, 8's no good anymore, but hearts and 7s, they all work.
Heart.
It's the 6 of hearts. That's a flush for Anton Wig, and he survives.
Muted celebration. Class act.
Won that hand with a stick of gum and a steel wool brush.
Well, that hand, which sees Anton Wig double up to nearly 30 big blinds, is going to take us to the end of the level. Of course, Anton now has fewer than 30 big blinds because, guess what, guys? The blinds are going up. When we come back from break, they will be 10,000, 20,000 with a 20K big blind ante. And we're going to stick with this table for the next session, so not changing feature table during the break. One thing to highlight is we do think Sammartino has slightly less than advertised here. We will recount, verify the stacks of all the players during the break, but we believe that Nathan Tatar is still tournament chip leader with 3.5 million, which is 175 big blinds at the next blind level. And there is a money jump coming up. 41st and 40th get paid the same. Then the prize goes up. But of course, everyone is thinking about six-figure scores at the final table. And they're thinking about that $1 million first prize, plus the trophy and the title of EPT Cyprus champion. So one session down, several still to play, because we are trying to get down to the final two tables, trying to get down to the last 16 players on day 4 of the EPT Cyprus main event. We'll be back inside of 20 minutes with more action from the first ever Cyprus leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
I'm just trying to build the image, destroy the Brazilian image so we can just do some different stuff over there.
I didn't realize just how many sick hero calls you made, both at the final table and in the run-up to the final table. I am never, ever, ever going to try and bluff you, because you're basically, your calling frequency is high.
I mean, yeah, there was two big hero calls. One of the semi-final and another in the final.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was like a very good spot there that just appeared to me. Like it's not like a big hero call or anything. You can try to bluff me. I'm not gonna call you.
So you're saying this is not standard for you. You're not the guy, like, because we see like Adria Mateos, for example, will like hero call pretty regularly. He's right a lot, but he's wrong sometimes too. You're saying that this is not usually something you do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to build the image. Destroy the Brazilian image so we can just do some different stuff over there.
So what was it about those two spots specifically? Was it just sort of replaying the action through the streets and decided the line didn't make a lot of sense, or was it personally based? Was it, hey, this person seems uncomfortable, there's a live read here? How did you come to that decision?
No, it was just the spots actually. The one in the semifinal was just like a very good price. I remember he limped small blind. I think I checked behind and bet 3 streets and he check raised the river. I already put like 700 in. It was like 1.2 million more, something like that. It was just very good price for me. And I mean, he was a good player. Of course, he could be bluffing. I don't remember correctly the board or anything, but I think I had some good calling properties on my hand, like a good blocker. So that one was more like that, and the other one in the final table was just the line didn't make much sense with basically anything. And there was a little bit of live information in the ace queen hand, just because he wanted to go in pre-flop like really badly, and then he decided not to. And with that stack size, usually like the hands that he almost go in pre-flop but doesn't are all like dominated by ace queen. So it was very rarely he would have the king. There was 2 in the board, and king queen he would shove pre. So yeah.
Oh, James, did that make the TV coverage that he wanted to go all in with ace queen? I feel like I don't remember seeing that in what we.
I think certainly by that point, this is the hand against Pinto, right? He was pretty short, so I think his options were incredibly limited, and he decides to play through the streets instead. I think it was Queen Jack was his hand.
It was not like very explicit. He just started to count his stack and like almost go and not going.
Cool.
And then calls, you know?
But you make that ace high hero call, Fabiano, which takes us down to the final 6. So it was a kind of, I guess, the second half of the final table on the final day. What both days had in common, and I still can't quite comprehend it, is just how everyone was treating this like it was a 1-2 home game in their local casino. Everyone's having a laugh. Everyone's messing about. Everyone's just enjoying the moment. You've got huge crowds on the rail who've clearly had quite a bit to drink. The sums of money, the difference in prize money with each elimination is obscene. And yet everyone just seems really relaxed.
Yeah, it was like an amazing crew. Like I remember exactly the point where it started to get tense, and then everything like just was not tense anymore. Was like a 15 left. I went to the river in a very small pot and bet like third pair or something like for fin value, and the guy calls me with second pair and I lost. And then Patrick Yaros was at my side. He said, "Like, why did you bluff your third pair?" Like stuff like that. It was like like a very good joke. And then we started just messing with each other up from then onwards.
Yeah, to James's point, it seemed like there are a lot of things that happened between Patrick Yaros and Jimmy Guerrero, who I think that if it were a different group of people, their antics, their attitude, people might have gotten angry.
I also think that there was clearly a lot of history between Kyan Mokri and Jimmy. They've clearly played a lot of hands against each other. And again, that bore out a very interesting dynamic between those guys.
$25 minutes left on the level. Or one hand, who knows? Jimmy folds 8 deuce. Yarosh, pocket fours in the cutoff.
Hello.
Ace queen for Kowalski. Starts the hand with 35 big blinds. Too much for an all-in, but could certainly call on the button, is what I was going to say.
Wow, yeah, he's playing it slow here in position. Ace-Queen seated a very, very, very playable hand in position. You see what he's doing here, Joe, and you've identified it. He doesn't want to go too crazy pre-flop here.
Oh, Pinto.
Uh-oh. Shields.
Oh, boy.
Shields up.
Pinto with the worst of it of these 3 hands. It's only 250K to call, though.
Oh, Joe, I feel like he wants to squeeze this in.
It does seem like he's sizing up an all-in. One, two, three, carry the 1. A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
A equals MC squared.
20 days, half November, April, June, and November.
High is 3.1472.
Just a call.
Okay.
All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop. 4's the slightly ahead for now. King 6-3. Everybody misses. So 4's way ahead now. Kowalski does like to hit his turns in rivers, though. Pinto checks, Yarosh checks, Kowalski in position. You just pretend those spades are clubs if you want. Kowalski checks as well. Turn is another king. So 4 is way, way good. Could potentially be counterfeited by a 6.
Oh, dear.
But Pinto is going to try to bluff at this. I mean, could this work? 350 into 1.8 is maybe the sort of bet someone would make with a king.
I mean, I think it's just not enough to get Jarosz to fold. I mean, he's got a good price just to spike a 4 on the river and make the boat.
Right.
It's ridiculously good pot odds here. If you wanted to try and represent a king.
He's like, I can't. Oh, I can't believe I'm folding this.
Yeah, you can tell it pained him. I mean, Kowalski kind of has a similarly strength hand to the 4s here. Like if your opponent doesn't have a pair, you're pretty much going to be good, like, every time.
If this is what it is, which is a very lame bluff attempt, ace high is getting a great price.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's actually interesting because ace queen probably has 2 live cards a lot of the time. He might be doing this with, pocket 4s himself, pocket 2s, pocket 7s, something like that.
Even if it's not a bluff, right.
Yeah, I
think if it's like a weak value bet. Yeah, the river is an 8. So Kowalski does not improve, does have the best hand. Pinto moves all in.
Oh my days, what a player.
What an absolute boss. Shoves with queen jack high.
Oh my God, Joe, the hero call.
Who's bluffing in this spot? Oh, Kowalski's asking for a count. It's more or less a pot-sized river shove bluff.
Joe, the hero call would be unbelievable here.
It sure would. Is this how we're gonna end the night, with a hero call from Kowalski? He is really giving this a think. Kowalski smirking at himself. Can't believe what he's thinking about doing right now. Last time bank card.
Oh, the drama.
Is Pinto, the relative amateur, gonna make a bluff like this in this spot at this time of night for this amount of money on the line?
Joey, he shoves so quickly on that river. I don't know if that might have been a tell.
Nick, that's a great point. That is a great point, as if the river didn't matter at all, as if he had decided ahead of time. He makes the call! The hero Kowalski!
Wow! Unbelievable, he's done it!
Kowalski puts this night to bed with the ace-high hero call.
Let's go!
Pinto went for it, did not pull it off. In the most dramatic fashion I have ever seen, we have finally put an end to day 5 at this record-breaking EPT Barcelona main event. Bendinelli ladders up. Neville Costa ladders up. Kowalski, the hero of the day. Patrick Yarosh ladders up. Kahan Mokri ladders up. The hero Kowalski.
Well, Gorko just got a double up, but Pasi Sormanen is the short stack at the table with less than 5 million.
There's only one hat at this table, and it's Big Toros.
Sormanen's got King 7 of diamonds. He's clearly thinking about playing it.
It could be the best hand.
He raises to 400,000. Luca Fiorini has ace-king in the small blind.
Oh, 3-bet this one, hard.
He re-raises to over 1.1 million.
And I don't know what Pasi's thinking about, but you can't call, and you don't really want to 4-bet bluff the tightest guy at the table. I don't care how Finnish you are.
I'm all in.
Oh dear, bad timing. Luca Fiorini calls. And Pasi Sormanen is way behind and set to exit in 5th.
Favorite schmavorite. We've seen all kinds of suckouts.
Good point. Well made. Here comes the flop. And as if to prove your point, Joe, there are 2 diamonds on that flop. 12 outs for Sormanen.
Well, that's a friendly looking rail. Yep.
The turn card is the Queen of Spades. Pasi's looking to hit a 7 or a diamond. Any other card, and he's out. It's the Queen of Hearts. He's busto.
Flopped the flush draw. It came brick, brick, and he is out of here.
We lose one of the 2 Finns.
Gotta give Pasi credit. He was an absolutely fearless player. So much so that I probably wouldn't guess that he only plays poker as a hobby. Well done, dude.
Sormanen collects 253,000 euros. And we are down to the final 4.
You guys want to have the numbers?
I can look. I can look.
Let's try.
Okay. Should look early.
The players discussing a potential deal.
Back 1 second.
Lots of great poker minds on Middleton's rail. Off to get some advice.
Back 1 second.
I imagine Toby Lewis will be his first port of call.
Tobes.
Story checks out.
Now, deals are allowed on the EPT. The tour acknowledges that it's the players' money. Tournament director Toby Stone will be called to the table so that he can facilitate a discussion about a potential chop of the remaining prize money.
You ready? Yeah. Just going to tell you what's going on. Yeah. Okay, so first of all, you have to explain that the winner could technically get less money. If you make a deal, then the winner who takes over could technically get less money, and we would still publish him as the winner. Okay. The next thing is, this is an equity split based on everyone receiving 4th place. So we give you all 4th place, and then we equity split on the remaining prize pool. However, you have to play for
we better do it like 100 more,
60 more,
60 more,
40
more, like that.
You can do something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to need a bit more than that, though. Like, minimus.
Now that's up to you to talk, which
Right,
we're
yeah.
not going to get involved in. Luca
Right.
can translate for Luca.
Yeah, cool.
And when you come to an agreement, give us a shout.
Let the bartering commence.
How many pints deep are they? Could affect the deal.
So I need to get like maybe like 15 off each of you.
Fiorini's into this. You think Luca's just showing him Grumpy Cat on there?
I mean,
Nielsen agrees to give up some equity. He seems rather desperate to make a deal.
I would be. Tom is literally sweating it.
If you are strong, you know, a strong player, why the deal?
I mean, it's a lot of money, isn't it? But I mean, I got to take into fact that I'm a stronger player. I mean, it's only a small amount, but like, I mean, I got to do it.
Okay, okay.
Okay, I just need to show the numbers over there. 1 sec, 1 sec. Can I borrow that piece of paper?
Well, it seems that all 4 players have agreed to the deal in principle. Midi wants to run it past his mates. Creston Nielsen's already celebrating. Fiorini's grinning. Kirko's happy about it.
We just play it out completely.
But Fraser McIntyre wants to weigh in.
I mean, when I go back and say no deal, then they might offer me a sick deal.
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will.
Because the chips are too level for anybody to go,
Okay.
right, oh, wait a minute, do you know what, I'll flip chip line. So forget that. You're either dealing or no dealing. Do you know what I'm saying?
All right, let's go. Yeah, go play.
So wait, so everyone agreed and now he's out?
No deal. Got deal, sorry.
What? It's off the table.
No deal?
Yeah, no deal. Sorry.
Why is that?
What was that all about?
He's just saying what we're all thinking. Big Toro speaks his mind.
Okay.
So Middleton orchestrated the deal and then refused it.
Mom and Dad said, we don't care if it's the prom. Your curfew is at midnight.
That was a fun one. Here in 2023, the PokerStars European Poker Tour has come to Cyprus for the first time. And here we are on day 4 of the main event at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. Playing down to the final 2 tables. We've had 1 session of play. We're down to 41 players. By the end of the day, we will have the final 16. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And the guy who started the day as chip leader is still chip leader, Nathan Titat, who is sat on the main stage right now. Gilles Simon second in chips. Jose Gonzalez third on the leaderboard. Kenny Hallett is in the top 5, as is this Foggin guy.
Classic Mark. What a great situation. So many notable chip leaders.
And a few notable names at our feature table. We have one of 2 remaining EPT champions, Anton Wigg, the other being Nicholas Schweete, who's out in the field. Dario Sammartino, a World Series of Poker main event runner-up. Gerard Carbo, the Spanish qualifier. And these are the verified stacks of the 7 players on the main stage right now. We're going to the 10K, 20K blind level. And Anton Wigg remains the shortest stack, but is not short stacked with that double up just before the break. He's now playing 22 bigs.
Yeah, looking good. At this point, 22 big blinds, very, very valuable. And that's what tournament poker's all about. Short stacks, can still be big spin-ups and survivals into ladders.
Well, talking of ladders, Nick, we are approaching a ladder. Right now, the payout is $18,700. When we lose 2 more players, when we get to 39, then players will have locked up at least 21,500. And we have seen that players are well aware that that pay jump is coming, and it has resulted in a slowdown in some situations. Of course, we're still some distance from the huge life-changing payouts, the 6-figure scores for the finalists, the 1 million plus that is up top for the eventual champion. And a reminder that you can see this play down to a winner on Sunday. Every single hand from the final table, live and cards up this coming Sunday.
Yeah, and that's the double-edged sword of tournament poker. You're like, yep, let's all buy in, let's all have fun with it, but you got to get so deep for it to really matter. You know, big multiplier situation. You're already deep AF here. 41 players remain, and even now it's only about a 3x multiplier. You got to get way further. It's always a close but no cigar situation, James.
Yeah, and here we go. Action back underway after the first break. Second session of the day. Level 22 of the main event. 10,000, 20,000 with a 20,000 big blind ante. Action's been folded to Anton Wig on the button.
This guy's got a great look. I've really enjoyed watching Anton maneuver his way into the final 41 players here. And he's going to open. We don't even know what he's got yet.
Raises with aces.
I suppose that's reasonable. Yeah, this seems like a good hand.
Malinov, Queen 9 in the big blind.
Might be tempted to defend this. I mean, probably at least 100% defend. Malinov here with 35 bigs. And Weeg with 20 behind. I think it's pretty much always a player. You're never going to fold this one versus the dealer button open.
Well, a pretty nothing flop. And Malinov will find it hard to continue in the hand, assuming Wig c-bets this flop.
Yeah, it's going to be check, bet, fold. Pretty straightforward. I think you go really small here, about a quarter pot. 25,000? 30,000? Yeah, 35K seems good.
And Malinov does indeed fold. Anton Wig now playing 25 big blinds.
Basically a spin and go, guys. Easy game. 25 bigs and a dream for Anton Wig.
Lassie has to beat 40 players rather than 2.
Put that out of your mind. Just go for gold every single time.
Sorry. Can I have this tea with lemon? Thank you.
Tea with lemon? Breakfast of Champions.
Chip leader Nathan Tatar, first to act here. Folds. Ace-8 for Renat Bodanov. Second in chips at this table. Starts the hand with just shy of 60 big blinds. And has raised it to 40K.
That's a little bit on the wider side, but it's got the chips to throw around, and it's going to be okay as long as you got that ace in your hand.
Off top, watching on Twitch, asks, can the players order alcohol? They can. So that most people tend to refrain from drinking alcohol while they're competing for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, but occasionally someone will get the beers in.
Speak for yourself, Travis. Tom says, probably a better question for Nick. You're hilarious, Thomas. Anyway, we're going to the flop now, and ace-8's still the best of it.
Yeah. Sammartino checks to Bodanov.
Yeah, and don't forget, guys, this is an all-inclusive resort, so if you felt so inclined, just put in the order. It's a freebie. It's all good.
Continuation bet from Bodanov. 80,000 into 110,000. And Sammartino folds the king-queen. So Bodanov is a player with 1.1 million in total live earnings. Had a good score at the World Series of Poker Europe in 2019. Has been playing higher stakes since. Interestingly, his biggest ever single cash came in Monte Carlo in 2022 at the start of the EPT Festival. There was a 2K France Poker Series high roller, and in that 2K FPS event he took second place for just shy of 190,000 euros.
Very cheeky indeed. Lovely score. Echo in the chat asking, serious question, how does the big blind ante affect pre-flop ranges? Ooh. It's a great question, in fact, and actually this is something a lot of people don't consider. So in the past, the big blind used to be approximately about 0.1 of a big blind, and everyone would throw it in. But that means that with reducing players at the table, the actual amount of ante would reduce, of course, because there are fewer players putting in that small percentage of the big blind. The big blind ante drastically affects things because as we get shorter handed, regardless of the number of players at the table, the pot is still inflated by one big blind, and therefore you need to defend wider, you need to steal wider, because the amount that you stand to win when you steal is so much bigger than it would be in the as per the previous rules, and the amount that you stand to win by calling versus the steal is so much bigger, and therefore the calling ranges are wider and the stealing ranges are wider. And if you guys ever have the opportunity to do any solver work, I would highly recommend that you take a look at how much that changes things, because it's massive.
Just keeping tabs on this hand between Malinov and Tatar, but I want to quickly handle this question from RN Ross. Why is it a big blind ante rather than the button? Two reasons. You will have some hands where there is a dead button. There is no player on the button, so then you wouldn't have an ante. There is always a big blind in play. Even if there's a dead small blind, there is always a big blind, so that way there's always an ante, but also it just limits the number of players you're asking to put chips into the pot pre. The whole point of the big blind ante was to speed up the game. If the dealer has to be across two players rather than three, again, just keeps things simple.
Yeah, just keep it simple. I think, honestly, it's one of the best innovations that we've had. And so it says a lot about the simplicity of poker, doesn't it, guys? That we go, all right, cool, after hundreds of years, we're just going to do a big blind ante now. But it really changes things. It makes everything so much more simple, and it makes it easier for the dealer, and it means we can play more poker. One of the biggest hurdles that we have in live poker is how slow the game is as a result of the fact of not being insta-shuffled like it is online. Anything that gets us closer to playing more poker faster over levels is better for players and better for everyone.
And I find it interesting, Nick, that the innovation of the big blind ante came along at the same time as the innovation of the live shot clock.
Yep.
Again, two things that were brought in to just try and keep the pace of the game good, fast, quick, manageable, rather than very, very slow.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with the advent of online poker, we realized how much you can get done in a 10-minute blind level, a 15-minute blind level. What we consider a turbo online is so different from what we would consider a turbo live. If we were to run turbos live as though we were playing them live, we'd be seeing, a hand every level or something, two hands every level. So definitely a good thing.
Action here. Folded to the Spanish qualifier Gerard Carbo. Jack-7 offsuit. Folds. Ace-King for Atanas Malinov. And that's a raise to 40,000. Queen-Jack for Dario Sammartino on the button.
Yeah, I think he probably wants to VPip this. Sammartino, with 30 bigs, though, might just decide that with ladders to come, it's just a little bit too wide, and I appreciate that. This is the name of the game, guys. When you're playing tournament poker, it's not enough just to know your pre-flop ranges as though you were playing a spin or you're playing cash or a sit and go. You have to understand that there are varying degrees of value to be gleaned, and there's so much more value in maintaining a chip stack where you have the opportunity to fold than getting involved with a hand that's already a bit marginal. And if you guys are studying at home, that's another great thing to look at is, you know, what is the true value of this play? And if computer says yes, why does it say yes? Is it because you're going to make 5 cents and 10 cents or, you know, 20 cents, or is it $100 or $500? If it's a high value spot, you take it, and if it's a low value spot, you should let it go when there are so many greater opportunities to come, and also a very slow luxury blind level and structure. And under these circumstances, we've got some pay jumps to come, so why get mixed up in that?
Round to Carbo. King, queen off.
Raise 40,000. 5,000.
Opens to 40,000. King Jack for Sammartino.
Interesting here, because I mean, if he was folding Queen Jack just now, I would argue King Jack off is kind of a similarly valued hand here versus the earlier open, and also being out of position. You're not even on the button anymore.
Yeah.
If he's folding Queen Jack on the button versus a steal from later position, I don't know if he's going to choose to play King Jack here, but looks like he's going to randomize, decide to get in there. That's cool. I definitely don't think that this is a problematic issue. And if you're going to enter the pot, James, why not 3-bet?
Sammartino has made it 115,000. It's been folded back around to Carbo.
Yeah, if you're going to give yourself the best fighting chance, I mean, why not give yourself 2 ways to win? Pre-flop and post-flop. Putting in a 3-bet here means that if Carbo folds, win by default, 0 variance. Carbo 39 bigs, Sammartino 24 is going to call.
Okay.
Oh, wait, is it a call or a...
It's a re-raise.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, calling here out of position without the betting lead, kind of in no man's land with king, queen off. Maybe 4-betting is the better option.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also, obviously, calling would probably be better with a hand like king, queen of diamonds, king, queen of clubs. Suited hands play better out of position. Much better playability than their unsuited counterparts. And very well timed. Honestly, I got to say, Jared Carbo has just been slaying. This guy's really been out here battling, and he just looks so composed. He's got a really excellent grasp on the game. And just there, so much situational awareness.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming at this point, Sammartino probably wishing he would have just let that one go like the Queen Jack.
You see chips being brought to the table. The vacant seat is about to be filled. We're down to 39, which means we are down to the final 5 tables. We lost Shuang Lo in 41st place. Seidali Hasanirami also went out in 40th place. Both those guys cashing for $18,700. So everyone else has made the pay jump. Next player out is going to get $21,500. And the player who is going to be coming to the vacant 1 seat is Timur Vardanian, who spent some time on the feature table yesterday. In fact, I think he was sat in that very chair. Just holding the deal, waiting for Vardanian to arrive at the table. The players from the table that was just broken taking their new seat assignments.
С хорошим галстучком заходит. Я поддерживаю, если что.
Hello. Hello.
Good to go.
Какой у тебя прекрасный галстук.
English, please. No.
It's English? Ah, I forgot English, sorry. No.
So, this is your box, yeah? Just keep it a few seconds, and then go ahead. And your big one.
We're back underway. Now 8-handed on the main stage.
3 bucks. $4 bucks. Raise 40,000, $6. $7.
Malinov opening with king 10. Round to Goryachev on the button. 6-5 off, he folds. Vardanian playing his first hand at the table, King 9.
What a look here. The blue and yellow scarf. Rocking the Merit Poker t-shirt.
So Vardanian defends, and we get a King 9-6 flop. Domination rotation. Vardanian with the advantage.
This strikes me as a bad situation for King 10, and Vardanian 70 bigs. Malinov 38 bigs. Flop goes check, check though.
8 of clubs on the turn. Vardanian now an 84% favorite.
Gotta say, I'm pretty surprised to see the check from Malinov here, but it's working in his favor. If I'm Vardanian, I want to lead for close to pot now. When your opponent misses flop and there's 2 flushes on the board here, you're willing to, 2 flush draws, excuse me. You're willing to probably pump it up pretty significantly. 80K, 90K, 100K. You want to say, if you have jacks, if you have queens, if you have 10s, if you have a 9, if you have a flush draw.
1, 3, 5.
Yes, that's what I like to see. Absolutely lovely stuff from Vardanian. And it's very cute that he chooses the overbet here because, like I said, there's a ton of hands that check this flop that really don't want to let go on future streets. And indeed, you want to really punish the draws that are happening now as well. Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack, that kind of thing. And because Malinov doesn't bet the flop here, he's thinking he's getting taken for a ride because he's putting his opponent on a bunch of the hands I just described. Of course, never folding, makes the call.
Well, Malinov does not improve. Vardanian has a lock on this.
I think this is a good spot for like kind of a blocker bet size. I think, you know, you're never going to go wrong by betting, of course. You're going to have the best hand a ton, but when the clubs come in backdoor like that and your opponent check the flop, it might be better to just have a
325.
Well, he's going to go big, Nick.
Oh, yeah.
380 in the middle, and he's bet 325,000.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like I said, you're never going to go wrong just betting big here. Either it's not a bad spot to have a larger size. I just think perhaps the blocker bet induces a little bit. Maybe you get some weaker calls from the queens, the jacks, the 10s. Malinov with King 10 with the King of Clubs, very valuable King of Clubs here to have because you know that your opponent probably doesn't have a hand like King Deuce of Clubs or something like that where they've backdoored into the flush.
Yeah, but there are some straight combos out there and 2-pair combos.
Yeah, and you know, that's kind of part and parcel to why maybe a smaller size here is better. You get paid off a little bit more by weaker, but also you kind of figure out where you're at really quick because your opponent unlikely to kind of have ace of clubs here and try and turn it into a bluff when they're checking the flop where they had no hand.
Makes the crying call and loses a huge pot. Atanas Malinov is going to be left with 15 bigs now. Welcome to the table, Timo Vardanian.
Yeah.
Now playing a stack of nearly 2 million, close to 100 bigs. Got to tell his mates about it, quick.
So,
for the blog.
I can use it between hands.
So James, just yesterday we had a little conversation about people, you know, not having phones at the table.
Yes.
How about an iPod Shuffle?
An iPad Shuffle, I don't believe, is connected to the internet. However, I'm not quite sure how you're going to listen to it because we don't allow headphones.
Unbelievable. How are you going to play without your iPad Shuffle?
Also, good luck charging your iPad Shuffle. Does anyone still have a lead that goes USB to iDock? Soon the Lightning leads are going to be redundant. Now they've moved over to USB-C.
Oh, don't get me started on that. How about a mini disc player?
Again, you're welcome to bring a mini disc player, but don't expect to be able to listen to it.
How about a mini disc player with Bluetooth that goes to conductive
Hold
earphones?
on. A mini disc player with Bluetooth.
You can.
I mean, you're conflating two eras of technology.
With bone conductive headphones. Those aren't headphones. I mean, they are, but they're not.
No, they're headphones, Nick.
Wow.
Stop trying to circumvent the rules.
I am just trying to help the system by, playing devil's advocate here. Come on, chat. You're with me, right?
Yeah, we absolutely want all the players listening on headphones and completely spaced out and not in any way engaging with each other. That makes great content.
Okay, speakers. Bluetooth speakers.
Oh, yeah, because everyone wants to listen to somebody else's music.
Hey, look.
Also, licensing.
A little bit of Limp Bizkit on the side. Who's gonna complain, guys?
This is one of the easiest arguments I've ever had to shout down on this stream, and it's coming from one of my co-commentators rather than the audience. Down to 38, by the way. Julien Montois, who spent a fair amount of time on the feature table the last couple of days. Montois just cashed out in 39th place for $21,500, so he got the ladder.
Also, chat, just be aware, this is hand 38 today, and we are down to 38 players. It's one of those, the fifth of the fifth of the fifth of the fifth situations. Wait, what time is it? Now we missed it.
Is Vardanian wearing the slippers from the hotel room?
It looks like it, doesn't it?
I mean, I know comfort's important, but...
Yeah, no shit on Vardanian, but you got the blue and yellow scarf with the slippers. Did he come straight from the spa? Ultimate relaxation situation? Credit Taco says it's also the 38th of October. Oh, it's all coming together. It's a conspiracy.
Talking of the spa, I
Yes.
did get up 10 minutes earlier today.
Oh, yeah?
So I could use the indoor swimming pool that's next door to the spa.
How is it?
Best decision I've made this week.
That was my intention also. Unfortunately, the all-inclusive got to me a little bit last night, guys. I'm not going to lie. Started playing some pool. Very reasonable. Played some backgammon. Very reasonable. One thing led to another, and I missed my appointment with the pool this morning.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Danian raising the button with 8-7 of clubs. Carbo defending the big blind with Queen 5 of clubs. Jack 6 deuce on the board. Just the one club.
I mean, based on my exposure thus far, I'm surprised we didn't see a two-club situation here, guys. Am I right? All of EPT Cyprus, it seems to be a flush over flush scenario. But under these circumstances, player in position probably just likes the bet, probably takes it down a bunch. Queen 5 of clubs does have some backdoors. It's not the craziest check raise hand ever. If we see it continue from Vardanian, a little check raise Areno might actually be kind of cute with the backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, but I think the fold is also very reasonable.
Vardanian, second in chips at this table, now has more than 2 million. More than 100 bigs. Meanwhile, Atanas Malinov is hovering around the 15 to 20 big blind mark. 17 bigs right now. Well, the action is going to start with Dario Sammartino. folds. The chip leader is out. Looks like it's been folded to Vardanian. He's got jacks.
CO baby. So starts the hand with 102 bigs. Gonna go ahead and fire here, of course.
He's raised to 40,000. We've got Carbo with 9s in the small blind. He calls, and that means Malinov is getting a decent price here with deuces.
You know what they say about deuces, James?
Calls as well, and we are going three-way to the flop. 3 pairs, which were not created equally. Jack's ahead right now. And Jack's still ahead on an ace, ace, 7 flop. Action's been checked to the pre-flop aggressive, Vardanian.
Yeah, in a three-way situation, I think probably a very small bet makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I love it. 30K to go. Just a smidge over the big blind is a very cute little bet. And I think 9's definitely going nowhere.
What about deuces? No set, no bet?
Yeah, no, at this point, I think you just get out of the way. There's way too many suited aces that like to call small blind, and of course the initial raiser as well has plenty of that too.
200 in the middle, 30 to call. Go on, give it a spin. Malinov decides to fold. Six of diamonds. Carbo checks.
Yep, take the free card. Seems pretty clear. Oh, never mind. Oof.
No free cards. No checking it back. Vardanian bet 65,000.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, this is pretty spicy, but I think also maybe a little bit of a nod to the fact that perhaps maybe some ace combos would 3-bet the small blind. Oh, hello.
Yep, Carbo going nowhere, so we are going heads up to the river. And that river card is a deuce. Malinov, come on, dude.
Malinov.
You got to be in it to win it.
What could it been? Quick check. And now at this point, it's a bit weird, isn't it, James? Because Vardanian's going, are you really going to check an ace to me 3 times? You're not going to check raise me. You're not going to raise the turn. He might put him on exactly what he's got and just go, yeah, cool. How about 160K?
Oh, look at him. He's thinking, I could have had a full house.
I check.
Check, check. Jacks are good, and obviously Malinov made the right decision at the time. You don't know what's coming, but you do feel really gutted when the board runs out like that. You think about the possibility of tripling up.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting sort of poker mentality here, though, because you go, if you were thinking his range contained less ace-x on the turn, I mean, even he said just now, I was really thinking about betting the river as well. Especially with his opponent not trying to pump up the action at any point.
Not at this stage.
Pump up the action, pump up the action, pump up the action. Bet, bet. $30 minutes into this level. Still an hour to play at 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante. Vardanian might take this hand off. Queen 4, yuck. Anton Wick folds King 3, so we're on Carbo on the button.
K7, baby. And don't forget, guys, like I said earlier, we were talking about this, right? Big blind ante. So king 8 off might have been the threshold without antes. With antes and a full table, we start to get a little bit wider with the big blind ante here, and we're only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-handed.
Yeah.
Which, of course, is the limit here in Barcelona. It's a juicy spot. Yeah, you're going to take this a little bit more often than you would do without the antes in play, and why not? You got a K7 IP. San Martino knows this is probably a call. Decides to come along.
The flop is 9-8-5.
King 7 here. I think I like a c-bet. I don't think it's the craziest thing ever to find a check here, too. You're going to have the best hand with king high quite often. But you have a lot of bluff opportunities in later streets, right? If you fire now, you can keep firing on hearts. You can make your straight, which is obviously one of the better outcomes here. You can fire on overcards. And gets it through just here.
So Vescu 91 asked over or under 7 levels today, and I responded under guaranteed. That is because we will not play more than 6 levels, because that will take us to past midnight. That will be the end of the day. So should we be in a situation where there's still 18 or 17 players, whatever, we'll come back with 18 players.
Yeah.
So maximum of 6 levels today. In all likelihood, we should get to 16 midway through the 6th level of the day.
Sure.
Possibly before.
Yeah.
But it's not impossible that we would play 6 full levels and still have more than 2 tables.
Yeah, and as we all know, poker is better when you play more poker. What's up, Flushy, in the chat? How you doing, buddy?
Pet the mods. Is that allowed?
Yeah, our guy Flushy in the chat, guys. Final tabled PSPC as a qualifier, became a millionaire.
I'm going to need Raksha, Tom, Ed to give their consent. I can't have the mods petted without pre-consent.
Oh, sure, sure. Yeah, no, this is an issue now. Hey, Flushy, remember that time you won $1 million and then we went and jumped in the pool? Remember that? That was cool.
Is that when you jumped in the pool with your leather watch strap on, Nick?
I was fully clothed. I was actually fully clothed. Yeah, and then the best part was I went, all right, Flushy, now it's your turn. He went, I think I'm going to put my bathing suit on. And I went, no, come on, Flushy. He went back to the room and he put his bathing suit on.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Man after my own heart.
Yeah, it's just,
don't fall victim to the mob mentality.
Just because you're a millionaire doesn't mean you're gonna like disregard society.
It's not disregarding society, it's disregarding idiocy.
It's probably one of my happiest memories. Thank you for that. But okay, sure. Back to the poker.
Carbo flopping best here. The action check to him, he has bet 40,000. Interesting. Titar staying in with ace-7. Wig out with 5s. Heads up to the turn. Carbo better than a 4-1 favorite. And it is always coming 7, which gives Titar a piece of this board now, but he's still behind. 3 on the river. I'm loving this. Daniel Lewis posts that there's a guy at the table who looks like the Italian guy who final tabled the World Series of Poker main event with Hussein Ensan. There is a reason why a player at the table looks like the guy who final tabled the World Series of Poker main event with Hussein Ensan, because it's the same guy, Darius Sammartino.
Is it the Italian guy that looks like Sammartino that final tabled that event? That makes more sense, doesn't it? Yeah. Well done, chat.
That's 75,000.
Hello. What? This is weird.
What's he doing?
This is a weird kind of blocker, bro. No.
Value bluff?
Yeah, this is weird. I mean, honestly, if I was Carbo, I'd be tempted to maybe find a raise at this point. This is super goofy.
Well, just calls and takes the pot.
Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, always have to ask yourself, am I bluffing or am I value betting? And I just think with ace-7, you're just going to have the best hand, but it's not really a spot where you're going to get tons of value. You hoping your opponent has, like, you know, king-6 of spades or something, maybe, but that's strange. I think it's a spot where if you're going to block or bet, the size should be smaller. But if you're going to have a bet at all,
yeah,
that's not a blocker bet. You know, you're probably kind of bluffing a little bit, maybe. It's weird. Anyway, on to the next one. 38 players remain here in Cyprus.
Vakislav Goryachev first to act. Folds his hand. I think that's a fold.
Yeah,
Queen
looks
7.
Looks like Verdanian wasn't sure either.
Anton Wig. Ace King.
Raise 40,000. 3 plus.
Raises to 40,000. Malanov's out. Folds pocket 3s. Sammartino on the button. As Queen Jack of strawberries.
Ain't no way Sammartino is going to fold this in position.
Oh, Tetat has ace king.
162 bigs for Nathan Tetat.
Yeah, and with Wig playing fewer than 20 bigs, I think we know what's going to happen here. We'll get the re-raise, the squeeze from Tetat, an all-in from Anton Wig, and Sammartino will be forced to fold the Queen Jack. And if it's Ace King versus Ace King in an all-in situation, Nick, there is the prospect of a chop. Now, Joe and I think we had one on the first day, but we're not 100% sure. There's not been a lot of singing on this stream.
Not a whole lot. Yeah, this is pretty clear what's going to happen here. Would you call this a chop opportunity, James?
There is significant chop opportunity at the feature table. There is the predicted shove from Anton Wig. Sammartino folds. Tetat wants to double check, wants to count, but once he realizes how short Anton Wig is, he will make the call.
Nice chip skills there by our dealer here in Cyprus.
Yeah, Dimitri confirms there was a chop on day 2. Joe and I were pretty sure we'd sung once this trip, so we could be heading towards the second chop of EPT Cyprus. Finally, we get the call. Cards go on their backs. Now, it's not guaranteed there will be a chop. nastiness could occur.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Anton Wood would like to see clubs. Instead, there are 2 hearts, and that means Teta is free rolling, but there is a 96% chance the pot will be equally divided between these 2 players.
Uh-oh. Heart for a sweat? Ooh.
Nope. So this will be a chop pot. And Nick, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Very unworthy way of dying.
Not sure I have it in me today, chat. Like a real baritone moment there, you know, like everyone loves a chop pot.
It kind of worked.
Yeah.
Just own it.
Yeah, just run with it.
Action folded round to Carbo, 8-7 of hearts.
Raise 4,000.
Is there any universe where you don't want to play 8-7 of hearts? Come on, guys. Let's be real. It is beautiful.
8 pass. Cheers.
Zephyr asks James, nicest watch you've seen in Cyprus?
10 pass.
I think we've established that Nicolas Schwitty's Patek Philippe is probably the nicest watch that we've seen in this event so far. The Aquanaut.
Did you notice Anton Wieg wearing that sweet G-Shock?
Oh, talking of Nicolas Schwitty, we've got some outer-table action for you guys. Schwitty in a hand against Tim Freese. Picking it up on the river. It is a straighty, flushy board. Ace-Jack 9-7-4 with 3 hearts. Action on Schwitty, who has bet what looks like 35,000. And the fold from Freese. So Nicolas Schwitty playing around $1 million, which is the average stack right now. And he is one of 2 former EPT champions remaining in this field, the other being Anton Wieg, who's at our feature table. Did you say Anton has a G-Shock?
No, I was just goofing, but yeah, I mean, James, on that note though,
you can't go wrong with a G-Shock.
I know you're not a watch shamer. I know, absolutely. However, is there a particular brand that you just don't get along with, James?
There are several brands that aren't for me. It's interesting because Teblar just asked, what are your thoughts on smartwatches?
Yeah.
And my answer is they're not for me. I'm not a snob about it. I'm not like, oh, who would wear a smartwatch?
Yeah,
I get it.
sure.
I think they're incredibly useful devices, and the whole fitness tracking element, I get. Not for me.
Yeah.
5 pass, 6 pass.
Looks like our dealer today is actually wearing one such device. It's not a smart watch, but it's one of the
What's weird is she's got an Apple Watch and a Whoop band.
Yeah, Whoop, yeah.
And That I don't quite understand, why you need the fitness tracker and the fitness tracker, unless you wear the smartwatch specifically for the messaging. And to me, as someone who gets far too many emails and far too many messages, I do not need them on my wrist.
Yeah, I was saying that to James yesterday. You know, when you work in the biz like we do, probably what you don't want is a constant link to to be abused and to be contacted. Cut off open, queen six suited, Bodanov.
By the way, there is a new feature on my smart ring which monitors my stress levels.
How was our first day of broadcast? Can you go back to Tuesday?
It's a really good question, actually. Hold on a second. It's just confirming that I went swimming this morning.
Did you?
I did.
Excellent.
Daytime stress levels. You are relaxed. Take a moment to reflect on how you arrived in this relaxed state. Any insights to consider for the next time you're feeling stress?
Was it the moment that I walked into the room, James? Because I know I have that effect on you.
So let's see if I can go back to...
You notice I didn't answer the question, chat. You notice that?
Wednesday, the 18th of October. I was stressed for 45 minutes.
Approximately the amount of time that we were delayed that day.
On this day, your body didn't experience many high stress peaks or restorative moments. A neutral day as far as your stress levels go.
Oh, James. That is brilliant. Can we get a live tracker on the stream of your heart rate at all times and then also your stress levels? That would be great. Let's talk to graphics about that. That would be great. You know how poker streamers sometimes get the heart rate going? I'm down for that. Wire me up.
Quick reminder of the mini EPT Cyprus online series that is running today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Sunday's a big day, Nick. We've got 2 mini main events, and in both those tournaments, we're awarding gold power passes. But again, the thing I want to highlight about this series is that there's added value in every single tournament with power path tickets added to every single prize pool, $60,000 in additional value. And as we said earlier on in the week, I do want to campaign that when we get to Prague and run the mini series from Prague, try and add a couple of free rolls to that online series, because I know you guys like free rolls, so we get the best of both worlds. It's mostly real money tournaments with added value, with a couple of free rolls as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I realize it sounds a bit trite coming from us guys, because we're announcing it to you and we're trying to make you aware of it. But as a player, legitimately, the Power Pass situation is incredible. And there's nothing quite like qualifying for a poker tournament, free ride, the whole shebang, the whole shebanimal. It really is something special. And if you have the opportunity, absolutely get involved, because, you know, come out and join us and hang out and take part and give yourself the opportunity to find yourself on this feature table we're watching right now.
Croaks has a Woot band as well. I looked into the Woot band. It was between the Woot band and the Aura ring. I'll be honest with you, I didn't like the Woot band business model of paying a substantial amount of money per month.
It's pricey for real. Yeah. Also, Croaks, you gonna start doing some fitness at some point, or are you just gonna wear it?
Wearing it as a fashion accessory. There's nothing to actually track.
Man, that guy must be fit wearing that Woot band.
Oh, he dropped down to 36 players. Raul Rifos. Remember him? He was on our feature table, I think, on day 2.
I thought you were going to say we dropped down to 36 viewers after that comment.
Not quite that bad. Raul, Dutch poker legend, out in 37th place for $21,500, 36 remaining. 38th place finisher, in case you missed it, Fabio Peluso, another player who spent extensive time on the feature table, won a satellite on PokerStars IT, cashed out for $21,500.
I love you, Crooks. I'm just joking, buddy. I'm just joking.
I have to say that the The sleep tracker on this particular device is probably industry leading. The fitness tracker maybe not so much, but if you're trying to monitor heart rate, blood oxygen, you're going to get a much more accurate read on the finger than you are on the wrist.
Yeah, sure. No, and I think the sleep tracker aspect of it actually less to do with, you know, knowing, but more as a reminder that you need to actually prioritize that, because it makes such a big difference, and especially if you guys are going to try and play cards professionally. You know, your brain is your biggest weapon in the out there on the tables, and unfortunately, as much as I like to disregard it, sleep is so important for being on your absolute A game.
Wasn't too bad last night. I got 79 out of 100, but a couple of days ago, 58. Pay attention.
That was the players' party.
Maybe.
Oh, you heard it here first. James the bad boy Hardigan. Classic.
So pair of 10s for Malinov. Way out in front. 97% favorite.
It was the fireworks, James. The fireworks got you.
Well, here's where I sound really lame. I left before the fireworks.
I know, I was there, but, you know, it's okay. Maybe they woke you up in the middle of the night. That's what it was.
That's what it was, yeah.
Yeah.
You're telling yourself that's what it was.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, if there is one thing that is guaranteed to screw with your sleep, it's alcohol.
It's fireworks.
And
Sorry, yeah.
I'm not talking about drinking to excess. Just having like one drink or a couple of drinks.
It's crazy.
Will screw up your sleep.
No, you're absolutely right. And also the 4 o'clock rule, right? No caffeine after 4. I know you have your decaf Earl Grey later on when we do later stuff. It's true, and it's cumulative. It builds up over time. You just you gotta respect it. But all inclusive, James. All inclusive.
Malinov calls the 75K. I like Carbo's moxie, but I'm not sure whether he has it in him to fire again. I mean, I guess if he were to shove on Malinov, it's tough to call all in here with just a 10.
Yeah, I mean, Malinov 130K behind, 340 in the pot, so great pot odds if he does. I feel like this actually might be a really cool spot to try and pull the trigger, though. Blocking clubs, your opponent unlikely to have an ace. Let's go. This is how you play it right here. Now, Malinov absolutely can call this if he puts pieces together. It would be easier if he had a hand like 10-7 of clubs. Sorry, 10-7 with a club, excuse me.
Oh, if he
blocking the flush.
If he had 10-7 clubs, he's snap calling.
Yeah, he's calling. I mean, if he was blocking the made flush on the river. That's my point. This is a great opportunity for Malinov. It's just so hard in situ to actually find it. The price he's getting here, though, is absolutely glorious.
Oh, I feel for Malinov here. Here's a hashtag fun fact about Atanas Malinov, Nick. If he gets 31st or better in this tournament, it will be his biggest EPT main event cash.
This is blind v blind, guys. It's disgusting when you're sitting there doing it, but oh, my man.
Makes the call and is going to get the double up. Huge call for Atanas Malinov that gets him back into this game.
Yeah, stunning stuff. I mean, look, I think Carbo does the right thing here. For me, that all adds up. That's exactly what you want to do, but it's also a rare moment where you're going to find a player making that kind of a call. It was good. It was fine on the river. It was tough. But again, when poker gets tough like that and you're playing against somebody that you respect, those are the moments when you have to find some bigger calls. I think both players playing really excellent poker here.
It's a tough day as well. I like it.
Raise ball. smaller blind.
I think everyone at the table agreeing with me too. They're like, "Yeah, seems good."
А, ну в целом все понятно.
So Malinov now playing 30 bigs. Carbo's dropped down to 40 bigs. Interestingly, Dario Sammartino is now the shortest stack at the table with 16 big blinds. User AA123 says, James, I recently treated myself to a Christopher Ward watch to celebrate a big W Coupe score. Thank you for recommending the brand. Amazing value for money. You are welcome. I'm not on commission. I have no interest in the financial results of that company. I just think they make phenomenal watches and charge a very, very fair price for them.
So back to the question, is there a brand that you're just like got the ick for? I know you're not a big Tag fan. I'm not a big Tag fan.
I like Classic Hoya. I don't so much like Classic Tag, but they have, sorry, Modern Tag, but they have released a few models recently which are like throwbacks.
Right.
Like the Carrera, for example.
Yeah, that's a classic. Did you, you weren't a fan of the Super Mario Tag that they did?
Bloody horrible. I don't like their smartwatches either. I think, I get the appeal of a smartwatch, but you have to remember you're buying a piece of redundant tech. In 3 to 5 years, you're going to need to replace it, sometimes less than that.
Yeah.
So why the hell would you spend $3 grand on one?
It's supposed to be timeless, right? You know, when you're going to spend that much money. I agree with you. Imagine handing down your smart tech to your grandchildren, and they go.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thanks, Grandpa James. Thanks for that, but it's not even, doesn't even have a laser. It doesn't sync with my flying car.
There is the prospect of more singing here, by the way, Nick. Ace-10 versus Ace-10. I'm trying to think. I mean, look, some of the more, shall we say, gaudier watch brands don't do it for me.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I don't find Richard Mille appealing at all, which is good because I'll never be able to afford one. Hublot doesn't do it for me. Most Breitlings don't do it for me, to be honest. But I respect the brand. I respect Breitling.
That surprises me because some of their aviators, I'm just like, yeah, that's kind of cute. Opportunities abound. 95% going to be a split pot, but there's aggression in position, perhaps. Big blind checks over to Koryachev. I think a bet here makes a ton of sense. I think you can go nice and small, too. 30,000. A little bit less than 1/3 feels good.
Dean, I have a Rolex and I have an Omega. And RN Ross, I'm wearing a swatch right now. I'm wearing the Blancpain swatch collaboration, the 50 Fathom Scuba Atlantic Ocean edition.
James, obviously a prolific diver, so this is excellent for him. Diving into that commentary.
That's why they call them desk divers, Nick, because people wear them at the desk.
I think I sent you a Longines diver, master mariner, master diver. What are they called?
I would say that again, Longines is a watch brand with a lot of heritage, and I love what they have done in the last 18 to 24 months with going back through their catalog and releasing so many iconic watches from, especially their military past, the watches they supplied in the Second World War.
No, I'm with that. I think that's great. So I sent James that watch, and my sort of hashtag fun fact, you know, suitable to wear at 50 meters or something. Because, you know, when we're out here doing commentary, sometimes we gotta, you know, pillage sunken treasure.
Well, this has been checked on the river, and if Goryachev checks behind, do it. He does check. And this is going to be another chop pot. Nick, You know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pod.
There we drilled it there. Drilled it.
Thomas, I did have a Submariner for 10 years, sold it during the lockdown and made a healthy profit on it. Currently have a GMT Master 2 root beer.
Excuse me, I'm fine. Nick didn't even try there. I was going for something different. Allow me my creative,
I would,
you know.
I would say that there's one thing you should do. It's learn from Griffin's mistakes. Just go with the classic. Don't try and be original.
Well, okay, yeah, but if we don't take risks, how are we going to improve? I'm not with that. Also, you banned.
It's the perfect mystery.
Thank you very much. I'm fine.
Вообще был у меня оранжевым помечен, но это домой приеду, это зайти-то в желтый.
And they get to do the signature. Everybody loves the drop pod after the mystery hunt. It's just fucking perfect.
It's everyone, Anton. Everyone.
That wasn't low energy chat. I was trying something, you know, if we don't push the boundaries, how are we ever going to find the next level?
That's the only time you love a drop pod. Not just blood.
I agree, Oliver. The Rolex Explorer is a gorgeous watch, suitably understated.
Is there ever a watch that you purchased that you regretted purchasing?
That's an interesting question. I've sold a couple of watches. I wouldn't say I regret, but they weren't keepers.
Okay. What's the kind of like when you sell them back? Like, what do you hope to it? I mean, obviously some increase in value, but it's rare.
It absolutely depends. I mean, most you're going to lose money.
Yeah.
But they hold some value.
You're thinking like you keep 80% of it, or if it's not?
Depends.
It's
how long's a piece of string question, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Yeah.
The one thing I would say personally is I'm not a fan of the idea of thinking that you're buying stuff like that as an investment.
Sure.
Yes, there are some watches, especially some Rolex models, that go up considerably over time.
Like a Submariner?
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of that is also driven by the unavailability. I think if suddenly it's easier to get these watches, if the wait time goes down, then that is going to drive down the value. They'll still accrue over time, but just not as quickly, and they won't be so ridiculously overpriced on the grey market and second-hand market. But I think ultimately, and this is what every single watch enthusiast says, so it's a bit of a cliche, buy what you like. Buy a watch because you want to wear it. Don't buy it because you think it's going to impress other people. Don't buy it because you think it's going to make you money over time.
Yeah, okay. Favorite place to go shopping for watches in London?
There aren't many, to be honest with you. I mean, Bond Street's got numerous boutiques. I went watch shopping in New York recently, actually. Bucara have a 3-floor boutique on, I want to say 57th Street, and it's fantastic. Spent 2 hours in there.
Oh, wow. Beautiful stuff.
Dr. Spod says, what about buying a watch because it tells the correct time? In that case, spend $15 on a Casio F91W, which is more accurate than any Rolex, Patek, Vacheron, or Audemars Piguet.
Is it true that Rolex just doesn't keep good time? I heard that.
No. It's not true. They're certified to be within a few seconds per day. The reality is no automatic watch is ever going to be able to keep as good time as a quartz watch, and quartz movements are incredibly cheap.
Sorry, I know.
I have a CWC Royal Navy watch. It's the watch that was actually issued to Royal Navy personnel in the 1990s. It has a high accuracy quartz movement in it. And I set it once when I bought it, which was last spring.
1927, no.
So I checked it recently. So I've had this watch for like near enough 18 months. It's lost 1 second in 18 months.
That is incredible. That is incredible.
So we've gone to the flop here. Blind v blind. Queen 10 deuce. Bogdanov betting 30,000 and Tatar folding is 9-6. "24 minutes left on the level as we tick down to 35. Fabrice Bigot has had some great results on the EPT recently. Another deep run here in Cyprus. 36th place, worth $21,500. What's happening here? We are losing Vyacheslav Goryachev, being balanced off the feature table. Got to keep those tables balanced. There are 5 of them right now. When we're down to 32 players, we will be at 4 tables. There'll be the redraw at 24. We will stop for the day when we get to 16. But just to remind you guys, if we play a full 6 levels today and we don't get to 16, we'll stop after the end of that 6th level. And that would mean like a 12-hour day for everyone.
Yeah, kind of crazy. Just a few tables left, but so far to go. Close but no cigar situation right now. Jack 9 suited, very pretty. UTG +1, easy open. So much potential. You know what's better than Jack 9 suited though, James? Ace King suited. This is going to be a 3-bet all day long. At least 120K, potentially up to 160, I think is pretty reasonable. This is Vardanian with 110 bigs and Carbo with 39. So I think probably just the 4X is best. 4 times the initial open. Oh, there you go. Yeah, a little bit more. Feels good. With the big blind ante in there, obviously a little bit more to fight for. I think there probably is a slightly adjusted size here.
Yeah.
From conventional ranges you might see online without the addition of the big blind ante.
Tom says the big question is, does James remember what he ordered for lunch today? Yes, again, had to make a late night order for lunch the following day. I was recommended the grilled chicken, and the grilled chicken was good.
Wait, you guys get lunch?
Got to be here at the end of the day to order lunch for the next day.
Oh, the burn. Oh,
if you knock off early, buddy.
Oh, knock. Oh, no. God. Flashback to Barcelona. Nick and Nick and Joe Stapleton locked in a room for 12 hours a day. I like the 3-bet here. This is fantastic. Carbo, it's you know, it's not. Oh,
Fold's not shame.
Accidentally exposed. I don't think Carbo's too shook though. He's very solid. 40 big blind to a good player is more than enough to battle.
So, at the top 35 for the EPT main event, I think It's a shame. Fold is not a shame in any situation.
It's my favorite hand.
I've seen some shameful folds in my life.
Yeah?
A bit shameful.
I think I'm not. Once I folded kings at TV at 30 BB deep, but I'm not ashamed of it.
You were right?
For sure not.
No?
It
hurts.
40,000.
Malinov opening with Queen Jack here. Rounds the blinds. Vardanian in the small, Wig in the big. Ace Jack for Vardanian.
So Malinov 27 bigs, Vardanian with 114. So I think a 3-bet here feels cute. Don't have to go too big either. The effective stack depth here is such that smaller sizing from the small one will actually be just as effective as a bigger one without exposing too much. Yep, like it a lot. Playing from the small blind just awful, and finding 3-bets here.
Yeah,
very effective.
Got Anton Wig to fold 5s. Got Malinov to fold the Queen Jack.
Ну, чтобы ты понимал, началось.
У кого?
А?
У кого?
Я думал, это хотя бы чуть-чуть подольше будет.
Alexandru watching on YouTube says the chairs look pretty uncomfortable.
Короче, в телефон лучше не заходить там.
I'm going to say the chairs they have at the feature table are more comfortable than the chairs we got backstage. It's one of the reasons why I had to go swimming this morning. Ridiculous back pain every evening. Again, I get alerts every now and then saying, you need to move around a bit. I'm like, I can't.
Does your Aura watch say, James, does your back hurt today?
No, it just goes, time to move around a bit, question mark. I'm like, I can't. Sammartino with 9s.
They should have a James Hardigan setting on that. Once every couple months. Don't expect any actual movement.
This headset is like a chain to a radiator. I literally cannot move away from this desk.
It's like it's like we're in some sort of a Saw movie involving headsets. This guy is absolutely relentless. And I'm here for it. Sammartino now, 16 bigs. I think this is an easy jam, though, from Sammartino now. When you get 3-bet from position here, 9s are a massive situation. Just bang it in and be happy about the fact that you're going to be winning most of the time. King, Queen might even fold here, too. He's making it look good, but he knows what's up. This guy's played poker before. That's a 20-chip shuffle right there.
Is it all in?
And a fold. LFG, get it in like that.
Sammartino, the shortest stack at the table, 25 bigs. Malinov, same stack size. Anton Wig just shy of 30 bigs. Average stack right now is 1.1 million, so we're playing slightly above a 50 big blind average. Only 3 players at the table have above average stacks: Bodnov, Vardanian, and Titar, who I think still has the tournament chip lead. Obviously get that verified after the break when we've had a chance to tally the chips of all remaining players.
Christian Olsen in YouTube chat says, just jam pre. No, that's not what you want to do. You want to open, allow opponents to shove with worse, 3-bet with worse, And then you want to ship it in knowing that you probably have the best hand most of the time. You win way more chips that way.
By the way, Nick, I am keeping track. And Christian, you've just made a major argument against me allowing Chat Pro Saturday.
No, I honestly, just jamming there pre is a significant mistake. You're way too deep. You still want to be able to open aces and kings and queens from that stack depth, and therefore you can't just be shipping nines because then you're just telegraphing what you have as soon as people see showdown. In addition to that, not giving yourself a chance to actually win any money. You got a good hand, man, and you want to be able to create some dead money and take it down. Also, opportunity to play against the big blind when you've got them absolutely dominated. But to each their own.
So Anton Wigg re-raising here after Bodanov opened in the hijack with King 10 of diamonds. Wigg pretty strong here with 10s.
How much?
150.
Tricky spot. So Bodanov here, 55 bigs, Wig with 23. This is tough. I mean, theoretically, you're probably going to want to defend King 10 suited here in position. Sorry. Oh, you're out of position now as well. Sorry, hijack first button. But I think generally speaking, you're supposed to defend here, especially against the player 3-betting in position.
10, 9, 4, wow.
Oh, no.
Case 10 on the flop, Nick. Bodanov thinking top pair, decent kicker, I'm golden. But Wig with top set.
Yeah, and with 23 big blinds in a 3-bet pot, James, you're just not going to get away from it. It's there's still some opportunities. There's still a chance that with post-flop play there's a fold, but you didn't call with King 10 to fold on this kind of a texture. Texas Hold'em hard to make a pair, especially top pair with a great kicker.
That's 75,000.
Honestly, he could just raise and get it in right now, James. It feels like one of those boards.
Yeah, after this continuation bet of 75,000, Anton Wigg has fewer than 20 big blinds left.
Okay, deep enough just for the flat. 8 of clubs in the turn. Not the best card for Wig here. Obviously quite coordinated, complete some straights and flushes. Although you have to kind of say to yourself, if he had, ace 5 of clubs or something like that, probably just goes in on the flop as a semi-bluff. That's probably the better way to approach that. Or at least a raise, if not the all-in. Check, check. On the river, deuce of spades, and I think at this point Wig knows he probably has best. I don't think your opponent would miss the opportunity to bet straight and or flush turn.
Yeah.
Although it is a little bit unusual, to be out of position. I suppose maybe there might be some checks on the turn as a trap, but it just seemed pretty pretty chill. Pretty uneventful.
Here comes the lead from Bodnov.
Yeah, and it's tiny, James. It's so tiny. It's just over the one big. And I don't think you would ever in a million years do this with a flush or a straight unless you had some super high level read where you're trying to induce. I think we might even see a raise from Wig here. He's got to be really, really confused by that small size. Put yourself in Bodanov's shoes. You've got Queen Jack of clubs, Queen Jack of diamonds. You've got 10-9 suited. You've got, you know, something of that ilk. Yeah, exactly. It's just, you're never going to find that size, right? In a 3-bet pot, you're thinking there's a ton of stuff that pays me off here, so I'm going to go for max. And as a result of that, it's not a spot where you have a ton of like small bet with induce, with the intention to induce. So under these circumstances, that tiny blocker bet, I mean, there's a chance he gets away with a blocker bet that's closer to quarter pot, but like 1.5 bigs or whatever that was, that just screams of, I want to get to showdown at all costs. And then you put yourself in the situation where you go, maybe he just has ace jack with the ace of clubs, right? You're kind of almost sort of conning yourself because you're never really sure where you're at once you make that bet and get raised against a good player who's capable of bluffing with, you know, club blockers. So when you bet the 1 big or 2 bigs or whatever it was and your opponent raises, now all of a sudden you have another quandary where you go, okay, cool, like I was trying to slow the action down, but was he reading into that? And you start to level yourself. I've been in this spot before, so I know what it feels like. You bet small, you get raised, and you can start to convince yourself, what if he just has king queen with the king of clubs? What if he just has ace jack with the ace of clubs? Makes the right fold though. Nicely done from Bodanov. Yeah, it actually loses the minimum in the end, so you know, kudos for that.
Anton Wig up over 850,000, playing more than 40 big blinds.
It's easy with top set in it, chat.
Well, we're going to the outer tables. I understand there's been an all-in. Yasin Mahmoud, who we can see standing there in the white t-shirt, he's moved all in. Tim Friese moved in over the top of him. Nicholas Schweite calls as well and has both players covered. Schweite with ace-jack. Mahmoud with king-7. And Tim Friese showing 9s. The flop. Ace, queen, 10. That is advantage Schweite. Jack on the turn. That's the straight for Mahmoud. And a deuce on the river. So that is going to be a triple up for Mahmoud. Tim Friese has just been eliminated in 35th place. And I don't think Schweite lost too many chips there.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. I thought you. I wish.
So with Tim Friese eliminated, we are down to 34 in the EPT Cyprus main event. And we're returning to action on the main stage. We have Tetat under the gun with ace-deuce, raising to 40,000. Action on Darius Sammartino with queen 5 of diamonds. Another elimination to tell you about. Marianne Villanuta eliminated in 34th. That means we're 1 elimination away from being down to the final 4 tables. Queen 5-4 on the flop. Wow. And 2 clubs.
Oh, man.
Sammartino with 2 pair, but Tetat with a street flash draw.
This is unbelievably spicy. So Sammartino here, 22 bigs. James, this actually might be a great spot for him to find a check raise. Ace deuce of clubs checks the ace deuce 4-5 2 clubs board and turns the straights.
Okay, so it's not the street flash, but it is the street element.
I can guarantee you Sammartino believes he has the best hand 1,000% of the time. That's over 100.
We've just ticked down to 32 players. Giovanni Torre gone in 33rd place, so we are now at 4 tables.
60,000?
We'll gain a player at the conclusion of this hand as Sammartino bets 65,000 with his no good 2-pair.
I almost got it. I almost got it, James. Yeah, I mean, he's just looking for max value now at this point. And if you're Tatar, you just call all day long, no sweat. 18 big blinds behind. You're not going to do any better than this. You got the nut draw and you've got the effective nuts here as well. Pretty unlucky if your opponent just has, 6, 7. That's a possibility, but usually not a fuss. This could cost Sammartino very dearly. I just don't see how he's not going to do a ton of chips here.
Board pairs on the river.
Imagine if that was a 5, James. Sammartino just looking to get max now. So 375K behind, 240 in the middle. I think you just go big. And I'm saying that from the perspective of Sammartino's perspective, where he can't see the ace deuce, of course. Just make it like 200K is probably what you want to do. But Tatar, obviously, just loving life. 160, okay, a little bit smaller. Still trying to get some calls from the jacks, 10s, 9s. Maybe some ace queens, but again, ace queen probably quite happy to bet that flop as well.
Clock is paused right now, by the way, because we are breaking a table. We're down to 32. As highlighted, we are going to get a new player on the main stage as we see Tatar shove on Sammartino. It's all into call.
Oh, man, this is disgusting. This is so hard.
Oh, he hates it.
No, he hates it. It's just a spot where your opponent just, if he was going to bluff, he would have done it on a previous street. This is just so savage. Sammartino could make a really excellent fold here, but look, it's just so hard. He beats so much. I mean, honestly, the other thing, James, ace deuce just bets the flop as a bluff tons. If he doesn't have ace deuce of clubs, there's a chance he just goes ahead and fires on the flop, and then it makes more sense. But when he checks the flop, it's so hard to give him a straight draw that isn't literally ace deuce with the with the club draw, excuse me.
Sammartino spreading out those time bank cards. Will use as many as it takes to try and come to the correct decision. Well, the correct decision, as we know, is to fold. If he calls here, he is out.
Here's the thing. Tatar just doesn't have a bluff here. It doesn't exist. If he doesn't have a bluff, that means he needs to have value that he thinks is winning. He needs to have ace queen and overplay his hand, basically. So under these circumstances, it's like he has a 4, he has a set of queens, he has a set of 5s, he has a set of 3s. There's just so little, there's so few hands that he plays like this thinking that he's good, where he's trying to get value, where he wouldn't just flat the river. Like ace queen just flats the river all day here, especially against a big blind defend where they could have trip 4s. I think we need to cancel chat pro Saturday, James. Biscuit in the chat. There's a straight, a flush, trips, full house. There's no flush, buddy.
So the problem is, if someone were to say that tomorrow and it were chat pro Saturday, we'd have to accept that there is a flush. That's why I'm against it, Nick. Fold. Sammartino reaches the correct decision and gets shown that he has made a good laydown. Oh, there was some confusion there. The reason why Tatar showed his hand is he thought Sammartino had called, but Sammartino clearly said fold.
Wow. Gets a little bit of free info there, but I mean, great fold, right? Like, it sucks. It's like...
Come back, eh?
You didn't like the
Да,
other
я так соскучился по вам, что решил вернуться.
You didn't like the other table? No good?
Этот стол больше, там, big table.
You know, it's just
Yeah.
you don't get the accolades when you fold, right? But when you're making good folds is all part of good poker.
Он говорит, король 5 я дропнул. А? Дама 5?
Ну, я думаю, да, но
You said queen 5, yeah? Queen 5, not king 5.
Queen 5.
Wow.
Remember the fact that Vyacheslav Gorychev was balanced off the table from that seat, and he's now been balanced back to the table in exactly the same seat? Just let's just ignore the period where he wasn't there. Just 3 minutes left until the break. 32 players remaining, and I think I'm right in saying that that means a money jump is imminent. 32nd place is going to pay 21.5. 31st place is going to pay more than that.
Слушай, мы с дам 5 же мы просто
If
вылезем.
you can ladder up one spot,
Почему?
you guarantee yourself $24,700.
Мне кажется, за рейнджом нафолдили, но по факту охеренно получилось. Ну да. Я бы вылетал. Если световая. Если у световой, я бы не дефал.
Great suggestion from Lightning Soul on YouTube. I think players should be allowed to see the whole cards as well to be able to compete with the chat pros. Don't you agree?
Absolutely.
As we come to the end of the second level of the day with 32 remaining, Statric observes that the widget has been bang on. It was bang on last night, it was bang on the end of the first level of the day, and looks like it's going to be bang on the second level of the day. All hail the mighty widget.
Widget just knows.
Vasco asking if we're going to keep this table after the break. I think we can keep it for one more level. Of course, there will be a redraw at 24, so then it's a moot point, but you certainly can play into level 23 with the same lineup on the main stage as we see Bodanov defend his big blind and go to the flop in what will be the last hand of this level. Ace, Queen, 7 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, not a lot going on here. Small blind continue, Bodanov folds, easy game. It's not the craziest float ever from Bodanov, but Both players very deep here. You know, you got to expect that you're going to fire this as a bluff a bunch if you're Tatar, right? Ace, Queen, 7. It's definitely one you're going to see bet a ton.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think in these circumstances, you know, you're just gonna get out of the way most of the time.
So Nathan Tatar wins the last hand of the level, and I believe he is likely to still be tournament chip leader, ending the session with close to 3.5 million chips. It's going to be worth around 140 bigs at the new blind level, 139, because we're going to go to 10K, 25K next. Another big stack at the table, Timo Vardanian. Everyone else relatively short, everyone else significantly below average, and Dario Sammartino very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Just 8 big blinds. In fact, he is the shortest stack of the 32 remaining players. So when we come back from break, we will continue to play down to the final 2 tables, with a reminder that there will be a redraw when we hit the final 3 tables. That's when we get to 24, but right now we're at 32. 90 more minutes of poker to play on the other side of this 20-minute break from the PokerStars European Poker Tour in Cyprus.
Call. And Shandaku, replay.
So Pantaleo's opened under the gun with ace-king. Puchkov in with ace-queen. De Vries calls with 3s and flops a set.
Shander to 3s. Ace-king drawing stone dead. We're about to find out just how invincible Giuseppe Pantaleo feels right now.
Constantine pass. Shanda raise.
Raises to 525,000.
I don't know what I think about this raise. I think it's pretty tough to get a call from ace-king, or any hand that whiffed entirely.
Yeah.
But well done, it happened.
Giuseppe call, 525. Turn card, deuce of spades.
I'm so glad that we still have that alert for the change in blind levels to ruin the tension of dramatic poker moments.
Here comes the rest. It's a little bit more than pot.
De Vries all in for 1.7 million.
Giuseppe plus and Shanda wins the net.
So Shanda De Vries gets the fold. Has 3.19 million.
5,000 blinds, 40 and 80,000.
And the blinds are going up to 40,000, 80,000. Okay, this next hand you may have seen before. It's quite a significant one.
All right. Good chance I don't remember it anyway.
Giuseppe Pantaleo on the button with Jack 8. Definitely would describe this as one of the most famous hands in EPT history. As Pantaleo raises to 165,000, action on Jesus Cortez Lozano in the big blind, who's got Jack 10.
Seems like a fair defend. Lozano running fairly hot so far.
Queen 6 deuce, so both players whiff. Lozano checks the action to the pre-flop aggressor.
Seems like a pretty standard spot to c-bet. Oh, okay.
Board pairs on the turn, puts a potential flush out there. So with no c-bet from Pantaleo on the flop, Lozano leads turn for 230K. Pantaleo calls.
Well, yeah, this leads me to believe that Pantaleo is going to make some kind of move on the river because you can't possibly think you have the best hand.
Well, with the board now double paired, you will note that they are both playing queens and deuces with a jack kicker. This is going to be the type of pot that everybody loves. Although, as you suspect, Joe, it seems that Pantaleo is getting ready to make a move. Lozano has bet 330,000. Pantaleo did not call hoping to hit something on the turn. He is going to bluff this river, raising to 790,000.
How much?
790.
This is really weird because Pantaleo did not c-bet the flop, right? You'd expect him to c-bet with clubs, with a queen. The only hands you wouldn't expect them to be any c-bets would be
Lozano calls, Pantaleo mucks. It should have been a chop.
Oh, man. Do you think he knows?
Yeah.
Probably.
I had to check high too. Yeah, I saw it. You saw it?
Lozano showed.
My. Oh, he showed too? Oh my God, how do you recover from that? Oh no, I mean, I understand it because you never expect you're gonna chop with jack high there.
He mucked his hand, that's why it's not a chop. He surrendered, he threw his cards face down into the muck. Lozano, as the last player with cards, which he showed, automatically wins the pot.
Oh man.
Raise to 160 from Ken.
Kentlon Mark.
Who has raised to 160,000 with ace-jack. Puchkov has flatted with sevens. De Vries calls with king-queen. Pantaleo must be on uber tilt right now. Has fours in the small blind.
Do we just want to say that Cortez deserved that pot for making the call with jack high?
Yeah. Thor Stang is in as well with 5-4. We are going 5-way to the flop. And that flop is ace, 5 deuce with 2 diamonds. This is a very Kent Lundmark flop.
This is messy. Hey, remember how I say like early day coverage because of multi-way action?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Interestingly, Pantaleo has decided to lead here with pocket fours. I don't think it's going to work out for him.
I mean, this, look, I don't want to read too much into it, but this is the kind of play you start to make when you're rattled, right?
Can't call.
You just start acting goofy.
Pantaleo does not improve on the turn.
It might be compelled to fire again.
Check?
Nope, all right, fair enough.
And Kent Lundmark checks behind. River is the 8 of clubs. Lundmark has a lock on this.
The Lundmark check mark.
Check. And check showdown.
Gets check to showdown.
Shows a pair of fours.
And
doesn't
more
bump this
chips
time.
Are gonna slide away. Just in case. Yeah. The smile with like the rocking in his chair like that leads me to believe that he's losing his marbles a little bit. Yeah.
So Pantaleo has lost the chip lead. Started with 6.4 million, down to 2.5 million. Kent Lundmark now playing more than 4 million. Pantaleo has opened with ace-7. Puchkov has ace-5 suited in the big blind. He calls. Queen 10-3. Normally, my reaction to the toothpick would be, nah. But Konstantin Puchkov, the Russian Karl from up, is kind of making it work.
I will allow it.
Flip a bit. 260. Konstantin call.
260k apiece. Wheel draw now for Puchkov. Pantaleo still with the best hand right now. And there is the wheel. Runner, straight cards for Puchkov.
Toothpick tell time. Yeah, you're right. It really does mess with things, doesn't it?
Small blind 400, big blind 800, running 8100. Jump up and field, please. Konstantin bets.
Puchkov betting 760,000. Now would be a bad time for an ace-high hero call.
I mean, does Puchkov really look like the bluffing type? Well,
I mean,
guess yes.
I think Pantaleo has very much lost his mojo.
Yeah.
Along with a significant percentage of his chips.
You know, when I think river full pot bluffer, I don't often think of a guy with his glasses on a chain.
Pantaleo down to 1.26 million. Came into the final table as the big chip leader. Now one of the shortest stacks, and now finds himself all in with ace-10. Does have Shander de Vries dominated, but Pantaleo is the at-risk player.
And this would be a very sad ending.
And the flop comes 4, king.
There is a 4 on the flop.
Giuseppe needs to catch his 10 to stay alive.
Pantaleo looks so despondent.
Miserable. I guess that helps a little.
Yeah, an ace or a 10 would save him. It's the ace.
Yes!
Barry Greenstein.
Sorry.
Grisha stuck to the threes.
It's what, nothing against
No, good.
So just checking the advertised payouts. Second place, 525K. The winner, 825. Mark with ace queen, Lozano with king jack.
James, any recollection as to how long this heads-up match actually went?
I don't remember it that clearly.
880.
I don't recall it being an epic heads-up battle. I remember the final table being quite meaty, but I don't remember the heads-up going on forever.
Well, it feels like it's going to be relatively short on TV if ace-queen holds.
You think it's going in here?
I don't know if there are 20 needs.
I mean, Lozano 3-bet to 880, and he had a total of 5-something, right? So I don't see why.
Yeah, Lundmark
just
shoves.
doesn't shove. Yeah. Oh, man, look at that rail.
And Lozano calls, yes, this could be it. Kent Lundmark, a 2-1 favorite to win the Barcelona leg of Season 7 of the European Poker Tour.
Let's see the first.
997, ace high still good. Lundmark now nearly a 3-1 favorite. Lozano needs help. King or a jack required.
You're just like, please, just pair me one time.
Is it 5 of spades?
Same outs required. 6 cards that Lozano can hit to survive. If Lundmark fades a king or a jack, he's the champion.
Strike 1 on the flop, strike 2 on the turn.
Let's see the river card.
The river is an ace. Barry Greenstein. We have a winner here in Barcelona. Joe, tell us his name.
Kent Lundmark.
The Swede
There it is.
takes it down for 825K.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on. Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. You'll see it later. Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion. Vanessa Selps is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm gonna have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Griffin, did you tell your mom?
I did. She was thrilled.
Fantastic. Welcome back, my babies, to the PokerStars European Poker Tour, coming live from Cyprus. First time ever from this beautiful island in the Mediterranean, right? It is the Mediterranean still?
That's what I've heard, yeah.
I'm not sure. Day 4 continues. 32 players remaining in this 5K main event. Trying to get down to 16 players today. Nathan Tatar.
We can do it.
Out in front by a nose, just ahead of Gilles Simone. Do you know who Gilles Simone is?
I don't think I do.
Very popular streamer.
Oh, yeah?
Big time popular streamer. Goes by G. Hilly.
The E is not just silent, but non-existent.
Correct.
1, 2, 2.2.
There's our chip counts on the feature table. You guys are probably getting familiar, but if you're just joining us, this is what's going on. We got the chip leader of the tournament here with Tatar. We got Timur Vardanian up near 2.5 million. Anton Wig, everyone's favorite Wigachad, sitting there at 34 bigs, has really held on. That Anton Wig, nice little hand there with pocket tens on the last level. Get up into more comfortable position. The average, quite a bit more than 860,000, but he knows how to maneuver there. Dario Sammartino getting cooler there towards the end of the last level, somehow finding a way to get away from that queen 5, but it's still in there.
Yeah, and don't want to skip over Gerard Carbo, a player who's been on our coverage for the last couple of days and is an online qualifier. We always like the qualifier stories. This is the money we're going to start cracking into starting tomorrow. Now, we have busted open that prize pool already. That $6.4 million prize pool has been coming out in dribs and drabs over the last couple of days. Tomorrow, we're going to play from 16 down to the final 6, hopefully. If you make the top 8, you make that official final table, you get 6 figures. The real good money, as far as I'm concerned, maybe I'm a little jaded, but the real good money starts around 4th place for me here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, 358,000, 465 for 3rd, 650 for 2nd place, and over $1 million for the winner. Players coming back from the most recent break.
So players from TV table, please take your seat.
You heard the man.
Yeah, that was just for them. Hey, TV table people.
Yeah.
You're setting the tone. You're setting the example.
Let's go. 10,000, 25,000 with a 25,000 big blind ante.
There's Nate the Great with his 139 big blinds. So greedy.
Phil on Twitch says from that 109,000 is a cash is crazy already.
There's Atanas Malinov, who, quite frankly, played one of the most impressive hands of the day with that incredible call in the blind-on-blind hand with 3rd pair, 3 clubs. Kind of stands you need to make if you're going to get deep in an EPT. Always nerve-wracking.
Renat Bodanov is 3rd in chips at the table with only 35 big blinds, so pretty much the haves and the have-nots. Anton Wig just below that with 34 big blinds.
But a smile on his face. I mean, he's been, you know, going through it since that big bad beat yesterday with queens to 10s, just staying afloat. And this is a high point for him, so I think he's feeling pretty good.
Wouldn't you have a smile on your face if you were Anton Wig?
Yeah, all the time.
The flop was
Looks like those cranberry chips are in play.
and 3 clubs in the turn, you know?
I know that. What's that? If I fold to a 4-bet?
Yeah.
You can try and we'll see. I think I have the exact hand where I'm like.
What you have?
No, I'm not in the end.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember, but what you have?
What he have?
There's our qualifier.
10,000, 25,000.
All bushy-tailed.
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Yeah, no. No.
No, you don't.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I was committed to that one.
Sammartino finally having a chip stack that matches up with his general demeanor. Always looking annoyed. Oh, there's a little smile.
Back underway. It must have been hard for him coming on the scene being the other Dario.
Yeah.
And now he's the only Dario. Actions folded around to a chip leader, Nathan Tatar.
Whatever happened to Mini Minari?
I think he, what do you think, went over and started living the good life. I think he did the family thing. It's weird because we look at people who are no longer in the game as like some, oh, what happened to them? But really, they're the winners.
Yeah, might be.
Bodanov in the small blind, Queen 8 suited.
Yeah, I think this is a good opportunity. Easier to say, I guess, when you can see the hands. But if you think Tatar is opening close to 100% of buttons, why not mix in a little 3-bet, try to steal some chips here? And that's looks like exactly what he's going to do.
How do they know?
Well, they know because the chip leader is just going to raise almost all the buttons. And let's just try to get away with one. I like this. Opportunistic.
Before everyone's settled back in.
Yeah, you know, barely in your seats. You know, so much of not being the chip leader is kind of deferring to them in a lot of situations, but you got to find those little little points of action. You can just be like, yeah, you know, just like, well, give me a little piece, huh? You got most of the pie. You can give me some crust.
Crust is the best part as far as I'm concerned. You can keep the filling. Gross. Anton.
Be an interesting business idea. Just the crust.
King, queen suited. How do you like that?
I like it a lot.
We do. We like it a lot. Bodanov with 2 6s.
Yeah, quite an interesting spot actually here with a pocket pair of this nature. I think you're probably just folding everything worse. But in that sort of 6s to 9s range, you're going to be wanting to mix in some calls in this spot. You're not just set mining. You're, you know, it's a pretty strong hand, those 6s. You got ultimate position, the dealer button.
Vardanyan's out in the big blind. Action is closed.
We got a fair fight here. Let's get some percentages.
Still
wow.
by Stormy, pulling the chips in.
Those are some blocker numbers right there. There must have been some kings and queens that went by the wayside.
And believe it or not, no kings or queens have appeared on this flop. The equity 4-6-6 goes up significantly. 2 overcards, technically, but maybe only one that you're super worried about.
Yeah, and you might be watching this hand at home and thinking, well, why don't we just bet here? He's 2 overs, gut shot. Well, the problem is that this kind of texture also hits the perceived range of Bodanov. So I think Wig just wants to control things, you know, not want to bet just into those jacks, play it more like a check call.
Has gone check, check. 3 spades on the turn. No one improves, but it feels like you improved with 2 6s here when the 3 peels off on the turn.
Yeah, and now we see a big size from Anton Wig, and I think that's designed to really scare off, you know, hands like an ace-10 of hearts, ones that's like technically ahead but won't really be able to continue against action. Even a hand like 6s here, we can see it's the best hand, but it's tough to defend against. You know, what if Wig was intending to check raise here with something like 2 kings or even an ace-jack. So, but Bodanov is aware that he could still very well be ahead here, and it's going to be very interesting to see if Anton bricks this river.
Ooh! That is not a brick. That is what we call a gut shot to the nuts.
It's more than that now. It's just the straight up nuts.
Right. Okay.
Hey, like the gut shot to the nuts would be like when you're waiting for it to hit. I'm saying, you know, it's like.
Okay.
I'm not trying to steal
Seems
your
like
thunder
a weird
here.
thing to correct me on, but. Also, you ruined the America's Funniest Home Videos joke I was going to make after saying gut shot to the nuts, but. Who's paying attention? Anyway, Anton Wig has the best hand.
I hate it when we fight. Ooh. Big Daddy chips.
Goes polarizing. And not even a thought from Bodanov.
Sick fold. Just sick stuff.
Look at Arate here. He is not calling any bets, so Anton is just wasting time.
Yeah, Anton.
Wow.
What the hell? This is live TV over here on delay.
Unbelievable.
If you stop wasting his time, our time. Unbelievable. It's the Swedes, really.
These slow dissolves this week, by the way, make me feel like we're watching The Young and the Restless.
Yeah.
Thank you, bud.
Huh? Extra tips is welcome, my friend.
Tip when I win.
I know that was just a sneeze, but it sounds like it was disguising a fart.
It could have been. Man, on the big game years ago, the editors took this piece of footage where like Phil Locke leans to one side and they put a fart sound effect into it.
Didn't.
And I have it somewhere on one of my computers. They never let me publish it.
Oh man, if we ever do the big game again, you should use it to you know, to beef up the big game.
with a beefy flatulence. I think it was this perfect clip where like Phil Locke leans to one side and then someone else at the table makes a really perplexed face. It just works out. Really
Okay, roll the tape.
All right, Eager Beaver, you banned. Thank you for your channel points. My computer's a little messed up, guys. Can someone else handle that for me? I don't know what's going on. I meant to reboot it on the break.
Did you watch Reboot as a kid, or was that more of a Canadian thing?
Reboot as a kid.
The TV show cartoon called Reboot.
No, never heard of it.
Maybe it was more of a Canadian thing. Where are my Reboot watchers at on YTV?
Okay.
There was a show called Reboot that was just on Hulu this year, right?
Maybe, I don't know. Was it?
The one with Keegan-Michael Key and Paul Reiser.
No. That was like that was something different. No, Reboot was like a cartoon. Sure, there's going to be some rebooters in the chat.
Actions folded around to Nathan. Folds ace 4. Queen Jack for
Not my
Bodanov.
chick leader.
Bodanov looks like the grown-up version of one of those kids from Pen 15. Pocket sixes again. What do you know? So Stephanie wrote in to say that Bodanov's little scarf there, neckerchief, looks like Fred from the Flintstones. Not bad. Not bad. It's going to solve the mystery of what Bodanov has in this hand.
Pretty nice little squeeze opportunity here, actually, for Anton Wig. Bodanov been pretty active and would really be forced to, you know, just shove or fold over a squeeze here. So maybe something in the vein of about 250,000 chips from Anton. And there you go, 250 on the dot, on the nose.
And what a comeback Anton has made today.
Maybe it's 230, actually. What will be interesting, though, I mean, Vardanian does have an opportunity to back shove here if he thinks that this is a weak squeeze, but is not going to, you know, risk 40% of his stack on a hunch. Ace-10 surely would have been in the muck, but nice little spot to take down for Anton.
Anton up to 47 big blinds after having been down to, I want to say, 13, 14 earlier today when we started.
Интересно будет глянуть, с чего накрутил. Накрутил сайз. Думаю, за тебя.
You also got some air conditioning? You also got some from the air conditioning? Like a little...
I got to say, the level of play at the feature tables in the last couple days has been pretty high. You know, in general, not a lot of big mistakes we're seeing. Some really expert folds. San Martino making it look like, like what am I supposed to do here with Ace-7? What would Spraggy do? Oh, this is such a weak hand, but I am running low on chips.
I don't know.
He's got a monster.
It looks a lot like Ace-Jack to me.
Yeah, I mean, the joke is that he, of course, has much better hand.
Like, yeah, there's a new rule since like Barcelona.
At all in.
Counts as a it's an all in, and if you do it,
One guy today go with as we talked yesterday. It's not all in, but
they not allow
no. As we told yesterday, it's not all in, but he will have 5 seconds to decision.
So why don't you fill everyone at home what's going on here, Joe? Because I think I know, but you probably...
I'd rather let the floor do it.
Okay, so just to let you know, virtual lean is something that we are not at all. I know it's a strategy that you are using as a player, but we don't back up this kind of strategy. So basically, let's carry on. If you are facing an aggressive action that implies all your stack, the first decision will be 30 seconds. You won't be able to use any time banks. If you decide to fold and keep that chip behind, you will put on 5 seconds clock every hand you will have to play afterwards.
Okay.
That's the.
I don't agree, but okay.
Yeah, but that's the rule we have.
But the guy 2 days ago stayed with the 1 chips.
It's a different
and
situation.
Was very bad.
It's a different situation.
And the guy.
We can talk about it afterwards. I will explain you why we took this decision. But so far,
it was you, yeah? It was your decision.
All right, so the ruling is, with a virtual all-in in this particular situation, that when the action comes back around, Dario is going to get 30 seconds to decide whether to call or fold for the last chip. No time banking.
I don't know, because Dario can raise, I don't know, 120 or something like that, and who will decide how much he will raise?
That's true, yeah. It's tricky to...
It's 45% or 20 or 33, yeah, it's not normal, I think.
Yeah.
As players come up with various ways to sort of game the system, the rules sort of need to catch up over time. Dario, not exactly in agreement here. Ooh, Dario is going to be faced with a very bad situation here. So Dario, not in agreement, but going along, which I think is totally reasonable. Both people there, both Olivier and the floor and Dario, saying, hey, this is what the rule is for now. Let's talk about it later. And I believe Dario will be making the call.
Let's not make any assumptions, Joe.
if I put half of my stack and really decide about to fold, I need time.
Less than 5 seconds?
5 seconds only for this hand, or?
Dario makes the call very quickly, no issue.
What's your first name?
Unfortunately, Dario is dominated.
Thank you. I need luck.
Everyone.
Yeah.
We may have a chop pot, yeah. It would be nice.
I take it.
I thought you said you didn't like chop pots.
This time.
Okay, there we go.
What do you mean doesn't like chop? Everyone likes chop pots. It's literally the mantra of our
I
company.
don't know if you guys saw this or not, though, but the field ticker just went from 31 to 29.
So he made that play jump because of all that explanation.
He's got a...
Is it 28 the jump?
Don't do it.
There might have been one at 31.
I will just for the best car.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
There's one at 27.
Ooh.
That's not the Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah, there was one at 31. So he did make a pay jump.
Is it legal? Is it normal?
Oh, it's definitely legal. It's definitely legal. When you're all in here, you gotta do it.
I mean, Dario could still spike a jack too, by the way.
But we could chop it.
No jack, no chop. Dario is eliminated in 29th place, but did, in fact, ladder up as a result
Can you go all in and
of the extra time taken.
But there is one blind behind, right? It should be at least
We lost 3 players during that hand.
Take that, widget.
No one knows.
Yeah.
So Dario cashes for 24-7. Hey. 24-7. That's how often Griffin's a baller.
But he decided not to burn it.
And the players that went out just before him were Milos Skrbik in 30th, Yasin Mahmoud in 31st, and Suat Uyanik in 32nd.
No, you can do it every time. But if you do it, you will have 5 seconds.
But on the river, you can like push all your ships except for one ship. That's still legal, right?
Depends on every situation in particular.
You're not trying to cheat anymore. You're saying either I'm bluffing or I'm out. Like, if I'm bluffing, I would like to have a second.
It depends as well on what stage you are in the tournament. There's so many options to carry.
Dr. Spod says, I got up to make tea and 7 people busted out. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, it's been a bit of a flurry. Goryachev all in with the 2 9s from relatively early position. The new shortest stack at the table, 15 big blinds.
Yeah, some people say raise in this spot, others say jam. I say put everything but one chip.
Gets through. Goryachev and Melanov now exactly even, 17 big blinds each.
440,000 chips on the nose each. Okay, you pick one of who's going deeper. I'll take the other. I'm giving you the pick.
What's that?
I like Melanov.
Okay, I'll take Goryachev. Goryachev's tough. Just doesn't feel like he's going to go out easily.
2009, 2010.
I was in middle school.
Goryachev, first to act here, FTA.
Then my best friend, he won it the next year. Same tournament.
He was in middle school. I was at 3rd class, I think.
Maybe 5.
5?
5th.
Never thought I'd see the day where Anton Wig is considered the old guy at the table. Here we are. That's what we get for not dying. Vardanian's going to open Queen 10. Carbo seemingly always has a hand. Folds King Jack.
King Jack plus, I've noticed.
Yeah.
This is holdings basically every hand. Malinov, thinking about it, got one of those 17 big blinds pair shoves that sometimes you can sneak in there against an aggressive player with a lot of chips. But we're going to leave it to Bodanov to peel when he's way behind. Don't come 10 high, don't come 10 high, don't come 10 high, don't come 10 high.
Ace 4. Did someone fold Ace 4? Didn't your boy Goryachev fold ace-4 under the gun?
He did, ace-4 of clubs.
Must be so mad right now.
Yeah.
Show him. Show him mad he is.
Keep it together, Goryachev. You're my pick, baby.
Not looking good.
No, he's going to be spinning now.
Fuming.
Oh, and he's down 2 big blinds in the big blind. Ugh. Shouldn't have given you the pick. Of course you're going to take Atanas Malinov, the guy who called off with 10-7 on ace-jack 10 for his tournament life.
Correctly.
Very correctly.
Actually, I didn't remember that at all. I just assumed it was correct.
You might not have been. You might not have been in the booth for that. But I never stop watching. I'm always watching.
King Jack plus. Yep. Ace 9 for Carbo.
Great, 50,000. 5 pass, 7 pass. 8 pass.
10-5. Woof. Good fold. What's your nickname for 10-5? 5 and dime.
Roger this.
Roger this.
Yeah, because 10-4 is Roger that.
Uh-huh. Okay. I asked.
How about sleeping in?
Sleeping in.
Instead of 9 to
Instead
5?
of 9 to 5. Okay.
Not bad, right?
All right. Okay. Chilevin Poker went about the same way. The freelance Dolly Parton, because you can wake up a tiny bit later.
Okay.
Bit of a mouthful.
You know what? We'll give it a shot. For a couple EPTs, we'll go with freelance Dolly Parton. But if it doesn't stick...
Shame. Fold is never a shame. Exactly. In this situation, it's not.
On and off with Kate on the button. Named my first girlfriend who broke my heart. That's what I think when I see this hand.
Not because it's a king and an 8, but because of the first girlfriend who broke your heart and you lost a huge pot with king 8 once.
Did I?
Kate is just a coincidence.
Maybe.
Nice hand. I'm happy to see it at the big blind. I'm ready to see it at the big blind. It's absolutely okay.
Thoughts and prayers right now to Xflix Felix Schneiders. If you guys want to send him your positive energy, his stream station overheated.
Wow, T's and P's. That
Rip.
sucks.
Rip Xflix's stream.
I wasn't a viewer, but now I won't ever will. I won't be able to.
You have no chance.
Yeah, no-
you missed
no-
your
I have no
opportunity.
choice.
Stream station's melted down.
Wow, finally gets dealt worse than King Jack, and it's still pretty good. In the muck for Carbo.
Set for Tatar. A set of sets, I guess, would be a set of sevens.
Okay, 50,000.
Bodenoff here. Definitely don't mind thinking about it. The idea of trying to maybe sneak in another 3-bet, but with 3 players behind, with a chip leader who might be getting a little fed up with your shiznit. And I really don't think this one's going to work. I think Tatar is going to put the hammer down. You know, you got 3.5 million, Sometimes you're just going to run into it for the 30 big blinds, but sometimes you're just going to get a fold, and sometimes you're going to be flipping. So I think the 7s are going to go right into Bodenov's face.
Yes.
Prove me right, chip leader.
755. 755.
That's true. It was 755. That's the total stack. We have it for Bodenov as well. Phil says Tatar's got that look about him that he's running a full sim in his head before acting.
He does.
I just assume everyone else's head is as blank as mine is when I'm playing.
Ooh. Yeah, don't like that fold.
Sim says no. Here's the only thing I'm capable of thinking when I'm playing poker. Ooh. Does he have it? Oh, man. What does he have?
You know, it's tough, like, in the flow of things, too. I mean, Tatar's been playing with him all day. Bogdanov just got, you know, usually the second time someone does it, it's more likely they have it kind of thing. Just 3-bet him earlier.
Ooh, a 3-bet here. I wonder what he has. That's what I think.
It wasn't even 3, you know, it was 75K more. You put in 50. Like, you can just call there if you want, you know. But I would have, I would have said hello.
You would have tried to hit the set.
No, I'm all in.
Oh, you just rip it?
Yeah.
Wow. If you guys are wondering how Griffin got to be in the commentary booth.
I'm not saying every time. I'm just saying, like, if every guy with a couple of Broadway cards can 3-bet you and you're just folding your 7s, don't open them in the first place.
7's a drawing hand.
I think you're thinking of Ace King.
We can agree to disagree. I'll tell you what. I'll take 2 7s. You take any 2 random cards in the deck.
I'm not.
We'll run it 1,000 times.
Cool.
And I bet you win. A lot of them. More of them.
Anton Wig with the small blind set mine, feeling comfortable, confident enough on this 43 big blind stack.
Jack 7-5 does miss Bodenov. And we've seen Anton navigate these low pocket pairs and not give up on them as easily as many of us would.
That's 100,000. Pass.
Does fold the best hand, just a bit hard to navigate when it comes 3 overs, which it's going to happen almost every time. That's why we don't love set mining on these shorter to medium stack sizes, but Anton hasn't stepped out of line pretty much at all with the coverage we've seen, and felt like calling those 3s was okay.
I think that if you're the sort of person that hits a lot of sets, you should probably set mine more often. I've gotten really good at folding.
Just when I thought you couldn't get any dumber. You go and say something like that. And completely redeem yourself. That makes so much sense to me. Tatar didn't just fold Queen Jack of clubs, right? I just imagined that.
I don't know, I was looking at you.
That was like a. I actually don't. It was like a flash.
One pass.
I think it was some sort of fever dream. Can someone confirm in the chat what the actual hand was? We don't have rewind capabilities in here. Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, there. That's Queen Jack suited. Yeah, okay. So, and that was from Tatar, the chip leader?
Tatar.
Can we also confirm it was Tatar?
Was
Chat.
under the gun, yes.
Oh,
T-Tart.
Raise 100,000.
Okay, so our chip leader's taking off a level here. Just
Harbo 4Xing it with queen 5 in the small and is run into a medium suited ace.
So there's an interesting existing dynamic between these two in this spot. The last time Carbo raised from the small blind, he had the Dolly Parton. And we remember how that went for him.
The Smalley Parton.
Yeah, the Smalley Parton. Malinov, you know, playing these 15 big blinds isn't going to mess around this time. Just take it down. Kind of vibing with Malinov a little bit, like just like his demeanor. You know? Kind of this, like, it's a bit slothy, but in a real cute way, and I'm digging Malinov. He's your pick. Damn.
Get a room. A poker room.
You guys know what I'm talking about. Who else is digging Malinov?
Я думал, мы спустимся на типа 2,2 и пуши.
Gonna kick things off with Bardanian. No, that's not right. Bodanov. Now your boy Goyachev folded ace-4 suited from relatively early, folding ace-3 suited.
Well, if it worked last time with the ace-4, why not?
And Anton Wig with another pair. 66, the road trip.
Like this. Raise 55.
Carbo, you're allowed to be dealt a bad hand. Nope, not never.
No, unfortunately not. It's in our charter.
These spots at this stack depth are always very interesting. 33 big blinds for Carbo. Not the kind of hand you want to 3-bet call off, really. So, and certainly not one you want to 3-bet fold. And feels like too many chips to shove. So he's just going to flat and sort of stay under-repped. It is going to allow Tatar to sneak into the pot with a lot of equity, but yeah, these are the crosses we bear.
I was always taught that in position you could just come along, play your position.
What do you mean?
You just take a flop here.
With Carbo?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's a
For
very...
all the reasons you said.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's a very strong hand, and if you did decide to 3-bet, you could just take it down pre-flop so often.
King 10-4, gut shot for Carbo. Pair of 10s for T-Tart. 66 still for Wig, has been outflopped. Checks over to Carbo.
Carbo might want to start betting here just to sort of take control of proceedings. You know, if you don't start betting now and you let something like 6s, for example, get to showdown, that would be pretty ill-advised if you don't improve. And Tatart is going to have the weakest range. And by this expression, could even be considering letting this go, especially with Wig behind. But is going to decide to see a turn, which I think is completely fine.
Feels like an easy fold if a player calls in front of you.
There was no other person in front.
I know, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. And go to Anton. Go to Anton. Camera, Anton.
Show Anton.
Show Anton.
Show Anton. So there he is.
There he is. Look
So
at that.
mad.
Pissed off.
Look how mad
Sweet. Look at him. He can't even keep it together. Pathetic. You're so professional. Keep it inside.
About to pop those chips.
Yeah,
in his hand.
Jesus Christ. Oh, did you see the glasses? One of his glasses shattered.
Just shimmering.
Shimmering shatter. So now this is the difficult thing about this capped range for Tatar as well, right? Is that Carbo can keep telling the king story, and it's tough to hold on. You know, when Carbo bets 180 here or whatever, if he decides to. And you know what? Let's go even bigger. Let's make it $250,000.
Nearly.
Boom diggity.
This time, Tatar lays down the to-10. And Carbo, with his King-Jack plus style, takes down another pot.
It would mean so much to me if Anton just turned to Carbo right now and said, I had trips. I had trips.
By the way, if I'm ever playing poker with you, you can tell me what you folded. I don't mind.
Okay.
If it comes 3-3-3 and you go, I had 10-3, I'm like, no, oh, really?
What if I had 10-8? Like, you want the goods, not just every hand.
Oh yeah, not every hand.
Okay.
Like if you have 10-8 and it comes 3-3-3, I don't want you to be like, I folded 10-8. Well, you can be like, oh, I folded 7 trend. I'll be, oh, that's crazy.
Dude, you would have had quads.
That's nuts. That's so annoying. I'll be there for you. Not even like in a sarcastic, disingenuous way.
No,
I'll
like,
just be there for you. Yeah. You wouldn't believe, by the way, the caliber of poker player who will still tell me a bad beat story in the hallway. Like, I don't mind. You're an amateur. You're like a fan, whatever. You come up to me, I say, how's it going? You tell me you find a way to slip a bad beat story in there.
Yeah.
That's okay. I get it.
Can you do me a favor? Because
Yeah.
I know you like to do it anyway. Can you name drop an example? Can you just give me a name?
Someone did it to me this week.
Just
and I
give
don't-
me a
yeah.
name. Who was it? Come on.
Can I just write it down?
Okay, but I might say it. And then it's
Like
technically
a
my fault.
reg, like a real reg who shouldn't be like nonchalantly dropping bad beat stories in the conversation. We got a 3-bet here from Carbo, who once again
I
is
would
King
say
Plus.
if I choose to say it, that it's more my fault. You haven't done anything wrong. If I decide to say what you write.
I'm not going to demand that you don't say it.
Right, but you'd appreciate
I
if I
prefer
did.
you don't.
Okay.
Just because of who it is, and I'm not sure how he'll take it.
Let me see who it is. It's going to be Benny Spindler, I think.
7 pass, 8 pass. Thank you.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me, like, at all, because I saw him when I got here. He's one of the first people I saw.
Yeah.
And he told me a bad beat story as soon as I saw him.
Incredible.
Yeah, so I think it's
Incredible.
kind of his aesthetic, yeah.
Malinov all in over the top of the re-raise from Carbo.
I think we can tell people. It's Daniel Negreanu.
There's a certain level, too, where I feel like you regain the ability to tell a bad beat story.
Interesting.
Because I feel like people... I don't feel like people have enough empathy for someone like Daniel. So when
Yeah.
he tells me a bad beat story, I'm like, oh, they're there. You think we're going to be flipping here? Should I get my list out? Probably not, right? Nobody calls it off with ace-jack anymore.
Ooh, tough spot there. Cutoff button certainly can justify a call there for 21 big blinds, but if you deduce that your opponent's not going to be shoving any worse than sort of ace-10, I don't know. You can call there. A lot of players will just call there, but the ranges are getting tighter here. We're at the final 3.5 tables. A full 27 players, although the widget probably thinks it should be around 27.6. Stupid widget.
James has got an extra password on the widget. I can't even access it.
No way.
It's more closely guarded than the knock list.
Come on, bud. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Hey, take it. Take it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I want a spark.
It's yours,
Oh, I want a spark. So it's fine.
5 spot. 7 pass.
All right. Lady. And speaking of, quick little shout out to Louise Ulrich for winning the Poker Stars Poker Power Women's Boot Camp Showdown. Louise is going to be joining us in Prague. who is a former maths teacher, maybe on her way to becoming a professional poker player.
Is it math or maths? I guess in Britain it's maths?
It's maths in Britain.
Okay.
Most of Europe, maths. It kind of makes sense. 'Cause it's short for mathematics. I just don't like the sound of an S at the end of a TH. I take a lot of baths. Ugh.
Maybe you don't take a lot of bath.
I know, I'm not saying it's incorrect. I'm saying it sounds weird.
Also, you don't seem like a baths guy to me.
I'm not a baths guy.
No.
Not a maths guy. I'm not a baths guy.
When was the last time you took a baths?
How many baths have I taken this year? 2?
Okay, but like hot tubs with beautiful women don't count as a bath. As a baths.
I wasn't counting hot tubs, but I don't know if I've taken a solo bath this year.
Yeah. Do you have a big baths at home? Like, could you fit more than one,
Yes.
one woman in your
Yes,
baths?
I could.
With you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Not shame.
Sorry, I was just going through my photos. Is this a Wallach? Fred in the Mystery Machine gets a Wallach with 9 deuce suited.
Vardanian does kind of look like a Jetson character all grown up or something. One of the kids. Maybe it's just a colorful neck thing. Does your bath have jets?
It does.
Freaking sweet.
I got quite the setup, buddy. You gotta come. You really gotta come visit.
I know. You keep not inviting me.
Wow. I bought 2 tickets for Auntie Donna just in case. Auntie Donna performing live in LA on Wednesday. I'm going to see The State on Tuesday, which is the sketch comedy troupe that our friend Michael Ian Black started off in the 90s on MTV. And then
Oh, wait, so repeat it again?
The State.
Was this the one that you showed me, that ridiculous, amazing sketch of theirs, or is that something different?
That was what they did right after The State, but
Which was called what?
Stella.
Right. I've seen Stella. State, okay. Same people?
The State was a bigger group.
Okay.
Many of the people of The State have gone on to be quite successful in comedy, like Joe Lo Truglio,
right,
Robert Ben Garant, Ken Marino.
Oh.
I'm hoping that Michael lets me get a photo with Ken Marino on Tuesday because I want to do a picture and tell everyone that I'm now managed by Streeter Peters.
Oh, he's the best.
We got Eagle Eyes, our pal Brent, in the chat. I was wondering if Brent was going to go. He's going to go see Michael Ian Black in Winnipeg tomorrow night. He's doing 2 nights of stand-up in Canada.
Winnipeg.
You guys may remember Michael from, he did some guest commentary in Ireland, the Irish Poker Open.
Where I tried to do that bit where I made him my background on my computer, but he didn't see it.
He didn't notice, yeah. Never try to do a bit to a comedian because they're blind to it.
Interesting.
They just literally have blinders. They have a really hard time acknowledging.
Huh.
You know who was great about that, even though he could be a complete jerk at times, was Norm. Norm was really good at laughing, picking up on other people's bits and laughing at them. He was very generous in that respect. Looks like that's going to be it for Dealer Alex for a little while. You know, we've done a lot of chat about the North American Poker Tour, but the European Poker Tour ain't done for the year. Final stop of EPT 2023 is in Prague, December 6th through 17th. One of Europe's most beautiful cities at a magical time of the year. And you can win your way there with the Power Path. We'll be streaming the final day of the 10K Mystery Bounty. That was like a mystery bounty for me to open right now. I didn't even know that. Till right that was a little surprise for me. Live stream of a mystery bounty in the last 5 days of the EPT Prague main event. For more details, you can go to the European Poker Tour Poker Stars live app. Oh. And we're down to 26 players. I think we might see some footage of how we got there after this hand.
Well, I just
oh, hold on. Outer table action. This is Biz, I believe. Mustafa Biz. Dato has shoved on him. Biz calls. Dato is behind, has ace king, and is up against two kings. Dato flops the gut shot draw. Turns it. And the river is safe. Turns out somebody does beat the Biz. Mustafa Biz out in 27th place. Instant celebration for Andrea Dato. You do love to see it.
That's showbiz.
That is showbiz. The show is over for Biz. Just in time to catch an all-in at the feature table. Goryachev all in from the hijack over the top of an open from Tatar. And Carbo also with ace-queen.
Dude, okay.
How does he always have king-jack plus?
Well, I misread the hands there. I was hoping that Goryachev had the ace-queen so that, one, I could stay in with my bet, but two, we could maybe get a chop pot. This is day 3 for me here, no chop pots.
Yep, well, none of those things is true, unfortunately. We still got the big blind tacked after this also. I gotta tell you, for someone that satellited the way in, I think for 250 euros maybe, I mean, this dude has been in a lot of spots. Has handled most of them with a plomb.
Yeah.
Goryachev cannot be liking this. Carbo does fold the dominating hand. Big blind is out. Tatar also dominating.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very clear call for these 12 big blinds, and I'm not just saying that because we can see the cards. You can't be raise folding ace-queen, especially when you have about 12 times the amount of chips. But listen, this is for big money. We all want to take time with our decisions.
Oh, okay. So Tatar makes the call. It's a domination situation. We're down to 25 in the field. Nicholas Schweedy eliminated while we were waiting for this decision. So if this does result in a bust out, we will be redrawing for the final 24. 69% chance of that happening.
320.
Cutting out that payoff right away. King, Jack 6. Things all of a sudden looking a lot better for Goyachev. Needs to fade some outs now. That's a very safe card. Needs to fade the queens and the tens to survive. Domination rotation for now. River card. King of hearts. Kings and jacks with the ace kicker. Griffin's horse doubles up.
Let's go. Yeah, we had a little selly from him. And seemed cold-blooded until now. Turns out he's just like us.
All tournament.
Yeah? For all chips?
For all chips, yes. Second color.
'This feature table turning into one of the haves and the have-nots. Tatar, 122 big blinds. Timur Vardanian with close to 100 at 94. Everyone else, 38 or less, between 38 and 26 blinds.
That to be full.
40 minutes left on the level. Level?
Level. Level. Oh, yeah, Anton. Oh, yeah. Let's make it 140,000, dude.
On the 3-bet, gets it done quickly.
Король 6С хайджек, это же в рендже, да? Граница ровно. К5 уже не проходит полвес, насколько я помню.
Ну да.
Goryachev with the 8 deuce. Perfect hand front of the gun. Nobody wants a hand there anyway. Action folds around to Malinov on the button with a dolly shart and small blind to Tart with the off-brand sourdough, ace-5, double suited. Griffin really loved that one.
I'm sorry.
Jack 3 for Bodenoff. Seems like one you can just fold. And he do. Still 25 players remaining. One elimination will be the final 3 tables. We'll have a redraw. The goal today to play down to the final 2 tables, the final 16 players. We'll play 6 levels if we don't get there. But the prediction is that we will get there within 5 levels today. Is Wiggs still in? You're banned. Thank you for your question.
Well, in fairness, he did just take off his sunglasses, and that was a very sort of Clark Kent Superman situation there.
Right, so you can see him even better now. Ah, the Dolly Parton for T-Tar. A Tatar sounds like some kind of like duel.
I challenge you to a Tatar.
Exactly, yeah.
You've raised my big blind for the last time. I challenge you.
Like an ear-flicking duel.
Oh, that reminds me. I still have to show you Flickr. That Key and Peele sketch.
I've probably seen it. I'm just having a hard time placing it.
180. 180. Will we have a redraw to the 24th? Yes.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Bodanov's been getting away with Queen 8 3-bets. Ooh. But if Goryachev finds himself aware of the shenanigans, does not, and Tatar is going to fold for a 3rd time to Bodanov. Great work from Bodanov, finding little spots to abuse the chip leader, who's happy to let him get away with a little bit. You know, he's like, you know what, this guy seems nice. I'm getting chips out of elsewhere.
Не, ну просто как чел залезает, нельзя залезать вообще.
Timar's getting his chips from the mystery machine.
Я хз. 100% фолд нарисуем на ББ.
Box of Scooby snacks.
Bless you.
Action is folded around to Malinov, who folds. Tatar out. Renat. 50. H6 suited. Ace Jack suited for Goryachev. 25 big blinds.
And a dream.
Doesn't look like much of a dreamer, but okay, I'll give it to you.
60.
Okay, so either a misclick or, I mean, it has to be a misclick.
You don't think it's big enough?
No, I think that the original raise was reported wrong.
Oh, yeah, it was 50. He said 50.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't have gone 80 to 160. 50 to 160 sounds just about right, and that's going to deuce a fold. So
You'll make it to Hollywood.
a rare small mistake from the graphics team. So rare.
It's like in the action movies when they jump with 1 second. The bomb gets... Everyone made it.
I want some more Simpsons talk from Anton. Just when you think he couldn't get any more adorable, he's making Simpsons references. You know, I once went to an escape room in Toronto with Anton Wig.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
How was he in the escape room?
Very methodical in my memory. I was mostly useless.
Who was the leader?
In my memory, it was him, but it was so long ago.
Mm-hmm. He was the alpha.
Yeah.
Over to Bodnov. Makes it 50,000 with ace-9. Goryachev will not be 3-betting this hand with the 10-deuce offsuit.
Less.
Timur just wants to look at the stack. And it's going to be raise and take it for Bodnov. Wig folds the dirty diaper.
Anton Wig's actually quite good at maths.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, you know what his favorite subject is? Wigonometry.
Wigonometry, yeah. One more second, I would have had it.
I should have just let you have it. Didn't give me enough time. Just wanted my own punchline, you know?
Renat coming in for a raise. Ace-8 in the hijack. Goryachev is going to fold. Timur. Ooh, ace-queen suited.
Yeah, these are the kind of raises at the hijack that you just want to get away with. You know, you got that blocker.
Yeah.
You got the medium, not so nice kicker. And this is part of the problem is...
You'd almost rather be 3-bet than someone just call you, right? Just 3-bet.
No, because you can still get lucky if you just get called. Right?
Not me.
Not you, yeah, I know. I know not you with your track record.
Just 3-bet me so I can fold, so I can make the right decision.
Yeah.
All I want is easy decisions.
Value. 3-bet and smile, yeah? Value.
Well, you did wow us.
I like that. 3-bet and smile, yeah?
Я хз, просто мы АКС же, ну, мы же уже в таких эксерсайзах вообще не можем накалывать.
Lobster, don't joke the joke. You banned.
Ну, типа это...
Maybe poker is the wrong game then, Joe. Lots of hard decisions in poker.
Ooh.
Don't joke the joke.
No.
I'm absolutely sure that it's mixed, but...
Don't try to out-clown the clown.
It's just weird, too, because I'm not really a poker player. Like, I see all the hold cards. What decisions do I have to make?
Yeah.
You have your own strategy in it, yeah? You use it every day? You use it every day or in special situations?
No, I use now when I have a little.
25 minutes left on the level. Will we get to the redraw before that happens?
Apple juice, lemon juice, yeah?
Lemon juice, orange juice, ginger shot.
Mm-hmm. What dish?
Ginger.
Ah. Wow.
And honey.
Ginger shot?
And back in my day, it wasn't ginger shots they were talking about. What the hell happened? It was wheatgrass.
In the type of cup.
Let's wait.
What was the first shot you ever think you took?
You know the best legal combo, I think.
It was Goldschlager for me. Just awful.
Tequila. I remember being on the edge of a swimming pool and doing a shot of tequila and immediately puking it back up into the grass before doing like a body shot completion that no one noticed.
You're not drinking any alcohol.
Malinoff had a lot of success with the 10-7 last time he got into a blind-on-blind battle with it.
You're not drinking any
He said he's thinking, oh, this could be my new favorite hand. I can't just fold this after what I did before. I have to at least call. Yeah, let's call. That's an idea. Let's see what happens.
Like very big mistake.
I like good wine.
Tatar with the Quevin.
I can do whatever I want.
A little bit, yeah?
Yeah, I always gain a few kilos on vacation.
Yesterday we played with Domenico. I think he got 15.
And Tatar thinks it's good enough for a poke. And that poke right back into Malinoff.
Nice hand.
Get the 10-7 to fold.
Queen with the 7, like Joe and his girlfriend.
Quevin.
These are Scandinavian. There are only 2 types of people. Made British, yeah. 3 types of people.
It's impressive to still be alive.
Raquel would have laughed if they would have liked that one.
He just lose Kings versus AK for the 1 million pot at 5-10 or something like that. And okay, I can play without it. I will do it.
It's okay to be a 7. It's always coming 7.
Gross.
Wait, what? Oh, gosh. The 7 is always coming.
Just think occasionally before you open your mouth. Griffin. Just every once in a while.
You're doing this.
Randomize, how about? And just be like, just roll a dice, and when it comes up 100 or 1.
I'm not taking responsibility for the direction this
Just
went.
like, you know, take the under.
Anton Wigg, speaking of under, found himself under 1 million chips for the first time in a little while.
What a segue. This broadcasting class has really paid off. Anton making 50,000. The standard raise. King 9.
With the suited dog.
There's only one T-tart here, and he's sitting next to me.
Tell you what, a tea with a tart sounds real good right now. That little tea break. Little strawberry tart.
Griffin unaware of that double entendre also, I'm assuming.
What have I done now?
Queen 7-6. Misses both players except for the soul heart. Other backdoors are available.
Yeah, Wig recognizing that this is going to hit Tatar's range some of the time. If you think about all those Queen X type hands and the pocket pairs, sometimes Tatar does have something like Jack 10 suited and will just fold, but Wig doesn't know he has that. So going to go for a delayed C-bet strategy. Oh, but Tatar's like, well, wait a minute. If you think I have a queen, maybe I'll just pretend to have one.
He's undeterred.
Nice.
I like it when you say pretend. I agree. It's a pretending sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's bluffing. Sometimes it's just pretending. One of these things is not like the other.
155.
Woo! Speaking of pretending,
let's go.
You're the pretender.
Foo Fighters, good song. Wigachad.
So back in the first season of the big game. Oh, we got an outer table. Never mind. We have an all-in and a call. Well, not a call yet, just all-in.
What game is it he playing on the iPad?
Bjorn Gergo Kozenkai is the person who's moved all in. It's got the triangle in front of them. Decision on the 8th seat, who is Siarhai Chudapal. And he's already put out all of his time bank cards, so I guess it's a big decision. Obviously, it's for his tournament life. Well covered by the player in the 2 seat.
Should give him a, if it's the last time bank, then he should give him a 10-seconder. 3, 2, 1. Does he have one more?
He's got at least 2 there.
Okay. Oh, I see. He's taking them one at a time. Wow.
And we've cut away from that for some reason, which means there's something else must be going on. Yeah, I see a player standing.
Bart Liebert standing over there.
Oh, that's a walk-off. That is Harold Sammer, who is out in 25th. And the all-in and call has happened on this table. Chudapal standing. Shows ace deuce was up against ace queen.
It's going to take a while to do the redraw, and then you have 18 minutes to play. So with
And Chudapal is out.
20-minute break. We can organize the redraw during your break. Rack the chips, make the chip counts. When you come back from break, you take the chips and you go to your new position. So we are waiting for all the table to finish, and then we're going to start your 20-minute break right now.
Okay, so we're down to 23. Still action at the feature table. Don't go anywhere yet. And we have a hand being played between Goryachev and Anton Wig. Goryachev with the best of it with a pair of 3s. Wig with no pair, no draw.
Yeah, and based on the positions and the amount of chips in the middle, this looks like it was a small c-bet from Anton Wig as the aggressor under the gun +1. And a call with that bottom pair. And now Anton's going to have to decide, do I want to fire another barrel here? I imagine it's probably going to be on the bigger side, just sort of like really put him in the coffin here. I don't think Anton's really going to be willing to go 3 barrels here very often. So let's go big here and really scare off marginal hands like an ace-3.
Wig does go big.
Go Wig or go home.
Most of the pot. Goryachev is going to fold the pair of 3s. He's going to fold the best hand.
Just really strong poker from really the main character so far.
I mean, we just had the best bad lookalike of the day. Someone, Andros, said Anton Wig looks like PC Principal from South Park. Absolutely love it.
That's really strong.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's
it.
ridiculous. I love it. It's just perfect with the glasses.
I believe that's the last hand in action. We're just going to make sure these players are going on break. So because we were close to the level break, we're going to take that. It's not going to be, it's going to be the redraw / level break at the same time. But I would recommend y'all get back before the break is over. We have a major announcement when we get back from this break.
Really?
These are the feature table chip counts. There's going to be a redraw, so that won't be the feature table when we come back. Some of those names will probably be the same.
Are they doing the 23-way chop?
I don't think it's going to be a 23-way chop.
Oh.
I think it's going to be a better announcement than that, personally.
Whoa.
Major announcement. There will be no change to this prize money, although we are approaching that 10th place money. We're going to hit that tomorrow. Going to play down tomorrow to 6.
Thank you. Break. 20 minutes?
We are going to take a 20-minute break now. James Hardigan in chat reiterating that there is a big announcement incoming.
Ooh.
All right, gentlemen, players, 20-minute break.
All right, my babies, you heard the tournament announcement. 20-minute break. When we get back, the final 3 tables, 23 players remain in a major, major announcement you are not going to want to miss. More from EPT Cyprus in 20 minutes' time.
Lex has called an under-the-gun raise from Todd Bogosian. Bogosian's hit top pair on the flop.
Now, to be fair, Lex does absolutely destroy cash games online.
Bogosian's continued for 7,200. Lex with just king high. And he calls.
I'd be willing to bet a pair of wooden shoes that the Dutchman is planning to take this away on a later street.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Attempt to take it away, I should say. That jack changes things a bit. Now that Lex has a pair, he might want to get to showdown as close to free as he can get it.
Check, check on the turn. 7 of spades on the river.
The flush card came in.
Bogosian bets. 13,200.
This bet is small enough that it might look to Lex like Bogosian also wants a cheap showdown.
Lex raises to 32,500.
Lex is repping the flush harder than a flashy plumbing advertisement.
Bogosian staring at the board and folds.
Expert play, Alexis.
Nice hand.
Oh, don't be so nice about it. You're making me feel bad.
Back at the feature table, Todd Bogosian has raised from the cutoff. He's been called by Elgaris Saviakis on the button. John Juanda has now 3-bet from the big blind with 10-5 suited.
Apparently, I'm not the only one who thinks Bogosian looks scared out there. John Juanda reaching for some low-hanging fruit.
Bogosian calls.
A 16's not good.
Saviakis folds.
You have about
It's like 150 or so to start the hand. Somewhere's in that neighborhood.
Somewheres. I love it.
The flop. It's king 10 deuce with 2 clubs. An overcard to Bogosian's jacks.
Juanda makes a pair, but I don't think it really matters. I think he's going to hammer this flop no matter what.
He continues for 28,500.
See if Bogosian can stand the heat.
He calls.
Juanda working real hard to get a read.
Another king on the turn.
A king really shouldn't change anything. It does put another flush draw out there. Here comes barrel number 2. I think Juanda's playing a little bit like an old schooler. He has no idea if he has the best hand or not, but he knows Bogosian probably can't call without a king.
42,800 is the bet on the turn.
I think I would have liked to see Bogosian put another bet in before the flop, maybe.
Once again, Bogosian folds the best hand.
Poor Todd Bogosian is getting run over.
John Juanda adds nearly 53,000 chips to his stack.
Don't worry, Todd. I'm sure the dealer's got some pocket aces for you in there somewheres. This is just unlucky.
He shoves.
Well, that took longer than 0.2 seconds. Therefore, I declare slow roll.
The Russian Liam Gallagher eventually makes the call. And Vorokov has Bogosian at risk and way behind.
Sigh. Bogosian has been on the business end of every bad thing that can possibly happen to him today.
No king on the flop. He's down to 8% equity. Looking for a two-outer on the river.
Like the hobbits of the realm, he is looking for a king.
Nope.
Todd Bogosian got tossed around like a rag doll today. First by the pros, then by the deck. Hey, at least your beat made the TV show. If it weren't a bad beat, we'd just come back from commercial, you've been gone.
Call.
And Brandon calls.
Oh, kings versus queens here. Ristine raises to 50,000 and Schaefer flats with the queens. No re-raise. And it's a queen high flop.
Reverse setup.
Marcus first. Mark checks.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Ristine. You didn't deserve this.
He's setting a trap, but his trap is actually inside Brandon Schaefer's much bigger, more disguised trap.
Mark raises to 100,000.
It's actually a pretty nice spot for a check raise as well with the kings.
And Brandon calls.
I think both players are playing this hand really soundly so far. I guess more commonly going to see the 3-bet pre-flop, but sorry, the re-raise pre-flop.
Thank you.
Brandon checks. River card.
Check now.
8.
And an 8 on the river.
Really great card for Ristine as well, pairing the 4. He beats Queen Jack now, of course. All in and called. Wow, what a cooler.
And that is the end of Mark Ristine, cashing out in 3rd place for 40,500 euros. And we are going heads up in Deauville. A round of applause from James Hartigan at the back.
Well, we know Brandon Schaefer loves 10-7.
Suited in diamonds. And oh, looks like the Desperados have arrived on the rail. Yep, 29-year-old James Hartigan is swigging away.
I think that might be a Heine. All right, so we have a defend with the 4-3 of hearts. And flops about as good as you could hope.
Carl bets 120,000.
Hey, John Gale.
Yeah.
Come on.
All in announced.
Top pair versus bottom pair in a draw. It's a tale as old as time.
James Hartigan watches on in the background. There's the call.
Carl calls. We have an all-in the final of the French Open. We see the hands. 10-7 for Brendan.
So top pair against a flush draw, a straight flush draw.
Top pair, not the favorite.
Turn, guys, a 9 of spades.
Now it is.
No help for Carl.
And it is a blank on the river, which sees Brandon Schaefer win the Deauville leg of season 1 of the European Poker Tour.
Brandon Schaefer, 144,000. First prize, Brandon Schaefer, runner-up, Carl Olsen. This prize money, 80,000.
17th hand of the day. Action starts.
Pick one pass. You have to keep your cards on the square for 2 seconds, yeah?
Wait.
Yeah. On that one, like this. 6
Yeah,
pass, 6
just
pass.
one side by side.
6 5 pass.
Just so they can.
Is mine?
No, that
Yeah,
one, but just like this.
Ace Jack for Alenka.
Face up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that clear?
6,
I understand.
raise 13,000.
Good.
7 plus.
Only if you raise, you know. Yeah, he forgets all the time. It's annoying.
Aces for Hanafi. Johnny Overkill.
Six plus. Heads up.
And the 3-bet gets called. Here we go. Oh, the case ace. Johnny Overkill strikes again. Smell you later, Alan Carr.
Sit and bet 30,000.
I mean, Alan Carr isn't a risk here. Hanafi likely to get a full double up
You get
because
the idea.
he only had 30 big blinds behind. Continues for 30K.
How was your summer?
Pretty good. I didn't want to go. Didn't go to Vegas much. So.
You didn't go?
Yeah, I went only for the main event.
Okay. And then what sort of... No stop.
No, I was in Europe on a trip with my girlfriend, and I played the online. I didn't make it. So
Same here. I didn't make it, and I didn't want to go there. But
so we made another trip to Italy instead of going to Rosada. Yeah.
So what was the first trip?
In Italy I wasn't with my girlfriend.
4 diamonds, a little bit of an action killer maybe?
Poland and Croatia before.
Oh, I mean,
yeah,
Alan Carr
was amazing. It's a really nice country.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I guess I've never been to
Wow! And Alan Carr
Croatia
moves all in.
We really loved Croatia.
Shoves on Hanafi. It's all in to call here.
I don't know how you can call this.
D-I-S.
I fold this
It's a really remote island.
100% of the time.
So far.
I just came
from there, yeah.
From Croatia.
Yeah. How did you like it?
Oh, amazing.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Remember, those cards buy you additional thinking time. The shot clock is 30 seconds. Every card played buys you an additional 30 seconds.
Some people told us like this year wasn't that good, like in tourism wise, but like the past few years it went up like 400–500%.
And what was the other
guy for trying to
HVR?
Yeah, that's
talk some tells out of this guy.
They have music festivals there.
Yeah, it's more like
I think it's known for party, right?
Yeah, I like these a little bit like that. But the other one, this is
2 time bank cards in the middle.
Really,
I don't think I like to fold.
He calls.
And he is right,
Wow.
and he will double up through Alan Carr.
Dude, I would be so mad if I got called by aces there. Oh, it's
How many chips in?
Sure.
And John Hanafi is now going to have a 70 big blind stack. Alan Carr down to 50 bigs.
If I was a professional, I would have folded there. Didn't I?
If you were a golf professional, you would have.
I would have folded.
Yes.
But you look scared. You look scared.
Justify it however you want, pal.
The tell on.
just one battle, it's not the war.
Don't tell him, just keep calling him. And you're golden.
Slightly bigger pocket pair for Alan Carr. Pocket jacks. Queen jack for Kamel. He's in. And I imagine ace deuce of hearts will also be joining the party.
17? Yeah.
Much like me, late and uninvited. 3 ways to the flop. Queen 9-7, top pair for Kamel. 1 heart for Jedlichka, 1 overcard for Alan Carr.
And now 2 hearts for Jedlička. Checked around on the flop. Kamel not wanting to give another free card as this board gets straightier and flushier. I do not think he will be eliminating the nut flush draw, however. Nah. Stefan calls. Pocket jacks now after a bet and a call. I feel like you can probably confidently fold pocket jacks. What do you think, Vinton?
It can be reasonable, multi-way, particularly when you have the heart. Makes it less likely that your opponents are going to be on draws, have hands like Jack 10, King Jack. And I love watching Brazilians play poker. I really do.
He said it before, he will say it again, and I have to admit, he's got a point. This raise coming from out of nowhere. Last to act on the flop, doesn't bet. Decides that this raise on the turn will be credible. Gets top pair to fold.
How much? 80?
84.
Yeah, Lishka just trying to work out if he's getting the right price to call here.
He's getting like, what, just under 4 to 1?
Of course, we can see that he's less than a 3 to 1 dog, so would expect him to call, particularly with more chips to play. Probably not counting in his head that his ace is likely to be a live out though. I think he only has 9 outs, but still needs just a little over 4 to 1. And with the rest of the chips to play for, maybe he stacks his opponent quite frequently on a heart.
It's a call. 250K in the middle. River card is not a heart, but it is far from a brick. Top pair for Jedlička.
Very interesting.
And it looks like Alencar may think that he can bluff Jedlička off a queen.
Problem with bluffing with the jacks is that you just block the hands that you want your opponent to have as the auto folds. The king jack of hearts, the jack 10 of hearts, maybe even just jack 10. You don't block any of the pairs, any of the sets, any of the 2 pairs, but he is going to pull the trigger. This is a very tough spot for Jedlička with the ace deuce of hearts.
Man, when somebody puts out a big stack like that and then immediately looks to me the way Alencar just did, that does not seem super strong to me. Looking very interested in what you do next. I think when you're strong, you seem less interested. You're less invested. You know you're going to win the pot no matter what.
Show one.
Jedlička does lay it down.
Show him the jack of hearts.
How can I call with a flush?
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on.
Yeah. Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. You'll see it later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese.
William Reynolds is the champion.
Vanessa Selps is the first ever 2-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I'm going to have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip.
Welcome back to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Live coverage of day 4 of the main event about to continue from here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Casino and Spa. But let's pick up on what we just saw there. A commercial for the return of the North American Poker Tour. We announced this back in August. It's happening at the beginning of November. The return of the NAPT, the first PokerStars event in Las Vegas since 2010. And in case you don't have the dates earmarked already, it's going to run from November 4th to November 12th at Resorts World on the Las Vegas Strip. The full schedule is available on the PokerStars Live app. We're now in a position to confirm 2 things. First, our live streaming schedule. We are going to be covering the last 2 days of the main event. That's on November 10th and 11th. We are also going to be streaming the high roller final table. That's the 5K high roller, the FT, on Sunday, November 12th. So 3 days of live streaming, Joe. November 10th through November 12th. But something else is happening. The 2 days before that, on the 8th and 9th. Now, a lot of people have been asking during the stream, are you guys going to do another Mystery Cash Challenge? And I've been avoiding answering the question because I've known that we've been planning to do something bigger and better than that. On the 8th and 9th of November, we're bringing something back. Joe, what are we bringing back?
My babies, we are bringing back the big game. The big game on tour will be filmed November 8th and 9th. A slightly new version of the big game, but the big game, the loose cannon, all of the above, it's coming back. You've been asking for it for a decade. You got it.
The big game on tour, taking place at NAPT Las Vegas, making its return after 12 years. 2 loose cannons will be playing at 2 different cash game sessions on the 8th and 9th. And here's the big news, guys. There is a qualifying tournament. There are 2 qualifying tournaments, in fact, at NAPT Las Vegas on Sunday, November 5th, to cast those loose cannons. That's right, we're going to give an amateur player, we're going to give a qualifier, 2 of them in fact, the chance to play in a high-stakes cash game. Just to be clear, free rolls that will get you through to a casting process that will see 2 people chosen by a panel of judges, including Joe and myself. With great pressure comes great responsibility.
Very little responsibility for me, very little pressure. The pressure is all going to be on the loose cannons. And you heard James right. If you want to be a loose cannon, you have to come to NAPT Las Vegas. You will have your opportunity there, and space will be limited.
So the lineups for the big game on tour still to be confirmed. We're going to be running 2 sessions, 100, 200, no limit hold'em. Wednesday the 8th, Thursday the 9th of November. Expect to see some familiar faces. I imagine there'll be some crushers, maybe a couple of celebrities in those games. Plus, we're casting loose cannons. Qualifying tournaments running at NAPT Las Vegas at Resorts World on the Strip, Sunday, November 5th. Across the 6th and 7th, we'll be casting players for those games, and then we'll be filming 10 episodes of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour in Vegas on the 8th and 9th of November. That's right, the big game is back. How many times do we get asked if we're bringing back the big game?
Daily. Easily daily. And I got to admit, it's a format that I've been really lucky to have been a part of in the past. I thought the show would have been a hit with or without me. Luckily, it was with me, and the format is what I'm most excited about. Seeing that loose cannon, seeing them stake, seeing all the pros descending on that $50,000 stake is going to be a scene. I loved it then, and we're going to love it again this time.
So action is resuming here at EPT Cyprus after the redraw. We got down to 23 players during the last session. So that means we took the redraw break with the level break. We're going to play the last 90 minutes of level 23 and then roll straight into level 24. Back to the action in just a moment. Over the course of this session, I imagine you'll have several questions. We'll do our best to answer those. For example, So Cool says, will this be filmed and then broadcast, or is it live streamed? The big game is a TV show, so we are going to be recording those sessions in Vegas. There will be no live stream. Lato says, same set and graphics. No, because this is obviously many years later. It's the big game on tour, so it's going to be on the main stage at the NAPT, not in a studio. There are going to be some tweaks. There are going to be some modern twists. But the core element is going to be there. 150 hands, that loose cannon trying to survive the session, make profit, because remember, they only get to keep any money they make in the game. Their original staking money has to be given back at the end of the game. So this is the new lineup at the feature table here at EPT Cyprus. We've got Anton Wigg and Kenny Hallett at the new feature table.
So I can see how many you have, so I don't have to disturb you while you're thinking, while you're acting, and everything.
And we've been working on lineups. I can't say anything yet, but I'm very excited. You can expect some of the old faces, some of the new faces, some new old faces.
Gookie, we're not going to show you the names of the players who are in the big game. Oh, you want the names of the players at EPT Cyprus? Okay, I'm sorry.
We still have Cyprus to contend with. Jay Palermo's new twist that the loose cannon has to pay up if in the hole at the end. I'm pretty sure that's just how a regular cash game works. Is it me, or is that just a regular poker, high stakes poker?
Yeah, that's
game?
not really the big game format, is it? Okay, back to the action at NAPT Cyprus. Conflating the two just to keep it completely on
We're
brand.
very excited.
As we see Bjorn Kozenkai opening from the hijack with Jack 8 suited. Kenny Hallett folding King Jack in the small blind. Victor Uge is the player in the big blind. He's got Ace-6 of diamonds.
Who is what now?
That's a defend. At this point, let's welcome Nick Walsh back into the booth.
I can't believe you're going to put me on the big game. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, you guys. That sounds incredible.
I don't want to take away from what's happening here, but a lot of excited people out there. BSJ saying most big announcements don't live up to the hype. This one did. I'm very excited.
Yeah, you're not lying. This is exciting times, you guys. So happy to see a return to this kind of programming.
Berg Poker says, can we guarantee Helmuth blowups? Did anyone say Helmuth was playing?
Nope.
I don't remember saying Helmuth was playing.
Wait, Phil Helmuth is playing?
I can neither confirm nor deny if Phil Helmuth is playing.
Interesting flop, giving Uge top pair and the nut flush draw. Is a 9-1 favorite here. He check called the flop for 35,000. Kozenkai checks back the turn. Now aces and sixes for Uge.
You got to bet now, and you want to bet a big 200,000. 1, 2, 3, go. Half of Uge's stack.
Bet 140,000.
145K instead. Seems good. And might see the hero call here from the Ocho.
Playing a time bank card. Feels like this would be a pretty big call with a pair of eights.
Yeah, I think it's just imagining how many combos here are going to find a bluff, and I just think that it's pretty unconventional to see A6 check the turn as well, even out of position. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but the two checks managed to get the job done.
Yeah? Yeah, it just kept getting worse for you.
Can't complain. It's like middle pair only.
deuce was kind of a disappointment. I guess.
32 bigs for Victor. Dennis Gerton, watching on YouTube, says the big game is the thing that really got me into poker. So excited to see a modern revival of it after all these years. Can't wait.
Now, we are doing the big game on tour. So we're tacking it onto the APT. Don't expect the spaceship. That's not coming back just yet.
But when you say like modern twist, you guys mean it's going to be like strip poker, right?
It'll be on the Las Vegas Strip. That is correct, Nick. We're not going to have to lie about what casino it was filmed in like we did last time. That's good.
Pocket Kings for Anton Wigg. Starts the hand around 50 bigs. Raises to 50K. We've still got 14 minutes of the 10K, 25K blind level to run out. Lucas, where we'll be able to watch the big game? In the future, broadcast channels TBC.
160.
Unlikely to air until 2024, Luke.
Uh-oh. Ace-queen suited.
Yeah, and Goryachev making a pretty committing 3-bet here, Nick.
Yeah, 160 and 455 back. Given the positioning, there's an opportunity to actually flat with the kings here. And I think I like it a lot. Like, you're not going to struggle to get the rest of the chips in the middle. You want more action, especially if this individual finds bluffs. 18 big blinds behind for Goryachev, and Wigg in position. Flatting feels fantastic, but never mind. I was going to say there's always an ace on the desk, but this time king high board, absolutely stunning for Wigg.
For Goryachev's sake, I hope there isn't now an ace on the desk.
Yeah, that would spell disaster. And when you 3-bet here, you feel obliged to continue on king 6-4, I think. You don't have to go that big, though. You can probably get away with, like, quarter pot.
$140.
Oh, Goryachev, no.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that this is probably a little bit too big. That's not to say that just because he's running in a top set. Just in general, I think if you want to continue in these spots, you get the job done with a much smaller size. You also entice weaker hands to come along if you are strong. If the hands were flip-flop, for example, you want to have it continue here. And also, Goryachev being so short, it's such a massive chunk of his stack. And Wigg's just having the best time ever, James. Just flat, and just, this is the stuff that dreams are made of here at the EPT.
Oh, that queen on the turn does give Goryachev some equity and could get him into trouble. So he has 12 bigs behind. He's turned second pair. He's loading up.
Yeah, I mean, I hope for his sake he slows it down here. I don't see any value in the continuation here unless you're like literally targeting maybe like pocket jacks, but even then jacks are hitting the spot. I mean, there's so many kings that want to defend here, not just pocket kings, but, you know, king 10 suited, king queen definitely in the mix here, king queen suited for sure.
He's got himself into such an awkward situation. 635 in the middle, and he's got 315 behind.
Yeah, and, you know, imagine that Wigg defends jack 10 here on the pre-flop. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Decides to move all in, gets snap called, and is drawing dead. We are going to be losing Vyacheslav Goryachev. He will be our 23rd place finisher. I can confirm that he did make the money jump, however, and will be cashing for $32,725.
Yeah, pretty big misstep here. I mean, he's beating a bunch of stuff that likes to flat the flop here, but just decides to smash it in against top set. Obviously unfortunate to run into the top of Wigg's range here.
I remember a point not that long ago when Anton Wigg was nursing a 12 big blind stack. Anton's now got 75 bigs. He's above average.
It's absolutely gorgeous. Final 23, 75 big blinds. Those chips are worth a hell of a lot now. And yeah, unfortunate exit there. Ace Queen, tough spot for sure. A bit of a cold deck pre-flop anyway. I think there's an opportunity to size down flop and then possibly get away from it though on the king high texture.
So with Goryachev gone, we are at 22 players in the EPT Cyprus main event. Average stack is around 1.75 million, 1.8 million in fact.
Sorry, I was going to ask, what's the watch on Anton Wigg's wrist?
I have not been able to identify it. But the fact that he's got nothing to secure the strap really tilts me. Big flap on.
Oh, no, really? I mean, honestly.
By the way, guys, if you missed what we announced coming back from break, we confirmed that we're going to be streaming 3 days of the NAPT next month. Streaming from the 10th through to the 12th. Main event and the 5K high roller. But bigger than that is the return of the PokerStars big game. We're running the big game on tour at NAPT Vegas as we see another player with kings. This time it's Kenny Hallett. But just to be clear, we're shooting across the 8th and 9th of November, but we are going to need to cast 2 loose cannons for the big game. And that process starts on Sunday, November 5th, when we're going to be running qualifying tournaments at NAPT Las Vegas, at Resorts World, giving players the chance to earn a seat in that game. So if you are planning on coming to the NAPT, if you're going to be in Vegas that weekend in November, these will be free rolls that will give you the chance to be a loose cannon, to be staked 50K to play in a 100-200 no-limit hold'em game.
Imagine smashing the big game and then having all that dollar to go and watch the F1 in Vegas for the first time ever. That would be cool. I don't know the number, James, but did you hear how much the city of Las Vegas spent repaving?
Yeah,
the strip.
It's absurd.
It's like bajillions.
Ace, Jack, Deuce. Kenny Hallett outflopped, sitting there thinking, always an ace on the desk.
Yeah, this is gross. So Hilaire here, 92 bigs. We just discussed Anton Wigg with the 68 big ones behind. I wouldn't be surprised to see a continuation here from Kenny, but it also is a little bit of a gross flop for kings, of course. And now you'll notice Hilaire, it's so calculated, so much experience. You see how he sizes here in the 3-bet pot. This is what I would have liked to have seen from our previous bust out. 3-bet pots, your continuation size can be very, very adjusted downwards, both to the benefit of your value range and to the benefit of your bluffing range.
270,000.
Oh, baby, 270K. Yeah, and I think with the smaller size here from Hilaire, the check raise merited, especially if you want to consider getting all the chips in the middle. If Hilaire here has ace, queen, ace, king, probably ends up calling a check raise here quite often for this size. I would argue that Wigg probably doesn't have a ton of bluffs here, but there's definitely some conceivable semi-bluffs. Maybe a queen hand like queen 10 suited, maybe a hand like 8-9 of hearts. And a fold, yeah. I don't know exactly what the frequency distribution would be here, guys, but unfortunate spot for kings, and Hilaire does the minimum. And you'll notice here, for example, how much information we get from that smaller sizing rather than smashing in a huge bet and kind of guessing.
Lazarus Reed thinks that Anton Wigg's watch might be the Omega Speedmaster Dark Side of the Moon Apollo 8 variation. I will do a Google search in just a moment. Still a lot of people commenting about the prospect of the big game coming back. and asking questions. Just to be clear, because it's the big game on tour, there are a few differences from the original. So it's going to be a 100-200 game rather than 200-400. Hence, stacks are going to be slightly smaller. I mean, $50,000 as a starting stack for the qualifier is not exactly a short stack, but
Yeah.
you take my point.
I do indeed. All right, so chat, get your guesses. What's going to be different? What are the modern twists that we're going to add? Because I legitimately don't know. But now I'm speculating because I'm very excited about this.
Here is more tougher, I feel.
Hello, Molinov. Oh yeah, wow. I think they might have drilled it, James.
I'm not convinced.
I'm definitely. It's a good shout in the chat though. Whoever said Dark Side of the Moon.
I need to see again, but it's the yellow detail that I'm just not seeing on Wig's watch.
I'm seeing a lot of white, maybe not the yellow. How much does that watch set you back?
I'm not sure it's still available, right? These are normally limited editions.
Must be there on the second-hand market.
10-5. First square count exposed. Single pass.
Well, that's not very helpful, is it?
Yes.
Fine.
What does it say?
I mean, I'm not even sure what currency that is.
What?
My mom told me
Is it T?
Queen Jack of
Yes.
It's Turkish lira.
Is that open Queen Jack this time?
What the hell is that in any currency I'll actually understand?
Yeah, I don't know the conversion. Let's just Google it.
But the condition is that we play harder against each other than.
We don't?
No. For
you're talking to
No. I talked to Kenny and he said, like, I have a condition for a deal, and he said, if there's blood, there's blood.
Three pass.
Oh, thanks.
4 pass.
Oh, baby. Holy blood.
Raise 55,000. 6 pass. 8 pass. 10 pass.
And a raise from pocket fours.
1 pass.
Come on, be man.
And no action. So in case you missed it, Atanas Malinov has joined the table,
2 minutes and 26.
keeping the 3 remaining tables balanced. We're playing down to 16 today, playing down to the final 2 tables. We have actually got to 22 a lot quicker than anyone would have forecast, and we are playing deeper right now than a 50 big blind average. So things could slow down this side and the other side of the dinner break.
Yeah, quite right. I imagine that's how it goes. We've seen it so many times before, James. Done so many broadcasts together now, and it's
4 pass.
always the case that when we have a flurry of bust outs, the action inevitably slows down by nature of just the deeper average stack. With the exception, however, of the PKOs we would cover for Sunday Million, for example, where the big stacks are now highly incentivized to attack shorter stacks with the bounty incentive.
6 pass.
Are you going to do the conversion for me, James?
No, I'm just keeping the image up because I'm still not convinced it's a Speedmaster. Just
Okay.
that the case shape doesn't look right to me.
10 pass. 1 pass. Three pass.
Привет.
2 in a row for Victor Uge.
Еще раз открой уже. Можно было. Красиво исполнить. You don't have cards. You can't speak Russian and you don't have cards or what? Well, if not, I will stop.
I appreciate that there is what could be yellow or orange detail in Anton Wigg's watch, but not as much as there is in the Apollo 8 Dark Side of the Moon edition.
It's quite pronounced. Also, is the flappy strap a feature of the Speedmaster?
No.
All right, Kazenkai here, King Queen of the offsuit variety, coming in from the cutoff. Let's go. Raise it up.
I do.
30, 30. Next and not please in the main event.
Kind of wish that we had Bruce Baggles with us here in Cyprus, because he'd be able to get a very close shot.
A whole Bagolino?
We'd get the whole Bagolino.
So ace-9 still ahead, but Kazenkai with the aggression. Gonna put in a continuation here. Just looking, Kazenkai 99 bigs, Hollier 85. So quite deep stacked. Kenny knows what's up. He's going to continue. And when you continue on these boards, you know, you can really freeze the action from the aggressor. Not only could you have the best hand with the ace-9, which of course is probably one of the reasons why Hilaire is calling, but even in the event that their opponent has, you know, maybe a pocket pair like pocket 5s or 6s, still have equity against that, especially against the smaller continuations, which is what we tend to see from the current meta. Not this time, though, because Zenkai decides to continue barreling. I think this is quite studied as well. I think 10-10 deuce is a board. You see quite a lot of floats with overcards and ace highs.
Yeah.
You can definitely get some deuces to fold, which will be in the big blind's calling range. 4 doesn't change a whole lot. I really enjoy watching Kenny play, though. I think he's just a guy who's been around the block a ton. He knows exactly how to navigate these large field MTTs. He knows he's got to fold probably most of the time here. There's a chance he randomize and continue, but you have to always put your opponent in mind, because you can't just follow the GCO rules all the time. That's a big misconception in Texas Hold'em. Oh, the game is solved. You can look up every spot. As soon as your opponents deviate pre-flop, everything changes. Everything changes about the post-flop. Everything changes about what your expectation can be for the opponent's range.
Can I get a cappuccino, please?
And Bjorn is going to pick that up now. 88 big blinds. I mean, James, 88 big blinds at this stage in the tournament. You're feeling fantastic. 22 players left. You can see the final table. I mean, you're literally on the final table, but you can literally taste it. It's that close. It's right there.
Hey, Nick, I've just had a press release from PokerStars.
The big game is coming back?
Plus, an EPT live streaming schedule, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, November 10th through 12th on PokerStars' Twitch and YouTube channels, hosted by the PokerStars commentary team, James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, and Nick Walsh. Did anyone tell you?
What? Vegas? It's Vegas, baby. Yes, somebody did tell me a little bit unofficially, but yes, we'll be in attendance. I'm looking forward to it. Any of you guys who enjoy the stream out there in the United States would love to see you in Vegas. I think, is it fair to say NAPT came together kind of last minute, James?
It's faster than most live events. Yes.
But, you know, of course, guys, it's really important that we get some attendance and a chance to take part in creating some history and a great venue and a great location. So definitely come and check it out. Come say hi. I'll probably be busy playing in the big game, but if not, you know.
Don't do a spraggy. Don't play a level above your norm. By the way, the blinds went up a couple of hands ago. We're now at 15,000 at 30,000 with a 30K big blind ante, still playing deeper than a 50 big blind average.
How many bullets did he fire in the 100K?
4.
4 bullets, huh? Unbelievable.
Just because he min-cashed the PSPC. Overconfidence, Nick. That's what it was. Overconfidence.
Yeah, so as I say, I'll be really busy playing in the big game, guys. But if I'm not, come and join me for a drink and let's hang out. I think it's going to be a great vibe out in Vegas. Can't wait.
Right, 60,000.
Cyprus already such a vibe. I'm really, really enjoying this stop. I think this is going to be a new fan favorite. Just awesome, awesome location, awesome amenities.
So the most important hashtag fun fact relating to the NAPT is that Joe and I actually met face-to-face for the first time at the first NAPT Las Vegas in February 2010. And the first time we worked together was a month later on the NAPT Mohegan Sun live stream.
Wow. How many NAPTs have there been in history?
Not that many, only ran for 2 seasons.
So multiple stops per season?
Probably about 4 or 5.
Okay, so about 8 total maybe?
Yeah.
It's exciting. You know, would just love to see more Americans involved. I know a ton of you guys out there used to really enjoy playing live poker, and circumstances have changed. And I just think it's downright un-American.
So we had the under the gun raise from Yannick Schumacher. We've got the call from Kenny Hallett on the button with 9s. We've got the call from Victor Uge in the small blind with King 10 of hearts. And we are going 3-way to the flop.
Yeah, pretty much even Stevens here. You can see it going anywhere. Let's take a flop and see what happens. Flop is deuce, 4, 8, 2 spades. 9's probably loving this flop. Probably just imagine we see a bet from the player in position here. Maybe a third. 75K, 80K, something like that. $80,000. Love to see it. That's the size. Big enough to have a few bluffs. Not so big that you don't get paid when your opponents have connected. Kenny, 75 bigs now. Feeling good, feeling confident.
So exploring a few hypothetical scenarios because this has gone quite quickly, and still imagine it will slow down as we get into the evening session. But if we were to hit 16 players and hadn't played 5 full levels, I think we would have to play out to the end of that 5th level. Otherwise, tomorrow's going to be a nightmare. Okay, folded to Malinov in the small blind. Has raised it to 100,000. Schumacher with 7-4 off in the big blind. And we can all agree that Schumacher is wearing a very attractive date just, right?
Great, 60,000 for a pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Ethan says, I bought an old poker table on Facebook. It has the NAPT logo on the felt as well as poker stars. Says it's from an event in New Hampshire. And it's awesome. Glad to see the NAPT back. There never was an NAPT event in New Hampshire. There was one in Connecticut, though. Maybe that's the one you're thinking of, Mohegan Sun. It was a great event back in 2010. Got a viewer who ended up with a poker table. Joe ended up with a big screen TV. Everyone was happy after that one. And Son Wig now has a flush draw to go with his straight draw. Cousin Kai remains the favorite, though, with top pair. And the board breaks out for Anton Wig.
Yeah, I mean, Kozenkai definitely probably considering some value now. You can imagine some ace highs might want to find a hero call here once in a while. Jack, Jack, 3-3, of course. Playing the board. I don't know, given the action, probably not a fantastic spot to find one of those, but I think a small bet is cool. You get paid by a bunch of smaller pairs.
Rui on YouTube asks, where is the next EPT and when? The where is Prague, the when is December.
But also don't forget, lots of UK IPTs as well, James.
Yeah, there's a couple of events before the end of the year. Got UK IPT Edinburgh and then the UK IPT Grand Final in Nottingham, which unfortunately clashes with NAPT Las Vegas. But let's not get into that now. Instead, let's focus on the fact that if you want details of EPT Prague, including the dates and the full schedule, I do urge you to check out the PokerStars Live app.
That's the best that you can believe, then you will never raise me.
You mean the UK IPT that has £1 million guarantee that I was supposed to play,
the next time I do it.
but now we're going to Vegas?
It's the first time they always call.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will admit it is a scheduling conflict.
Do a small raise.
Schedule.
It doesn't cost you much and you can use it later.
No, I'm very excited.
I like my
I'm with Josh, and I think that it's going to
You do
be
that?
so good to get back to Vegas. Do you get a lot? I get a lot of people asking me. I tell them what I do, and they go, "Oh, you must spend a lot of time in Vegas then." And I go, "You know what?
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
Not really, but of course that makes sense." As PokerStars does so much business in Europe these days. However, really, really cool to feel like we're getting back to Vegas, getting back to North America. Really hope you guys turn up for that, because your attendance dictates, you know, investment and moving forward how many more of those kind of events that we do. So hopefully see you guys out there.
5 pass. 6 pass. 8 pass. 10 pass.
Yeah, I think I like a call here, even though you're facing that open from UTG. 6-7, plenty of equity in most spots. And look at this, the old double belly buster, James.
Painful for some.
90,000 to go. Love the sizing here. I think this is a texture where you want to have a larger size on average. Definitely hits the big blind kind of must defend range. And not just with ace 4 specifically, but obviously a balanced sizing where you could do the same thing with, you know, some of your bigger hands as well. Get max value from aces, for example. Kuznetsov, let's go.
Raise 209,000.
Wig is not done with this. This hand is going to the turn. Queen of clubs, and with ace high, Wig is now better than a 2-to-1 favorite.
Yeah, I think Kuznetsov has enough equity here to keep telling the same story, though, right, James? 1.3 million behind, 1.57 behind Wig. So we are deep, deep. I think a continuation here of like 300K would be really cute. Definitely start to get some overpairs to consider folding, which is pretty spicy. That's a pretty rare spot.
240.
Yep, okay, 240 to go. And honestly, I think the size down doesn't necessarily scream weaker. I think he's telling us a reasonable story. And also, I think it makes sense in the way that you might go, let's say Kuznetsov has a set of 3s or a set of 5s or a set of 9s. Probably wants to size this way to keep his opponent in and then also make sure that the pot is less than the effective stack. So this is a very believable story. I actually prefer this size to my initial suggestion. Not that far different, but little things matter in poker. And Kuznetsov is probably going to pull this off, I think. Nice play there. Got the chips to wield. Always feels better when you're pulling these kinds of moves on the deeper side, just because you know it's much harder for your opponent to just find a gem, or you know they're going to be concerned about how much it's going to cost them going to the river. Much trickier to pull off such plays when you're on the shallower side, but finding those little moves are also very cool. Turkish coffee, Turkish tea, excuse me, James.
I was going to ask, who's having a tinkle?
Definitely need to get some of that later. Good stuff.
Raise 60,000.
Might retreat to the tea lounge in a little bit, James. What do you think? One of the many amenities here in the beautiful Royal Diamond Casino and Spa.
Ah, it's Schumacher who's having a tinkle.
Jables probably wants to 3-bet this. So Yuge being the effective stack here, 25 bigs. So just shy of a 3x 3-bet from Kazinkai.
You got a dirty stack there.
Oh,
It's a bad one. I'm
unlucky.
sorry.
And Yuge folds the ace-10. Victor only has $30,000 in live earnings. He's cashed 4 small side events here in Cyprus in the last 7 days. Wherever he finishes in this EPT main event will be his best live cash by far.
Yeah, I think the location of Cyprus is interesting. We obviously get a couple more people from farther east joining us than we would at perhaps something in London or,
yeah,
you know, Paris or similar. And I'm here for it. This is really cool, and I think that we've had a really nice series here, and I think that in the future, it'd be really cool to see how the numbers inflate, just because I think a lot of people are here having a really good time. Real celebration of poker, and a great location just to hang out and have a good time and meet some new people, play some cards.
And it's on Weg with jacks. Been folded to him in the small blind. He's got Kenny Hallett to act in the big blind.
Jables, baby.
Kenny made the final table of the World Series main event same year as Griffin, right? 2016?
Wait, Griffin plays poker?
He's had some success over the years.
Huh. Check, check. I think Queen 7 is not a ridiculous hand to ISO versus limp, but we're going to go to a flop here in a limped pot. I look like a queen. Oh, never mind. 2 9s and a deuce.
Yeah, he came 6th in the World Series that year when Griffin was also at the final table. Has a 6th place finish in an EPT main event. Here's a little quiz question for you then, Nick.
Okay.
Kenny's best ever result on the EPT was 6th in Deauville in 2011. Who won that tournament? Who bested Kenny Hallett at the EPT Deauville 2011 final table? I'm going to give you a clue.
Okay.
You've seen him at this event, and you saw a lot of him at the last stop of the EPT.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a lot more helpful because I'm no good with these quiz questions. Queen on the turn, by the way. We saw a lot of them at the last EPT.
Specifically, Barcelona. We saw this guy in Barcelona, and we saw him a few days ago here in Cyprus on stream.
It's the Rat Man.
Yep, Lucien Cohen was the winner of EPT Deauville.
Doobie 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 doo. Just a shame he went out and made all that merch and then only was on the table for about 5 minutes.
Hilariously, I saw him later in the day and he'd got changed. He's like, he doesn't walk around the resort wearing that. It was only because he was on the feature table. Barry Greenstein.
Hey, look, James, I'm all for it. You know, he's building a personal brand, and you know, creating value, and that's what you need to do in this biz. You know, it's one thing to play cards; it's another thing to start your own Rat Man business. I just imagine he goes to his accountant one day and says, "So, I know that I've been in pest control for some time, but I'd like to pivot now to merch, specifically rats holding poison rods."
70.
That's 70,000.
Kenny going for a little bit of value here, 70K.
Yeah, Wig's probably not jazzed about this. We still might find a hero call, though. He's pretty high up in his range, considering the action.
See, I'm having to endure, and I emphasize the word endure. A lot of people right now saying that this is karma for limping with jacks. This is what happens when you limp with jacks. Questioning a perfectly plausible strategy. And it's this kind of behavior that is making me err on the side of caution and veto Chat Pro Saturday. Because if we were to allow Chat Pro Saturday to go ahead, Nick, I would have to embrace all this nonsense and accept it.
Yeah, I understand. Guys, FYI, yeah, you can limp jacks here. It's cool. He has a plan. You think this guy doesn't know what's up? Uh-oh, wait, James, best shot yet. There's a lot of yellow in that.
You're right. You're right. Whoever it was who identified that as the Apollo 8 edition of the Dark Side of the Moon, I think you're right. I've come around to your way of thinking. It is definitely an Omega Speedmaster, even though at an angle it didn't look like one. You can see the logo on the crown.
Right.
Weirdly, he's got the chronograph running. I can see the central hand ticking, which obviously would only be ticking if you're measuring.
He could be randomizing, James. I know a lot of people that use the watch as a randomizer.
Ah.
Yeah. So I know a lot of people that wear a watch specifically to randomize decisions. So, for example, let me give you a great example, James. Should I limp jacks in the small blind? I'm going to do it about 50% of the time. Maybe it's close to 30% of the time. What should I do? You look down, boom, 30%, put it in. Put in the limp.
And I guess it's a lot easier to see that central hand than look at the small seconds hand ticking away.
Yeah, exactly. The trick is not to tell anybody that you're doing it, because then they look at your watch and they're like, ah, okay, cool, and that's an additional tell, but really that's some pretty high-level stuff. You're probably generally not going to have to be concerned about that.
Well, Kuznetsov has opened with the Spraggy ace-7 offsuit. Anton Wigg on the button with queen-jack.
I find a 3-bet here some of the time, but decides to call, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Queen-jack doing really well here on the button from absolute position. Is that a small blind defend or a big blind defend?
You gaze in the big blind.
Okay. Yep, makes sense.
9-5 of strawberries, and we've got a king 8-4 flop. So somehow Spraggy has the advantage. Ace high.
Can somebody clip this and send it to Spraggy? How to play ace-7?
Check it.
Bet 60,000. Raise 100.
Ooh, Anton Wigg
5 points.
raising from the button. Makes it 170,000. You gaze already folded.
This is really cute from Wigg.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
bro.
yeah, maybe just a bit of a range read there.
I don't know about you, Nick, but in the previous hand he limped jacks. This guy doesn't know what he's doing.
I mean, you can tell, can't you? Just this is why you don't play queen jack. Am I right, guys?
Anton hovering around the 55 big blind mark right now with close to 1.7 million. Victor Uge is the shortest stack at the table, but is not short stacked with just over 20 bigs.
I'm reminded of the guy yesterday who said, yeah, he's going to raise nines. He's going to fold to the 3-bet. That's why you don't play nines. Just fold pre, and then shipped and won the pot. Oh, dear. Chat Pro Saturday looking kind of grim right now, gang. Not going to lie.
60 minutes, yeah?
62 minutes.
60, oh yeah, right. I wish I survived.
Me too, buddy.
10 points, 1 point. 3 points. 4 points.
Oh. Someone's just posted some good news on Twitch. Let me have a read of this. One day we'll have to... What? Oh, heading to the outer tables because man down. Michel Guarini just eliminated in 22nd place. Guarini cashing out for $32,725. So now we're down to 3 tables of 7. Back to the feature table where it's a pair of 4s versus a pair of 4s.
Hashtag domination. % for a chop, James.
And Marlowe says Wig won EPT Copenhagen in 2010. Correct. He was in my table, and the Thing is a better player now. Don't call him a thing.
He has feelings.
But I'm glad you think he's a better player now.
All right, betting a call. 300K in the middle. Oh, dear.
Oh, the rotation has just taken place. 2 pair for Yuge.
I think it's going to go check anyway, though. I don't know if I love that check. I think that's Yuge might have missed a bet here just because your opponent is very likely to check this river, even if they have overpairs because of that straight on board, given the positioning. I suppose he might be concerned about a straight once in a while, though, as well, but maybe a little blocker situation would have been kind of cute, and I think your opponent probably likely to just call a blocker and not turn their hand to a bluff too often there, but as play, it's fine.
So to prove that everything is all connected, Anton Wig, EPT Copenhagen 2010. That was a final table, Nick, that went super late.
Yeah.
Heads Up went on for hours.
Right.
I'm going to say that it concluded at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
Okay.
I had a 5 a.m. flight from Copenhagen to London Gatwick.
Okay.
To get an 11 a.m. flight.
Your favorite airport, by the way.
To Vegas for the first ever NAPT Vegas.
It's all connected.
So I went to stream that event right after Anton Wig won in Copenhagen in February of 2010.
And this is very reminiscent of EPT Monte Carlo 2019, where Manik Loiser won, and Joe went to the airport, and we did a super late shift, and then he saw Manik at the airport on his way out.
The difference there is I did not bail on the stream. I saw it through. I saw the winning moment.
Yeah.
I announced Anton Wig as the winner. Then I threw stuff together in a suitcase and ran to the airport.
Yeah, you know, you're an established professional, not like these amateurs.
Yeah.
You know, oh, you gotta go to the airport, buddy. Sure, yeah, good luck with that. It's not like we got an EPT going on. Nick will pick up the slack. That was a good one, though. I really enjoyed that. That was the famous 10 high call as well. That was majestic.
Okay, Jack 7-6. So again, both players with a pair of sevens. Yuge with the Spraggy has the advantage right now.
He's going to bet 33,000. How much? All right, 55K sounds good. I think likely to get action here. Even though it is on the larger side, I think Schumacher probably should be calling here quite often.
By the way, if memory serves me correctly, I think I threw money at the problem and may have paid a lot to upgrade myself to the front of the plane so I could sleep on that flight to Vegas so that I was reasonably compos mentis for the NAPT Vegas stream.
Exactly. I think I'm going to do the same thing for NAPT this year, James. It's just that Vegas flight's a real killer. Plus, got to get to Heathrow as well. That's 2 hours for me. Jeez. All right, straight draw now for Schumacher. 29% equity, not too shabby considering that they're behind and dominated on the turn.
That's 70,000.
Yeah, this is very cool. And I think that this is a spot a lot of players don't have in their game. That is actually something I need to work on myself, but having turn leads here is super duper cool. Really slows the action down. You actually get value from some hands. You give yourself the opportunity to realize the full equity of your hand going to the river, and a tray would be spicy. It's a 10. Kind of freezes the action, right? You know, even if Yuge has like a set, might be tempted just to flat the lead as well, just because they're kind of thinking, I want to try and get as much value in position as possible. So having that move is cool. Definitely gives you some protection. Definitely slows the action down. Definitely saves you some money in the long run. I think probably 2 checks now.
Hey, Nick, Schumacher has put the brakes on.
Absolutely. Slow it down. I mean, a hand like 8-9 might lead this turn as well, so I think you probably just want to check here a bunch with the A7. It's cool to give it some thought, though. I really appreciate that from Yuge here. You need to respect poker in the sense that when you're playing a hand, you want to give it all of your thought process and all of the attention it deserves, and actually finds a really excellent value out here. This is very cool. Look at the size as well. It's such a tease. 35,000. It's like 10% pot. How do you feel now, Schumacher? The question is, does my opponent bluff like this? Theoretically, they're supposed to, but most people just don't. Yeah, be brave, be brave. There you go. Nice work, nice work. Okay, so we've already agreed that that watch is...
It's a Rolex Datejust.
Datejust, I was going to say. That's what it...
I want to rate everything as possible, even $10 per mistake.
I love it.
Guys, you have a new dealer, but luck to you. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Может, получилось лучше, чем ты планировал. Может, он выкинул бэклоп просто.
Задешево на игру.
A reminder once again, NAPT Vegas in November. The team will be there. We will be streaming the last 3 days of the festival, the last 2 days of the main event, and the final table of the 5K high roller. And before that, we are bringing back the big game. The big game on tour is taking place at NAPT Las Vegas, and we are giving you the chance to be a loose cannon. We're going to run a qualifying process over the 5th, 6th, and 7th of November. Qualifying tournaments on the 5th, casting process on the 6th and 7th. 2 people picked, 2 people chosen to play in that game.
We're playing 100, 200, right, James?
Correct. 100, 200 Hold'em. Pot limit pre, no limit post.
That is fairly juicy, not gonna lie. All right, looks like he's got a decision here. What are the cards? King 9 from the cutoff feels good. Let's get it in there. Again, don't forget, guys, we mentioned it yesterday. Big blind antes makes the difference. A lot more dead money to win when you put in a steal, and it's a reason to open a bit wider and also to defend a bit wider as well if you're in the blinds, for example.
Остановись. Остановись, говорю. Или уже не остановись?
No, I think she was like heading back for a bit more for it.
Тебя уже поуже буду. Уже 3 бета больно кого-то. Нет, тебя уже не задвинешь четверку. Слишком дорого получается.
Can we hire somebody to do like bad subtitles?
Пойдем проскочить можно.
And just like, you know,
just make up what they're saying.
Yeah, and just make it really entertaining.
Fair enough. Don't spend it all in one place. Wait a second, let's just pick mine. Classic. Let's just pick mine, right?
He was big blind for sure.
Hire the guys from Bad Lip Reading.
2 months ago, I was bottom.
Wanguis asks, are the qualifiers online or in person for big game? Live at NAPT Las Vegas, at Resorts World on the Vegas Strip. Satellites on Sunday the 5th, with 20 players making it through to the audition/casting process that will take place. A panel of judges, including Joe Stapleton and myself, will ultimately decide which 2 players get to be loose cannons.
You guys aren't going to run it past me. It seems a bit rude. All right, here we go again. Raise and a call. AJ, such a tricky hand to play well. Do like the call from this position here. Kuznetsov has the kind of hand that likes to come along in this multi-way pot. Ace, Queen, 7, 2 diamonds, Ace, Jack flops best.
Shooting Ninja says only 2 loose cannons. We're only shooting 2 tables across 2 days. So 1 loose cannon per day, which was the standard from the original big game format. By the way, those qualifiers are free rolls. We're giving people the opportunity to enter this contest for free.
Wow, that's nuts. Guys, you hearing this? It's a free roll to qualify for the big game. That is mad. If that's not a reason to be in Vegas, I don't know what is. Imagine just showing up in Vegas for the memes, and then you're like, oh, I'll give this a spin. It's a freebie, whatever. Next thing you know, you're playing 100, 200 with some legends.
Stakes are slightly different, Shooting Ninja. We're going to be playing 100-200 because it's the big game on tour. So the 50K stack will be given to the loose cannons rather than 100K. It's going to be filmed for TV. You'll be able to watch it at some point in 2024. Details to be confirmed. And Phasey Flo wants to know when the dinner break is. 49 minutes from now. We're almost halfway through level 24. Still got 49 minutes to play at 15K, 30K.
Malinov, King Queen off. Goes for the min raise. He's on the button and he's calling. All right, heads up to the flop. Oh, wait, sorry. No, it is heads up to the flop. Jack 10 suited, slight underdog here.
And Malinov now a 3-1 favorite on an ace-6 deuce flop.
So a reminder, guys, Malinov with 545K is the shortest stack at our feature. So I think you want to size way down here. Probably like 25,000 is a totally fine continuation from Malinov. Surprised to see a check here. Very surprised indeed. I feel like in position here, the defending range has plenty of stuff that wants to fold to a single bet, and it can be quite small. And Kazenka is gonna try and capitalize here. I mean, if you check and there's a bet, though, I just feel like floating with king high is really hard. I think the continuation bet is just kind of mandatory here, especially with the king of spades in your hand. It means your opponent will have a lot fewer combinations like king queen of spades, king 10 of spades. Those are hands that you don't want them to have because when you continue, they'll call and then you don't know how to proceed on turns. But correctly check calls. That's very cute. Nine of spades on the turn does give Malinov the flush draw. Doesn't need it though, 91% favorite still. Kazenkai could just keep firing, though. I mean, I think the check on the flop there is quite damning. It's quite difficult to imagine your opponent isn't going to see bet an ace on this texture, so you're kind of immediately capped. Some players will have traps here, but I think in the existing meta at this level, you just don't really have a ton. So 110K, I think it's a size where King-Queen will probably call purely for the flush draw. You're going to hit the flush draw about 18% of the time. And you're also going to have the best hand some of the time, and you're also going to have 2 overcards to a pair some of the time. And you only need to have the best hand like 1 in 5 times or something like that to make it profitable. And that is the nuts, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate what Kazenkai did here. I just think that maybe if you're going to try and take it away on the turn, you got to have a bigger size.
Malinov is going to get all of this pot.
I mean, you just ship, right? 3-7-5 into 5-3-5. Still get called by the queen of spades. Oh, he checks it over.
I mean, maybe Kazenkai decides to try and represent spades.
Sure, absolutely. The check here definitely will invite that kind of action. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Now that check looks genius, right? I mean,
it's only 50K more.
Virtual all in.
What an absolute life.
I mean, you might just want to call here, Nick, just in case your opponent has 5-3 of spades.
It's not the nuts. It's not the nuts, guys.
Yeah, this is what dreams are made of. Nice work from Melanov here. Like I said, pretty unconventional. Pretty unconventional stuff, but worked out in his favor here. Yeah, and there's absolutely no calls here. So
save yourself the 50K.
You will see in 47.
Time to welcome the return of Joe Stapleton to the booth.
Just doing my victory lap. Sure hope the show's good now.
Well, as it has been decided by Carl that you are single-handedly responsible for the return of the show, it does fall on your shoulders to ensure that it is a success.
This is great. I remember one of my fallback phrases. Credit and blame are only a matter of perspective.
That's a good one. Still 21 players remaining, with half of level 24 still to go.
CZ can't believe the guy who invented the phrase, all it takes is a chip in a chair, returned to cast this EPT. That's right, I'm back. Keep us there, you banned. Thank you for your comment. Anton limping in with the old 9. That's good. That hand keeps. That's the hand of the day. The Dolly Parton 9-5, and then we've got the Dolly Sharton, which is 10-5. 10-4, not far off. Kenny Hallert, the good buddy, suited. Pairs the 5. Hits a club as well. Nope, what are we talking about? Anton pairs the 5. We got a club for Kenny. Wig checks. We've got 2 South Park references right here. We've got, oh my God, they killed Kenny. And wait for it, Nick.
Yeah.
Wait for it. There's a 30K bet from Kenny and PC Principal.
I didn't know if I wanted to bring it up, but somebody said that yesterday, and I think they drilled it.
It's amazing.
It's actually unreal.
It's incredible.
It's actually so spot on. It's actually nuts. I wanna be PC. Woo woo. Channing Tatum as well. Sure, I'll give you that one.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why it's okay to say PC Principal, because he also looks like Channing Tatum.
Yeah, it's it's not an insult, and got nothing but love for Mr. Wig.
Remember when Channing Tatum was supposed to play Gambit?
Oh man.
I think Anton Wig could do it. Oh man, Hallard turns the 4. Rivers the 10. Runner, 2 pair. Runs down Wig's 5. The 4 wasn't good enough.
So I recently watched Magic Mike 1 and 2. And I got to say, I don't get it. What did you think, Joe? Were you a Magic Mike fan?
I did not see either Magic Mikes, but I've heard they're excellent.
What? No. There's no chance.
What's weird is that...
I tried to keep an open mind, right? And I was like, look, I'm just going to see what it's about, give it a watch. I just thought they were like bad films. And obviously it's not content designed for me necessarily, but...
It's weird because my girlfriend isn't into stuff like that, but when she does, she like watches it with her girls, and I get let off the hook. Wig makes the correct laydown. Everyone's too good.
Just asking, why did you watch the second if the first was bad? I was, I was watching with a friend.
They're hot. Nice to look at.
Because the rock hard abs.
I can tell you right now that if I met Channing Tatum, I would get goofy. I would be so giddy. I'd be like, oh, hey, Channing, is it okay to call you Channing?
I'm with you on that, Joe. That's fine. I think
That's what I was like around John Hamm.
Yeah,
I was
right.
like, oh, yeah. I just laughed at everything he said. Oh, John, you're so funny.
I think for me more John Hamm than Channing, but yeah, they're definitely in the same bracket.
Ryan Reynolds. I would probably my knees would buckle, I think, if I was Ryan Reynolds again.
You've been in LA too long, Joe.
I made Ryan Reynolds laugh once. It's one of my.
Oh, boom.
It's one of my. I can take that one to the grave.
Nice. A life worth living.
Yeah. Schumacher. Raise and take it with the ace-9. This Victor Uge seems like he's got some personality.
Squeeze those bars. They're always the same, like 9-6 squeeze.
I know. Every time I say,
excited.
Ooh, no.
Just like 9-6.
Schumacher with the speedy fold.
Nice one.
All my hands is like this something.
What's that?
All my hands is this and something.
Oh, you don't have this problem.
That was A6 all the time.
I think 6, 8, 9, and queen.
Yeah.
Start to squeeze
and then like
those.
Jack 4. Yeah, there's a few other ones, combos as well.
7s and 3s are also very similar.
Ben Ledlow in the chat, who I think looks a little bit like Bjorn Kozenkai right there. Says, my knees would buckle if I saw that breakfast buffet in Cyprus. Every morning, I don't even know how he knows because he's 10 hours time difference. He'll text me and go, hey, send me a picture of that breakfast buffet. I need a little food porn.
It is really good. It is really good.
Ben, if we come back here and you want to come crash in my room, it would be my pleasure just to see your face light up at the breakfast buffet.
Ben, if you want to crash, you can come right now. I got a spare bed in my room.
There you go.
You can join us. Get on a flight. Let's go. You got a couple days left. A sincere invite, for real.
Raise and take it there for Anton. Action's going to start on Bizarro Ben, who folds. Kuznetsov says, is not going to play this hand. Kenny folds. Victor. See, like he turned the dealer button on the side. This is someone who's fun. King Jack suited.
He's not like other moms. He's a cool mom.
Schumacher's going to defend with Queen Trey. King 10-4, 2 diamonds, top pair for you guy. We're just going to say you guy, I think, probably.
Yeah, it's a no. I would argue Queen 3 is already getting into the realm of a pre-flop fold there anyway. But
yeah,
it's we were discussing it earlier, Joe. You know, the big blind ante does really juice things up, but yeah, it's probably going to be okay.
What's he whispering? I want to hear him. I got to tell you, this EPT Cyprus trip, I've never seen so many flags with moons on them. I didn't know there were that many.
A whole lot of moons.
I've seen at least 4 different flags with a moon on it. If you had asked me before this how many, I'd have been like, there's one in the world.
Usually it's just Joe Stapleton mooning the table.
That's right. You want to see a moon? I'll show you a moon.
Full moon tonight, Joey. Queen 10 in the muck.
Solid Star Wars quote from Fool Auto. That's no moon, that's a space station.
Wouldn't that be great? You finally meet somebody. I love your flag. I think the moon's a really nice addition. That's no moon, it's a space station.
Death Star.
That is so cool.
Rocker Gut says, how long does a poker game last for? How long is a football commentator's name?
How long is the line at the breakfast buffet in EPT Cyprus?
Zero, if you go at 7 a.m. like I have been.
Is this a is this like a flex, or is this just because you got mad jet lag?
Mad jet lag. I'm sitting around from 5 a.m. waiting for breakfast to open every day. And then I try to eat so much food that I get sleepy and go back to bed. Not hard to do in my case.
Could you flip those?
I didn't see it. It flipped a little bit.
I mean, they like landed like this.
It was very fast, but
yeah, one maybe.
Pocket sevens for Anton. Raising. Thibaut Tango says, this guy called Wig has pretty good hair, actually.
Who called him on Tuesday? I would tell you if I
How'd I never come up with that one?
I know. It's big enough to actually matter. So
You can't say that. It's not PC.
I know. I trust you.
What is purse lane with sour sauce? I gotta Google purse lane.
You've never had purse lane with sour sauce? You never heard of the sauce bouse?
Ooh, that's way too green. No, thank you. All right, Malinov makes the call. Ace-Jack suited. Kozenkai is coming along for the ride with deuces, and Kuznetsov is just getting a supreme price here.
Hey, Joe, you know what they say about deuces, right?
They often win.
They frequently fail to lose the pot.
They frequently take down the chips. This flop 4 ways. Jack 9-6. Jack 9 of hearts. Top pair. Top kicker for Malinov. 81% of the equity 4 ways. How do they do it? I've never hit a flop this hard in my life.
So in these situations, Joey, because you're multi-way and it is more than 3 ways, I think you probably just want to have like a relatively sized down size. You don't you don't need to go the full 1/3 as is customary with the heads-up situation.
Do you want to go an 1/8?
No, no,
1/6?
no, just like a quarter. Quarter feels good. You know, 60K, 70K. Okay. I like it. Little size down is good.
It's going to work. I mean, work, quote unquote. Obviously, you would like a little value there. But
you better work, Joe.
Nick, can I ask you a question about the locale here?
Always.
Have you found that like certain websites got blocked all of a sudden? From last night into today.
Coming in to kill my dreams. It's like, not only does he fall, but then I get 3
Is it just me?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna win.
Uh,
Right? Yeah, perfect.
You mean www.readthebible.com?
Yeah, sure. We can call it that.
Yeah, no, I had trouble getting on that this morning too for my Bible studies.
Morning verses.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll do first one.
Morning verses.
Weird.
Even if I don't.
Perfect.
Everyone arrives in Marriott Cyprus, like, our internet bill is going through the roof.
Right.
We're using so much data all of a sudden.
Stapleton is here. Yikes. I know the names of these websites better than I know my own grandma's name. Malinoff, 8-7 suited from the hijack. I actually can't even log into Twitter anymore.
What?
Yeah, my Twitter doesn't work. On my phone it works, but pictures and videos don't come through.
Oh.
But look at this.
It might just be you, Joe. I think they're just cutting you off.
I definitely spent way too much time on Twitter. It might be the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Is that why you're so sprightly today, Joe?
That's why I have all the energy today.
You came with a smile on your face. D says it's because it's not Twitter anymore. It's X. You need to log into X, Joe. That's your problem.
You know when you type in X, it just redirects to Twitter?
Does it?
Yeah, watch.
Wow. How much do you think you paid for that?
For that forwarding?
What? Just for the domain itself, X.com?
$11.99. Oh, no, I think he's had that domain forever, and that's why he's so intent in using it.
Oh, okay. I really like that idea. Elon Musk is just like, you know, I think it'd be really cool if I just bought a domain and then didn't know what to do with it for ages and was like, okay, well, you do Twitter like that.
Stop trying to make X happen.
It's not a thing. Stop trying to make X a thing.
Cousin Guy. Opening from the cutoff, ace tray. Tom says, I think he intended on using it for PayPal. Yeah, no, this whole X.com being a one-stop shop for everything in the world has been a little pet project of his for a while. 8-3 suited for Kenny. Holla. Eric. Oh, my goodness. Okay, for anyone who's new who's watching, me and Nick are watching things that happened 30 minutes ago, but you're hearing us meow.
Right, meow.
Meow, meow. So if Nick ran out there and went and smacked Kenny in the back of the head, we wouldn't see it for 30 minutes.
Well, you're about to see it in 30 minutes' time. Because I just did.
You're surprisingly not out of breath. Top pair on the flop for Kenny. Now a straight draw for both players. A bad straight draw. Not really, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not a straight draw. I'll put a straight on the board. Doesn't really count.
So I got an Elon Musk biography on audiobook some time ago, many years ago. And there's this really interesting part where calls up a guy who's like an American national who is no longer allowed to enter the United States living in Russia. And he calls him and he was on his car phone. And he goes, hey, my name's Elon Musk and I'd like to buy an ICBM.
Oh.
And he's like, yeah, okay, funny joke, bro. Hangs up the phone.
Check on the river, by the way. This was going to go to Cousin Kai at River the Ace. Yes, go on.
Sorry, guys. And he didn't discover until sometime later that it wasn't a prank call, and he legitimately was looking to buy missiles that he was going to turn into his first ever SpaceX rockets.
ICBM stands for Intercontinental Ballistic Missile.
Yeah.
Randomize, mix. Randomize.
We got you, Wayne.
And I just thought that was kind of baller. I thought that was kind of cool.
It is baller. I'll give you that.
I think he also admitted that when he heard his name, he didn't know what it was, and he thought it was like Elon Tusk or something.
All equally stupid.
Elon Lusk. Good question here from Oi Blueberry. do Team Poker Stars get comped for these events, or do they have to pay their entry themselves? So for the most part, Team Pros pay their own buy-ins, but there are the occasions where they will get a bullet in some of the bigger events or a couple special ones. But I think a lot less than people imagine. There's kind of an ongoing thing about, you know, oh yeah, you get comped to these. What we do get comped is our travel, which is nice.
Certainly not an unlimited budget as people would think.
Yeah, it also depends on the pro as well, because some pros are, you know, very prolific live players, and that's a big portion of their contract. And other people like me are just good at talking about poker, not so much the actual playing. I jest, but you know, you get the point.
All Nick's main events are comped. Unfortunately, he can't play any.
He's not wrong. He's absolutely not wrong.
That's how I would structure your deal.
Hey Nick, how was the EPT? Absolutely fantastic. You run deep? Absolutely not.
Even.
Yeah, unlucky? No, I just hanging out with Joe.
Kazan Kai opened this pot, got 3-bet by Kuznetsov. Kazan Kai decided to flat the 3-bet with Queen 9 suited. Luckily for him, no clubs.
Oh, thank you guys. You're very kind. Apparently I'm great at poker and Nick's streams are brilliant. I love you guys. Thank you very much. That makes me feel better. And in all honesty, I really love doing the commentary as well, so that's not a complaint. Except for when I have to work with Joe.
Burn.
Yeah, wow. Aloe vera time.
Nice one, Duck. Not going to read it, but funny.
Hanging out with Joe is better than winning $1 million. You're not wrong. He's great company. Me and Joe have had some good times.
It's close. I'll say that much.
If somebody said to me, we're going to kill Joe Stapleton or you get $1 million, I would be like, can I pay you an extra $1 million to keep him alive?
He'd be like, can I think about it? Schumacher, under the gun, King 8 suited. If someone ever presented me with a question like that, I would be, of course not. I do not take the money, but leave now before I have a chance to reconsider. I pick for the person to live. Final answer. Don't ask again. Kazan Kai 3-bets to 180,000. With King Queen offsuit. Malinov folds the hammer in the big blind. Back to Schumacher, who folds the King 8 suited. This table's playing a little fruitier.
Yeah, for sure.
I like it. A little more non-orthodox.
Не особо, кстати. До Стамбула 1,5 часа и из Стамбула 1,5 часа на самолете.
До Стамбула 12.
All right, Oyberry now has another question. Can you refuse to not play at the feature table? I can imagine there is a contract which indicates that you have to agree to it, but still. Yes. No. Thank you for your question. Yes to the second thing, no to the first thing. You do agree to the terms and conditions that playing on a feature table is often required. Tom says, sorry, Joe, I am broke. I would take the milli. I think you're banned? think you're banned for saying that about anybody? Weirds me out a little bit. All right, Wig versus your guy. I like that. Your guy, Victor. Domination situation. 10-7, 6, 2 clubs. I like this, you guy. 4 clubs on the turn, you guy, the only one with a club. Wig checks again. Your guy checks back. It's a black card on the river. And it's a 4 to the straight. But does not connect with your guy. Not a club. Looks like Wig's trying to get to showdown. You guy with a fair amount of showdown value with King High. But seems to know that King Jack will not be the best hand at showdown. Will this bet be enough to get the pipping hand to fold? 40,000. Anton going into the tank. $40,000 into what was right around 200,000. So a little under a quarter pot bet. Generally, not a size that's going to bluff out too many better hands, but this hand isn't much better, and it works.
Hey, there he is again.
Hey, look at this guy. You guy.
You guy.
You guy very happy.
The old value bet bluff. Love it. 50 FPS, guys. Take note. 1080p. We're not shooting this in like 4K.
I think that was a picture-in-picture.
It was cameraception. All right, the next one. 119 hands been played so far today. 16 minutes left on the clock. 21 players remain.
Anton, ace-8, offsuit. Early position. No. Kenny Hallard out. Your guy with 9-7 folds. 7-4 for Malinoff. On the button. I love an excuse to raise 7-4 suited, and being folded to on the button is that perfect excuse. Schumacher folds. Ace-8 suited for Kazenkai. And is going to take a discounted look at the flop, which is Jack 6-4, 2 clubs, bottom pair from Malinoff. Kazenkai checks the nut flush draw.
Yeah, slight favorite despite not actually connecting.
Love the back of the wrist check. Flushing out on the turn. Oh, it feels so good to make that flush draw. I wouldn't know, but I assume.
Malinov playing a more passive game here. I think the check on the flop, very reasonable, though. This is how he managed to accumulate so many chips at this point as well. You guys will recall Malinov actually checking the king-queen to the river, making the nuts and inducing le bluff.
Eight on the river is a pair that Kazenkai didn't need. And Kazenkai seeking value out of bottom pair. Malinov looks like he should be singing the blues. Very dejected. There we go. Hey, all right. Oh, we'll hide the pain, Harold. That's a smile that says, no matter what I do here, it's going to be the wrong decision.
Jonas on YouTube thinks that we should be streaming this strictly in Greek because the tournament is in Cyprus.
Malinov heavily leaning toward making that wrong decision. Burning some time banks.
Yes, Asifa, you're correct. We're on the Turkish side of Cyprus.
Malinov pained with this decision and does, in fact, choose poorly.
You chose poorly.
At least he was crushed. At least it was a flush and not just the 8 on the river.
Yeah, I mean...
Or a bad jack.
So I spoke about that previously, Joe, but we saw Malinov miss the continuation bet on the ace-high board when he had the king-queen and backdoored the nut flush. Having these more unconventional checking lines will throw people off their game, but also potentially puts you in some tricky spots where you do kind of have to make hero calls where your hand is underrepresented. Under these circumstances, if you see bet the flop, he still would have lost. But if he had bet flop and then bet flop small, he might have saved himself some money because his opponent would then rep the hand and be more believable that he wouldn't have a bluff and therefore wouldn't have to pay him off. So Malinov's checking strat so far. One good outcome, one bad outcome thus far.
And the good outcome was for his tournament life, right? So, no, is that not true?
What's that?
Did I misread that?
What was that, Joe?
The good outcome. The good time was for a much bigger pot.
The good time was for an almost full double, yeah.
Kenny Hallert, EPT Reg, former World Series of Poker final tableist, and Kenny does the world a service with his WSOP guide every year, I believe. Writes out a little
After the dinner break, right?
pocket guide or something like that. I don't play the World Series of Poker. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Gentlemen, after the break, you will be moved downstairs.
Oh, I like it.
On the normal table.
No more thing.
No more TV table for these cats.
You are not funny enough.
You guy, you're pretty funny.
More extra.
But we do have good news. So we're going to lose this TV table, but we got some folks that I think are going to make the people at home quite happy. First and foremost, Twitch, on your feet. We're bringing Gilles Simone, a.k.a. Gahili, a.k.a. Taxationist Theft, coming up on the stage. And Casimir Sire, a.k.a. Sace25, also coming up to the main stage.
Very exciting stuff.
Additionally, the former chip leader, but chip leader in our Spanish hearts, Jose Gonzalez, coming to the main stage. Other Spaniard, Gerard Carbo, coming to the main stage. And of course, that Foggin guy.
That Foggin guy.
Mark Foggin, coming up to the stage. Love that Foggin guy.
If we just give Jose a guitar, do you think he'll play us one of his hit tracks?
Ace deuce for Hallert, flops a gut shot, and a diamond. King queen is top pair for Kazan Kai.
I very much enjoyed watching Carbo so far as well. Seems like a very, very good player. We've been pretty lucky, seeing a lot of really good poker here in Cyprus, and I am here for it.
Carbo's nickname that me and Griffin gave him is King Jack Plus, because he always seems to have King Jack or better.
Hey, Hero Value in the chat, what's up?
Hero Value didn't win a single W coup this week.
Unbelievable, honestly. Should be embarrassed.
What a downswing.
He did manage to win the first event of the Cyprus, though.
I know.
What a fish.
Hey, all right. I love when people make draws. It makes me happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Kenny.
One day it'll happen to you, Joe.
I keep hoping that if I'm happy enough for other people making draws, then I'll make one day.
You got to mean it, Joe. That's the thing. This is a rough spot for Kazenkai. He's going to have the best hand a ton here, but 100% on the turn for Kenny.
Kazan Kai committing a massive amount of chips on the turn, drawing dead. Maybe this spade will help. Maybe another straight card will help. I don't know how many 6-7s Kenny's supposed to have. But man, oh man, 265,000 called by Kazan Kai on the turn with no way to improve.
550.
And Kenny goes pretty big again. Chunky. Pretty easy to level yourself into a call here, I think. You're like, well, if I was good on the turn, I'm probably good here.
Yeah, this is a rough spot.
But you were not good on the turn.
I would argue, like, I don't know if this is a spot where your opponent bluffs a ton. I mean, from position, Kazenkai's going to have plenty of queen X. You're not going to try and convince him to fold queen 10 or king queen. Maybe even like an ace queen once in a while. So I think probably 2 streets pretty reasonable, but on the riv here, you got to let it go, as hard as it is, though.
What do you think Kazan... Oh, I got a bad look-alike for Kazan Kai. What do you think for the Kazan Kai? Blonde Justin Long. Star of TV's Ed. You remember Ed?
Yeah. Do you remember Ed, Ed, and Eddie?
I do, but Justin Long was not on.
He wasn't, no. Verlansky says, worst part of live poker, taking 3 minutes to make a decision. I mean, when it's for 550K, I think you give them a few minutes. That's what they're for, bud.
This is the best part of live poker. The tension here.
Yeah, I don't know. You're crazy, man.
Ed references.
Ed and Eddie references.
You don't get that in online poker.
Yeah, this is tough. I just think you got to let it go, though. It's gross for Kasenkai. It's not easy. Benny Glauser saying, yeah, imagine thinking about your decision when there's $1 million up top. With 21 players left, you're only 20 spots away from the mill.
That's the problem, Hero Value, that folks who are saying stuff like this can't imagine thinking about a decision with $1 million up top. It's like people who say Margot Robbie is mid.
Hey, excellent fold there from the King Queen. Nice work, dude. Not easy. There's nothing mid about Margot Robbie, Joe.
Exactly.
Absolutely not.
I think so. I think so too, like,
these people.
From the body language, I think so, but I didn't have the best card to call, so from the body language, I thought I should call, but
you'll know in
the card said no.
40 minutes. Card said no?
Yeah, the cards were not.
It's a bluff. It's a bluff, right?
I think if it's a bluff, it's a bluff. Yeah, but if you take the chances, they were a little bit higher than its value on my card.
Yes, as producer, delayed for the last 40 minutes. You don't want to.
Just 3 minutes left on the clock, gang.
Might
Hand number 122 might be the last before we go to the dinner break.
No, I'm just talking about the hand. Oh, yeah. That I might not have a good dinner, just like that, that's what I said.
Pocket tens for Yuge.
It's tough. The food is really good. The food is really good.
I know.
I think you'll be
You guy, more like UTG. Pocket tens. Ooh, nines for Schumacher.
Schumacher here, 70 bigs. You guy, 35. I think you'd probably just find a flat here a bunch, Joe.
See, I can fold.
Hey, more like Shoe Macklemore. Looks like he got those clothes at the thrift shop.
1.60.
180.
Oh, reaching for a 3-bet. Okay, spicy.
If you couldn't fold, I'd be impressed.
How do you feel in general about 3-betting the under-the-gun raise with
You kind of beat me to it, Joe. I was going to say, I don't know if I dig this. I mean, you're obviously applying pressure. Plenty of folds there from the under-the-gun open, but the further away from the button you are, obviously, the stronger your range. I mean, you're not feeling great about having 10s here either when you get 3-bet, right? Because I think that 3-betting 9s is a little bit unconventional at the stack depth. Could be wrong. We could look it up if you want, Joe.
It's an accidental bluff.
I need to look this one up for sure. I don't know. 35, between 35 and 40 bigs. Don't know how much 3-betting we have with pocket 9s. And I think Yuge probably just flats a ton, though. Yeah. All right, we're going to a flop. The issue with having 9s here, Joe, is that you might c-bet like an ace-king flop that gets the 10s to fold, but then you feel really good about trying to get to a showdown with the 9s because you got showdown, and then you end up kind of accidentally getting to showdown with the bet against the better hand.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, and I think probably Schumacher's plan here is to continue with the 9s. In a 3-bet pot, probably like 100K or something like that is a good size to have here. Yep, 120 seems good too.
Maybe we're gonna see one of those exact scenarios that you just described, Nick.
Yeah, this is the problem, because you go, it's a, you know, in certain situations, Joe, you have a plan about how you're going to proceed. You're like, I'm going to bluff the flop, I'm going to bluff the turn, I'm going to bluff the river, and then you make a hand a little bit too good to continue bluffing, and they just show up with slightly better. It's frustrating. What does Benny Glauser think? What do you think about the 3-bet 9s, Benny? Help us out. Yeah, as expected, check turn. Spade will help, doesn't help. 8 of diamonds on the river.
Hold on, 5, 7. Okay, yeah, you're right. 10-10 checks. What a weird spot here with nines. Checking back.
I called it.
Yeah.
Bennett Glauser says, I'm going to say that it's fine some of the time. Obviously, flat is good too. Thank you for your feedback, Bennett. That's so helpful. Thanks, bud. No, I'm only joking.
We got it. We got it, Benny. Thanks. We'll handle it. All right. Players are heading for break. We have outer table hand still in action, though. Alexander Veteran is all in. Renat Bodanov has left 5K behind, and they're given the same speech that you can't time bank when you do the virtual all-in.
And if you decide to fold, you will be afterwards. You will, every hand you will have 5 seconds.
There's going to be a lot of explaining this rule, and I think by the time everyone learns it, they're probably going to change it to something else. What's on the board? We've got a jack, a deuce, and a deuce. Ace-8 for Bodanov. Veteran with a jack. An 8 on the turn is not going to be enough. That's going to be it for Bodanov, out in 21st place. $32,725. As Alexander Veteran stacks chips, everyone else more or less headed to dinner break. Featured table will no longer be the featured table. These players are heading out into the field. New featured table when we get back, including Casimir Sire, not sure. Sace 25, Gahili, Jose Sanchez, and that fucking guy all coming to the featured table, all still in contention for that $1 million first place prize we will be giving away on Sunday. 20 players remain. We won't hit that 10th place until tomorrow. Once again, about 41 minutes on the dinner break. When we get back, the final 20 will retake their seats. We're playing down to 16 today, or 6 total levels. More from EPT Cyprus in 40 minutes' time.
Grafton, 10-9 suited. Mike raises from the button, from the small blind. 650,000, which seems to be the standard open at this level. 4-3 off for Leonard. He calls. We will see a flop. Ten, 7, 5. Top pair for Mike. Action's been checked to him.
Heads up when you're going to be opening a decent percentage of the time from the button. Obviously, the ranges are going to be a little bit wider, and you're going to have a lot of different board coverage. So That's why it's just really hard to fold any type of equity. But this bet, pretty sizable. Couple of draws possible, of course. Definitely puts this gut shot straight draw in a tough spot.
Played one time bank chip so far. Okay, he decides to check raise.
Yeah, and I definitely can see, you know, the thought process behind this play, because you're not going to have any showdown with 4 high. So if you're able to check raise here and get a fold out of Watson, this is going to be a really nice pickup. But if you get called, of course, you do have some equity. And on certain turns, you would just shut down and give up.
Yeah.
So lots of possibilities. You're certainly not going to like it, though, when Watson does call.
Yeah. And obviously calling here with top pair, which is a very strong hand, heads up. Okay, ace on the turn. 7.55 million in the pot, Maria. Mauer has 7.55 behind.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous, because sometimes Watson is going to have these ace-X type holdings when he calls a check raise. You see Mao checking it over, maybe hoping to get a free card with the double gutter.
Mike Watson checks behind, and it's the 7 of spades on the river, pairing the board. So Mauer does not get there. He is left with 4 high. Nope, he's playing the board. Mike Watson, 10s and 7s with an ace kicker. And as we highlighted on the turn, Mauer has pot behind.
Could he be thinking about trying to bluff in this situation after Mike Watson checks back that turn? Might he see an opening? He does.
He bluff shoves the river for 7.5 million. It is a pot-sized bet. And Mike Watson wants a count. Okay, there was that ace on the turn, but Mike's hand is still pretty strong.
It is, and you know, for Mao, he feels like if Watson had an ace, he's gonna most likely be betting the turn, because there are so many draws from the flop that you want to protect, get some value against. But for Watson, he's just wondering, would Mao check raise the flop with middle pair? Would a 7x type hand want to be check raising the flop? And again, so many draws that have missed from the flop, and Watson doesn't really block any of them. I mean, he blocks 9-8.
Yeah.
But he doesn't block the hearts. He doesn't block the exact type of, you know, gutters, or, you know, the 8-6 combinations, the 6-4 combinations.
I'm not saying for 1 second this is in any way an easy call. And if you call and you're wrong, momentum shifts again, and suddenly the advantage is with Leonard Mauer. Equally, if he can find the call here, it is over, and he has won his 2nd EPT title. He's played 2 time bank chips so far.
Yeah, and still have plenty of time bank chips to spare. Certainly worth mulling over this decision. It's really just about, you know, what type of hands would be willing to check raise the flop and then check the turn and now shove the river. It feels like it's very obviously polarized to trips here, you know, perhaps some boats, not 10s though, because I think he would have heard from 10s pre-flop. You know, so more like fives full potentially. But again, so many missed draws from the flop.
Understandably taking his time over this decision. Remember, each time bank chip is worth 30 seconds. He's played 3 so far. Playing a 4th. And considering making this hero call, which will give him the win.
And I like to think that against a less capable opponent, Watson might not even give it this much thought. But against somebody as good as Leonard Mao, you have to be able to be open to the possibility that he's able to make this play without it.
5 time bank chips played. So Watts thinking this through. Can he find the call? Can he end it on this hand?
I feel like Watson is going to be able to. Oh.
Yes, yes, he makes the call, and we have our winner. An incredible call from Mike Watson to win the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino and become a 2-time European Poker Tour champion, joining a very select club. And like that,
wow.
It's over, and no one can quite believe it. He's done it. He's a winner. Leonard Mao at the runner-up. Mike Watson, the champion.
Certainly the PCA, I think, is more big names probably that people know, but you know, the Monaco final table was maybe lesser known names, but all still very strong players as well. So, you know, neither one felt easy by any stretch.
First question, I guess, how do you feel about whether or not, when we're counting 2-time EPT champions, should we do EPT online? Should that?
Feels
What's
like a different
vote?
thing to me, but I don't, you know, I'm not the record keeper. I'll let other people make those decisions. It's obviously a massive accomplishment that I think I pulled off anyways.
I know, that's the part, like, look, my vote is yes, only because I think whoever decided that should have thought of it ahead of time. And
They
been like,
did.
okay, right, so.
It was very clearly advertised that this is an EPT main event being played online. It counts as an EPT win with an actual EPT trophy. You can't not count it.
Of course, and I think that obviously it was just kind of bad luck, or not bad luck, great luck and a great accomplishment, but that the same dude won it twice in a row, like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Remarkable, but yeah, sounds like it counts. I'm convinced.
I think it's fair to say, Mike, that no 2 MTTs are alike. How was your 6-day journey to victory in this one? Did it feel like a grind? Did it feel like, yeah, I'm kind of like among the chip leaders the whole way? It's a bit of a roller coaster ride. How was the experience of playing down to the final table, first of all?
Yeah, I think I had a little bit of both. You know, like my day one, I made 1,000 chips. So that, you know, didn't start out on fire or anything like that. But then day 2, I really did go on fire. Like that was probably, you know, the day where everything went like kind of the purest for me. I think I went from 30 to like 700 or something. And then, you know, things continued going pretty well from there until I guess I got really short. And then I had the queens against ace king hand where I was, you know, dead to the queen on the river and hit it. And then again, at that point, it just kind of like the roller coaster went up again and I just started winning pots.
So when you're going from 30 to 700, what is the inner monologue? Is it do you still have like a wee, or is it just muted?
I mean, no, you're definitely feeling good when you're winning every hand like that. You're winning, you know, the all-ins, whatever, you know, all these pots that I was winning. You're definitely feeling really good, feeling confident, but you know, I've been in enough to know like, oh, this is day 2 of the tournament. Like it just, you know, I'm probably going to cash or whatever, but this isn't really like matter that much yet. You know, there's a lot of work to go, a lot of days ahead. And so on the one hand, you're feeling good, you're excited, but on the other hand, you're like, okay, like you got to stay in the zone and keep playing for another 4 days here if you're lucky.
Yeah. Obviously, the previous event you won on our tour was the PCA main event back in 2016. So that's like a 7-year gap between those two. And I know obviously you've won a hell of a lot in between then. But if you compare the two, which did you find easier? I know it's a really crass question, but what is your recollection of that PCA main event that year?
Yeah, I feel like the PCA was one where I kind of just was in there, but I didn't really have a big stack. I wasn't like one of the chip leaders early on, as I recall correctly. I remember maybe it was day 4 or something. I was, in the money, kind of deep, and then I finally won like a big pot and doubled up. I think I made like the nut flush or something in a big pot and got a full double. And then there was like this really, really crazy Brazilian guy who had like some outrageous percentage of the chips in play with like 2 tables left. Like he had like average stack with like 4 people left with like 16 left, and then he ended up getting like 12th. And I just played this huge pot against him where I just hero called him down and had him beat by like 1 pip or something. After that, I think I kind of felt like, okay, maybe I can really like win this. That was the first time I had like a big stack where I was really in contention. But both were tough. Both final tables, when I look at it, it was all good players. I mean, certainly the PCA I think is more big names probably that people know, but the Monaco final table was maybe lesser known names, but all still very strong players as well. So neither one felt easy by any stretch.
Have I given a trophy yet to either Vogelsang or Greenwood? I don't think so, right?
I don't believe so, and you certainly haven't to Ali Reza.
Yeah, that much I know.
Ace Queen of clubs in the small blind.
I usually just root for whoever's going to give me the easiest time during the interview.
Right, okay.
And I think that Vogelsang is going to be like pulling teeth.
Nice enough bloke, though.
Yeah,
for
sure.
There's no edge there, straightforward, but maybe not as entertaining as it could be.
We talked earlier on, Joe, about the fact that Christoph first appeared in London in 2013, and I remember we sat down and did an interview with him there, and actually he's a very personable chap and actually quite a good interview.
Okay. Well, then I hope I was wrong in that statement.
3, 4, yeah.
Well, an interview of your caliber, Joe, you'll be able to get anything out of any of them.
No. Oh, goodness, no.
So Sam Greenwood has called the raise with 10-7 of diamonds.
10-7 suit has been huge today.
And the flop
oh boy,
is Jack 10-7 with 2 clubs, 2 pair for Greenwood. The flush draw, the royal flush draw for Vogelsang. And it's pretty much a flip at this point.
Yeah, this is a huge flop for both players, of course. And blind v blind as well, 3-handed. Every chance we see chips going on the flop, if not the turn. This might even be a spot where Vogelsang wants to go for a check raise all in. Obviously, it's really hard to make mistakes or do anything wrong with ace queen of clubs here because you just have so many outs. You have so much equity.
Here we go. Buckle up, buckaroos.
And Greenwood's hand is one which is really strong right now, 2 pair in a blind v blind situation, but it's also very vulnerable.
Correct.
So many bad turns. So I'd be surprised if we see him flat. I think his best option is going to be to raise, and Vogelsang with so much equity is just going to put it in and we'll run it out.
There's the raise from Greenwood. It makes it 700,000 total.
.6 in the middle.
And the good news for Vogelsang is he's still deep enough that Greenwood can be raise folding here sometimes. So he might make a raise fold with something like 7-8 that blocks some of the more nutted hands, blocks some two-pair combinations. Or it's just being aggressive with like a queen 9, right? Because he has all the chips. We just spoke about Vogelsang not wanting to get overly involved. He does decide just to call with the ace queen of clubs.
Well, this pot, 2.1 million. Vogelsang with 2.4 million behind. 5 of hearts does not help him.
Is there something to I'm reluctant to just call there because I feel like if a club hits, then it kills my action.
Well, a club, sometimes, obviously, your opponent's going to bluff that card as well. I think the more of a consideration should be turns like this one, where your equity is diminished so much and you're out of position. And Greenwood is incentivized to be aggressive because Vogelsang doesn't want to bust before Ali Reza, right? So it could be a spot where you actually end up folding too much of your share of the pot. Obviously, the easiest play is just to ship it all in on the flop. It's never going to be bad. You have heaps of outs against pretty much anything. But this might be a consideration from Vogelsang, where he doesn't want to bust before Ali Reza does, and with all due respect, probably fancies himself to have an edge over that player. So, like, putting it in what is kind of a coin flippy spot.
So Sam's decided to overbet the pot, putting Vogelsang all in.
Yeah. And now he really can't call because he's got a brick turn. He's not getting a decent price to draw to his hand. Unless, of course, he thinks he's ever good with ace-high. Unless he thinks Sam Greenwood enough of the time...
What percentage of the time does ace-high have to be ahead here?
A fair amount, Joe. A fair amount.
Okay.
But, like, it depends. You have to expect him to be bluffing hands like Queen-9 or like King-Queen and getting really aggressive with those a lot of the time for you to want to call off.
He's probably not doing that often. Not often enough, obviously, hence the fold.
So Greenwood now playing 56 big blinds. Ali Reza Fatehi 32 bigs. Vogelsang now the low man at the table. The shortest of the 3 remaining stacks with 24 big blinds. As we play on here in the 100k Super High Roller at EPT Monte Carlo.
It's kind of crazy how, with an going all in for 30 big blinds with deuces, it would be fine. Be a huge win just to take the 2.5 big blinds.
Oh!
Heyo.
A set of deuces for Vogelsang. Greenwood has paired his 5, second pair on board.
I mean, at least with a title like Infinity War, they're being honest about how long it would take you to catch up on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great opportunity for Vogelsang here. Goes for value, 325k into 740k.
Pretty big bets. I like it.
Whereas Kaiser says, dilly ding, dilly dong.
Don't you always just hope that the turn is a queen here?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, that's an action killer in this situation. Normally wouldn't be, but...
Christoph, it's your turn.
900.
Thank you.
I mean, the ace is a scare card, but you're going to have to, assume that all the hands that you beat with queen 5 will be trying to steal the pot when the ace hits. So this is not an easy fold by any means.
If you think the ace is a scare card for those pocket deuces, Lex, you are tighter than I thought.
Greenwood calls the 900k. So 3.2 million in the middle. Vogelsang with 2.6 million behind. He improves to a full house.
I am all in.
Emmeline?
Maybe I'll just go for like some 1.4 million.
All in.
Vogelsang shoves, and now Greenwood has a tough decision with just a pair of fives.
Emmeline. Man, the ace pairing is really tough for Greenwood here. On the other hand, you think, oh, what is this guy bluffing? But, you know, there's 6-4, 7-9, all that sort of stuff. This is a really tough spot. I hear him say a lot of 7x. There will always be a tiny percentage in somebody's head that if you call here and you're right, that it's over.
I call.
He calls.
Wow.
It is not over.
Christoph Vogelsang gets the full double up through Sam Greenwood, and we get the big switcheroo.
Wow.
Vogelsang returns to being chip leader. Greenwood now the short stack. And you know why? It's because he had deuces.
Yeah, thank you.
I hate it when people don't put their time bank cards in stacks of 20.
I think he's showing them off.
He's got them all fanned out.
All in.
He shoves.
Maybe he's been watching this stream.
And Vogelsang calls. Greenwood all in with king 7, called by Vogelsang with ace 6.
There we go.
This is the moment I've all been waiting for.
Vogelsang a 6-4 favorite to win the super high roller. Greenwood does have live cards. Greenwood will need to hit to survive. Vogelsang just needs ace high to hold. The flop is Jack 10-3. Ace high is holding. Greenwood has 6 outs, looking for a king or a 7. The turn card is a deuce. It's all but over. Vogelsang on the cusp of lifting the Super High Roller Trophy.
Exciting all in. Yes.
Only a king or a 7 saves Sam Greenwood. The river card is a king!
It is not always coming 7, but that doesn't matter. Double up, Sam Greenwood.
And now they're practically even in chips.
All in.
There we go.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Aces.
It looked like he was expecting the fold, like he was just going to have to fold whatever it was. And then he's like, just kidding. Oh, my heart just jumped.
So Sam Greenwood set for a big double up here.
I would like to see that again. His look of surprise as he almost mucks aces.
Let's see if the old adage about deuces is true and if Vogelsang can spike a set. Not on the flop. Two outs for Christoph. He will not be eliminated in this hand, but he will be left with 15 bigs should aces hold. Of course, if there is a deuce on the river, Vogelsang will have won the super high roller.
2 cards, Sam Greenwood has to fade. The river is a jack, aces hold. Greenwood back in command. 42 bigs for Sam, 15 bigs for Christoph.
I mean, this is the biggest lead he's had heads up, right? If at all.
I think so.
Looks like he's trying really hard not to smile.
The smile comes after.
I mean, I'd be smiling too.
All
If I
in.
locked up $1 million. There's the all-in.
Oh,
And a
there we
call.
go.
Sam Greenwood calls with King Jack. So Vogelsang ahead here with ace high and will get the double up unless Greenwood can connect. Should Greenwood get there with King Jack, it will be over. Vogelsang the player at risk.
I think
this is a good all-in.
Yeah, it's the loosest all-in call I think we've seen at this final table.
60. Yeah, something like that.
61. Oh. Sleepy guy's on his feet. Doesn't want to miss this.
The flop is Jack high. Sam Greenwood takes the lead in this race and now has the advantage and is the favorite to win the 100K Super High Roller here in Monte Carlo. Vogelsang needs an ace. $10 on the turn. 3 outs for Christoph Vogelsang. He needs Barry Greenstein. He needs the ace on the river, or we finally have a winner. This final table will finally be over and we can all go to sleep.
I think this is it.
The river is another jack, and that is it. Sam Greenwood has won, claiming his second Super High Roller of April 2018. He won a 50K in Barcelona. He has won the 100K here in Monte Carlo. He will lift the trophy and get that first prize of 1.5 million euros.
Yeah, so more specifically, Anton Wig only having 14 big blinds, he needs to be very careful about entering pots. You're at that kind of inflection point with this stack size where if you lose 2 blinds here, 2 blinds there, suddenly you're getting to no fold equity territory, and then it's hard to acquire chips without having your tournament life on the line. So I think in that particular hand, Anton Wig might have even had something like Queen 9 suited, which is a hand I'm happy to see a flop with or even be the aggressor with under different circumstances. But in these circumstances, a hand Anton needs to get rid of and find a better spot to, probably put all the chips in.
Carbo continuing to get dealt. Solid starting hands. Freeze is open with ace-5 suited. Carbo with jacks in the cutoff.
Yeah, going to be very happy to put a 3-bet in here with the intention to get all the chips in against freeze.
70,000 he's made it. Sammartino in the small, 10-9, folds. Tatar gives up the big. Action back on Mr. Freeze.
You know what has made it a size that is very enticing for a hand such as ace-5 suited, and goes for it. I mean, I think that's a little ambitious.
Ooh. It's the call with the jacks.
Absolutely, and there is an old adage about there always being an ace on the desk. Freeze is going to need an ace, or some hearts, or some wheel cards, or a few 5s, or he is going to be out of here in 46th place.
You already know Carbo is impervious to sourdough.
Nice.
The red triangle of death sits in front of Timothy Freeze's stack as we run out this board. Queen, Queen 10. So far, so good for the jacks.
King of Hearts.
Why?
It's exciting.
Why do it?
Because
King of Hearts, King of Spades.
Because King of Hearts also gives opportunities.
It's the ace of diamonds.
Gross. Now I'll take the King of Hearts.
Yeah, any king, any jack. will see Timothy Freese eliminated. But he's an 86% favorite to double up here.
Any kings about?
Let's see the river card. No king, no jack, and that will be a double up for Freese.
Still, the undefeated heavyweight lightweight champion of the world. 265. It is Ace 5.
Anton goes for the shove.
There is the call, and it is a domination situation. Anton Wigg at risk and way behind.
He does not like that. It's tough because when you have a hand like 10-8, you're kind of expecting your opponent to have, if he has ace-8, he would have called already. King 10 probably would have already called. So for your opponent to actually have a dominating hand is pretty annoying.
Here comes the flop. Which does give Anton Wigg a straight draw. He's now got 7s and 8s working for him.
You know what they say.
It's always coming hard.
Yes.
It's always coming hard for the sweat.
We do get a heart for the sweat.
That's fair.
13 outs for Anton Wigg.
Willie MacGyver this.
Obviously, 8's no good anymore, but hearts and 7s, they all work.
Heart.
It's the 6 of hearts. That's a flush for Anton Wigg, and he survives.
Muted celebration. Class act.
And we're returning to action on the main stage. We have Tetat under the gun with ace-deuce, raising to 40,000. Action on Darius Sammartino with queen 5 of diamonds. Another elimination to tell you about. Marianne Mielanuta eliminated in 34th. That means we're 1 elimination away from being down to the final 4 tables. Queen 5-4 on the flop and 2 clubs.
Oh, man.
Sammartino with 2 pair, but Tetat with a street flash draw.
This is unbelievably spicy. So Sammartino here, 22 bigs. James, this actually might be a great spot for him to find a check raise. 2 check. Ace-deuce of clubs checks the ace-deuce, 4-5, 2 clubs board and turns the straights.
Okay, so it's not the street flash, but it is the street element.
I can guarantee you Sammartino believes he has the best hand 1,000% of the time. That's over 100.
We've just ticked down to 32 players. Giovanni Torre gone in 33rd place, so we are now at 4 tables.
60,000?
We'll gain a player at the conclusion of this hand as Sammartino bets 65,000 with his no good 2 pair.
I almost got it. I almost got it, James. Yeah, I mean, he's just looking for max value now at this point. And if you're Tatar, you just call all day long, no sweat. 18 big blinds behind. You're not going to do any better than this. You got the nut draw and you've got the effective nuts here as well. Pretty unlucky if your opponent just has, 6, 7. That's a possibility, but usually not a fuss. This could cost Sammartino very dearly. I just don't see how he's not going to do a ton of chips here.
Board pairs on the river.
Imagine if that was a 5, James. Sammartino just looking to get max now. So 375K behind, 240 in the middle. I think you just go big. And I'm saying that from the perspective of Sammartino's perspective, where he can't see the ace deuce, of course. Just make it like 200K is probably what you want to do. But Tatar obviously just loving life. 160, okay, a little bit smaller. Still trying to get some calls from the jacks, 10s, 9s. Maybe some ace queens, but again, ace queen probably quite happy to bet that flop as well.
Clock is paused right now, by the way, because we are breaking a table. We're down to 32. As highlighted, we are going to get a new player on the main stage as we see Tatar shove on Sammartino. It's all into call.
Oh man, this is disgusting. This is so hard.
Oh, he hates it.
No, he hates it. It's just a spot where your opponent just, if he was going to bluff, he would have done it on a previous street. This is just so savage. Sammartino could make a really excellent fold here, but look, it's just so hard. He beats so much. I mean, honestly, the other thing, James, ace deuce just bets the flop as a bluff tons. If he doesn't have ace deuce of clubs, there's a chance he just goes ahead and fires on the flop, and then it makes more sense. But when he checks the flop, it's so hard to give him a straight draw that isn't literally ace deuce with the with the club draw, excuse me.
Sammartino spreading out those time bank cards, will use as many as it takes to try and come to the correct decision. Well, the correct decision, as we know, is to fold. If he calls here, he is out.
Here's the thing. Tatar just doesn't have a bluff here. It doesn't exist. If he doesn't have a bluff, that means he needs to have value that he thinks is winning. He needs to have ace queen and overplay his hand, basically. So under these circumstances, it's like he has a 4, he has a set of queens, he has a set of 5s, he has a set of 3s. There's just so little, there's so few hands that he plays like this thinking that he's good, where he's trying to get value, where he wouldn't just flat the river. Like ace queen just flats the river all day here, especially against a big blind defend where they could have trip 4s. I think we need to cancel chat for Saturday, James. Biscuit in the chat. There's a straight, a flush, trips, full house. There's no flush, buddy.
So the problem is, if someone were to say that tomorrow and it were Chat Pro Saturday, we'd have to accept that there is a flush. That's why I'm against it, Nick. Fold. Sammartino reaches the correct decision and gets shown that he has made a good laydown. Oh, there was some confusion there. The reason why Tatar showed his hand is he thought Sammartino had called, but Sammartino clearly said fold. Welcome back to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We're into the evening session on day 4 of the 5K main event here at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel Casino and Spa. Down to 20 players returning from the dinner break. Our objective today is to get down to the final 16, the final 2 tables, and there's a very strong chance that we do it in the course of the next 90 minutes. These are the chip leaders coming back from the dinner break. Andrea Dato from Italy leads, ahead of start of day chip leader Nathan Tatar. Gilles Simon sits 3rd in chips, ahead of that Foggin guy and Kenny Hallett. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And joining us live via satellite, Maria Ho.
Hi.
But no, not like that.
Sounded great today.
No, it's like
The frightening thing is, Maria, no one had told me. No one had said you were on standby, so I just took a huge risk there that you had actually joined and that the uplink was working.
Would have been the first mistake we've ever made on air had that not worked. Still perfect.
Well, luckily I didn't have a buffet that I went and ran off to, so I was sitting here the whole time. Been here since the day started.
Glad to hear it. So this is the new feature table, new lineup on the main stage. We've got one of the chip leaders, Gilles Simon. Another Twitch reg, Casimir Sear, size 25 is at this table. Jose Gonzalez has been a big stack for much of this tournament. Got the Spanish qualifier, Cabo. Starting the 20K, 40K blind level, level 25 of the main event. Now, Maria, a bit earlier on today, when we got to 24, during the redraws of the final 3 tables, we did confirm our streaming schedule for NAPT Las Vegas, revealed to the world that we'll be covering the last 2 days of the main event and the 5K high roller final table. We also confirmed, as we look at big sums of money on screen, that the big game is coming back, that we're running the big game on tour in Vegas next month.
Yeah, I feel like socials are popping off at all these announcements, but it's exciting.
Maria, if you were invited to play on the big game, would you play on the big game?
Absolutely. I remember watching the big game, and there's just so many iconic moments and hands and players that have come through that I was like, oh, that looks so fun.
Isn't it?
Put me in, coach.
Isn't it lucky that you were nice to me before I was on the big game and then the big game happened and then you didn't have to pretend to suck up to me just because I was on a hit TV show?
I mean, yes, because that also could have been a heck of a long con as well.
You're very wise.
No, I really like you for you.
Thank you. I should probably have said it back, but, you know, wouldn't have seemed real. I'm excited to see some of these. I'm excited to see this Foggin guy.
Mark Foggin, one of 5 players to have successfully returned from the dinner break. You mentioned the buffet, Maria. It is a distraction.
I've been craving garlic toast since you mentioned it yesterday.
Do they have garlic toast? I haven't even noticed that yet. I think I've only gotten the tip of the iceberg of the dinner buffet. I get distracted by the first couple of things and I'm out.
Talking of iceberg, I had ice cream this evening, which I discovered is in a container on the salad bar.
Well, you got to ask the guy for it, right?
Correct.
Yeah, there was
you have to go around the other side of the salad bar and wait for the guy to come back because you can't open the glass top yourself.
Yeah, there was a big line yesterday for various things. Anyway, we skipped over Gilles Simon because we were talking about the buffet. Sorry about that, Gahili.
Meanwhile, BJ Stewart J, watching on Twitch, says, I wonder if any former loose cannons will be around when they film the big game. Would be cool to hear from them now. That's an idea we should consider, Joe.
What a great idea that BG Stewart J should get credit for if that ends up happening.
I would just say maybe great minds think alike. Can't believe I just said a member of our audience had a great mind. We've got some players at this table who we've seen before, some new faces, some players who've yet to make their debut on the main stage.
Each one of you has a box in front of you. We are not using 2 and 9, so your box is going to be the one.
Oh, bless her, Alex is explaining how they should use their card
for
readers.
Like 2-3 seconds over there. That's not in use. So
I mean, they're so new that this is their first experience sitting at a PokerStars feature table.
And then do whatever you want. When you're in a hand, please spread your time backs a bit so I don't disturb you while you're thinking and I know roughly how many you have. Please push the chips and the cards a tiny bit forward because I can't reach everywhere. Apart from that, that's about it. Have fun.
Okay.
That's about it. Have fun.
That is the most important part.
Man, Alex really is magical, though.
Gerard Carbo has dropped a bit since we last saw him. 980,000 is now only 24 big blinds. Average stack right now is just shy of 2 million, so we are at that 20 big blind average.
Jose knows about
And
this,
sometimes
what I'm
some
gonna
very
talk.
boring
So just,
conversations.
so just your attention for 2 minutes, just talking about virtual all-ins. I know it's a strategy you can use to pass some pay jump and gain some times. We are not backing up this at PokerStars. So just so you know, if you decide to go virtual all-in, it's at your own risk. The first decision will be 30 seconds. And then afterwards, if you decide to fold, keep 1 chips for the next hands, you will be put directly on the 5-second clock.
Every hand, 5 seconds?
Timo, can just...
If you go all in with 1 chip
I'm not
remaining.
talking about- If you go virtually all-in, keep just 1 chip behind and decide to fold and keep that 1 chip behind.
Basically, we're not going to let you angle to get a pay jump.
You have 5 seconds. Afterwards, you will be put on a direct 5 seconds.
Jose is coming.
Okay.
What about if you use your time bank cards to open a box of sports cards?
He would fold in that scenario and he would keep the 5K back. He would have 5 seconds for each decision for that 5K.
So your time banks are not in use anymore, basically. You can't have time.
You can't have time banks when you have 5 seconds.
Dealers, you can prepare the deck. The blinds will be 20,000, 40,000.
That's a very succinct way of putting it.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Now, you know I have an alter ego, Joe, when I would run poker games.
Jimmy the B word.
Jimmy the B would act as TD. Jimmy the B doesn't wait for players to come back from break. If you're not back in the allotted time, the clock starts running and you start getting blinded out. So you may have a fantastic beard, Jose Gonzalez, but that doesn't entitle you to turn up late.
Ace deuce, king 10, I win.
Good luck, everyone.
What do you say to tardiness, Maria Ho? Do you condone it?
You don't say tardiness anymore.
When I was younger, I was late for everything. But I've really, I feel like I really enjoy when people are very punctual. So I decided that it's only the respectful thing to do, to respect other people's time.
Action finally underway. The start of level 25 with the blinds at 20,000, 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante.
10 pass. 3 pass.
You have 2.2. 2.2, 2.3.
Exactly. 2.2.
Taxation is theft.
Raise 80,000. 5 pass.
A provocative statement that Gilles Simon has chosen to make with his online handle.
That's a good word, provocative.
Cool.
Casimir defending with Jack 5. He is super short. He's got 6 bigs behind.
Yeah, super, super short. So short that some might not opt to defend with the Jack 5 offsuit, even though he was up against a button open.
Wow, that was dramatic.
That's the end of show. I think we're done.
Okay, good night from Cyprus.
Just hoping to flop a little bit of equity there. Did not happen. I feel like things perked up a little bit in the last level. I think the reality of the situation, how deep everyone is, and how fun things are about to get is finally starting to set in.
10 pass.
I think once you do the 3-table redraw and then you're getting close to doing the 2-table redraw, I feel like that's when people feel like the final table and reaching the final table, having a chance to win first place money is actually feasible, and it becomes more of a reality. I think you just being able to look around and see all of the players around you and know that that's all there is standing between you and the EPT title is why things get very real at this stage.
I'm going to agree, but have no actual basis, since I've never, you know, sniffed anything like this.
One day, Stapes.
Thank you very much.
Oh no!
Goodness.
Oh.
It was the bad beat of this tournament, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, look, take your bad beats off the felt. Some chips and no chair.
I mean, listen, first we make sure he's not hurt, then we can laugh a little bit.
He seems okay.
The moment you realize he's smiling and he's laughing is the moment that you can relax and enjoy the hilarity of the situation.
In Finland, we have this thing called hauskat kotivideot. Funny home videos.
Oh, yeah?
Every country has that format.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. And it's a good thing no one caught it on camera.
You know how when people have those icebreaker questions and one of them is, what is the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you? That's going to be his answer from now on.
Do you know what the key to that is? Having hundreds of embarrassing things happen to you so no one can pinpoint one, like the bed of nails approach.
270.
270, yeah? Raise 270,000. 5 pass.
All right, is everyone recovered?
Big
Should we go back?
stacks.
Yeah, go back to the poker here.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready for somebody to post the clip of it in chat, but I'm also ready to talk about some poker and talk about how these big stacks are getting involved. Simon 3-betting with the king 9 of diamonds against Gonzalez's open. And looks like the shorty's got something to go with. We're going to go, what, pocket eights perhaps? Since we see the 8 of spades, but the other one's a mystery.
I mean, you'd really hope it's bucket eights after the action that went in front of it.
Yeah, I don't even think ace-8 should be in here, given the fact that it has been 3-bet to him. He is really short, though. So definitely no fold equity against the 3-better, and not really much against just an open either.
Yes.
Good luck, bro.
Thank you.
Action on the side between Simon and Gonzalez. Sear all in and at risk. And we have a 10-9-3 flop. So we know Simon has second pair, decent kicker.
Now we hope that Sarah's all in with Jack 8 of spades. 7-8 of spades.
10-8 of spades. That's
oh, yeah,
going to be
10
ahead.
8's good, right. It's probably better.
Ace on the turn.
Probably not going to be much action on the side, given that they have the chance, of course, to eliminate Sierra in this spot if they were to check it down.
Queen on the river. Well,
And especially with this run out, of course, no real value that they can try to get out of their opponents with the king 9 especially.
I'm assuming Seiss does not have the winning hand. Casimir KO'd.
Get your F's out in chat.
He had the snowmans.
Num num.
Good luck. Thanks. GG. Good luck. Was a pleasure.
Well, as that hand was playing out on the main stage, there was an all-in at one of the outer tables. There is Bart Liebert on the rail. He was eliminated just before Casimir Sear, but they both cash for the same amount of money, $37,650. So we are down to 18 players.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't laughing at that. I'm just watching the clip of Carbo falling off the stage again. Sorry.
Oh, really?
It's way better the second time. Oh boy.
So with 18 remaining, we are 2 away from being down to 2 tables, 2 away from being done for day 4.
Looks like there's only one somewhat immediate short stack left, though. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then, you know, everybody else is somewhat comfortable.
Yeah. Halil Tasiarek defending his big blind with ace-4 against Gilles Simon's open with 10-8. 6-4-3. Second pair for Tasiarek.
Simon has a pretty strong range given the fact that he's open from early position, but of course with these types of flop textures, you're always going to be afraid that it might have hit the big blind's defending range. And Tasiarek does have a little piece of it, certainly good enough for a call, I think, as his best option to proceed here.
Weren't people chasing this guy in the Marvel movies? Weren't they trying to get the Tasiarek?
And I feel like this board pairing the 6 on the turn, it's going to be a really tough card, I think, for Simon to double barrel on, because there's going to be so many other turn cards where he could maybe turn some equity that he could consider barreling on. And of course, some of the over cards would have also been a great candidate for him to continue to bluff at. But being afraid a little bit that Tasiarek has a lot of 6x here from the big blind, and certainly hands like a 4x, like the one that he actually has, aren't going to fold to a double barrel, I think, with that turn card. So bit of a give up there on the turn. And I think this is interesting because some players might just opt to check here with the ace-4. It's more of a bluff catcher, might feel like it's a little too weak to pursue value, especially with the queen rolling off on the river.
Hey, James, Raghav on Twitch wants you to know it's a Tesseract.
Yeah, because obviously I was being 100% serious. Thanks, Raghav.
Raghav, don't joke the joke.
By the way, Raghav, congratulations. You have now convinced me that Chat Pro Saturday cannot be a thing. All the mods can scream with delight as we give a shout out to Size25, who's joined us in the Twitch chat. Says, GG was a pleasure. Congratulations, sir. At least you got to witness Gerard Carbo falling out of his chair before you were eliminated.
4 pass.
Carbo, perhaps if he was a little deeper, would have elected to open the king 10 there, but you know, off of about 25 bigs, just decides that he's going to pass up on the spot. And Ordanian, though, with a nice hand in the cutoff.
Raise 80,000.
With the amount of ICM and the pressure that can be exerted in these spots as we kind of draw near to the 2-table redraw, certainly a hand like Ace-X on the button would be the type of hand that you would expect a big stack to put in a 3-bet with. Just get aggressive in these spots where, again, your opponents are going to be a little less likely to want to play big pots out of position.
Oh, sorry.
Wow. Bit of a stare down, checking out his breathing, and I don't know exactly what he's looking at, but I would assume he's checking out the whole body.
He and Scooby and the rest of the gang are used to solving mysteries. Did not get the Scooby snacks that time around. James on YouTube says, I called him Fred. Glad I got on TV finally. Yeah, totally your idea.
Action has been folded to Mark Foggin.
Raise 100,000.
Raises to 100,000 with pocket sixes. Ace Queen for Tasiarek.
Yeah, even though, again, you don't necessarily want to play a big pot against a bigger stack, feels like a mandatory 3-bets incoming pretty often, especially from these positions. But it looks like Tasiarek is going to just call in this spot, again, just aware of this critical stage of the tournament where you don't really want to put your tournament life at risk or play huge pots unnecessarily.
Well, with Tasiarek calling, we get Gonzalez calling as well out the small blind with ace-9 suited. Shield Simone with king-jack in the big.
Yes.
I mean, doesn't this just look like exactly such a prime position, though, to perhaps think about squeezing? I don't know. I feel like if anybody should do it, it should be Simone with the biggest stack, but does end up just calling. So much dead money in the pot, Pre.
Ooh. Ace, king, jack. 2 players with top pair. 1 player with 2 pair. And then there's Mark Foggin.
This fucking guy's got nothing.
He's like, this Foggin flop.
Okay.
Am I joking the joke?
No, no, no. It just only works if you're
Am I
talking
Griffin
about the
Bendering
guy.
it?
Like the
I
flop.
am talking about the guy.
Well, the flop isn't fogging. The guy is fogging.
No, it's terrible.
So there's
no, but
it's
it's
not
a
fogging
terrible
flop.
No, like he's saying. Okay, never mind. If I have to explain it, it's
Maria,
just,
have you
it's
been
not
taking
good, right?
broadcasting
Is
lessons
it
from
not
Griffin
good?
Bender by any chance?
Is it not good? No, you guys don't get it. Like I'm saying, it's a terrible flop for his hand, and in his mind, he's thinking this fogging, like the bad
Maria,
F word.
please quit. Stop. Cease.
Stop.
Just bail.
So somebody cut my mic. Somebody cut my mic. I
You
can't
are
help it.
literally
Maria's driving through a tunnel.
literally bendering this hand right now.
Anyway, that fucking guy folded.
Forget it.
Gilles Simon
so
is
the
a
turn
2-1
brings the
favorite.
deuce of hearts. That is such an innocuous turn card, and I would imagine that at some point, you know, multi-way, even ace-queen has to feel slightly uncomfortable. Perhaps that some of those other two-pair hands or a straight could be lurking out there.
I would be feeling as uncomfortable as Jose Gonzalez's comb.
Interesting lead
Yeah.
here by Gonzalez, feeling like that bricky turn card is good for his hand, because thinking if there's going to be some queen X, 10X out there, and you know, perhaps some king X's that might just check on the turn. It feels like a bit of a protection bet here from Gonzalez, trying to protect that top pair from some of those draws possible. You know, a spade. The spades were out there from the flop as well.
I'm pretty worried about this with King Jack. Oh. What?
What just happened?
Wow.
I'm not that worried.
I'm not really No. Yeah, I mean, guys, if Stapes is not even that worried, if Stapes would definitely be calling with King Jack, then I feel like that's telling you something. Stapes is always afraid of the monsters under the bed, I feel like.
Wow, 450,000 apiece as these two go heads up to the turn. The best hand folded on the turn.
For Simone's sake, I hope this doesn't get to showdown, but I don't think that that's going to happen.
Well, the irony of the situation is,
Yeah.
if we're playing results, it
Yes.
looks like an inspired fold.
Great fold.
Maybe he somehow knew that this 2% chance was going to come in, that this one outer would hit, that Barry Greenstein was ready and waiting in his bathrobe.
I do think it was to be expected that Gonzalez will slow down after getting the call on the turn by Tasarek. Certainly could be beat very easily against a hand that's willing to call twice. Queen Pen certainly are out there. Gonzalez doesn't block those hands. And of course, some sets as well that could be in Tasarek's hand. And as we see a hand as strong as ace-queen that was willing to just flat pre instead of 3-bet. Pretty likely, though, that Tasarek doesn't have some of the biggest boats in this spot, because I think those hands are going to be 3-betting pre-flop pretty often. And you see stack to pot ratio less than pot, and Tasarek just going to be very conservative in this spot with the check back. Gonzalez should be pretty happy that he did not cost him any extra chips on the end.
Lil Tasarek chipping up to 2.97 million, has close to 75 big blinds, is second in chips at the table.
I think he should drop the ha, just be Lil Tasarek. Like a rapper.
Bato SEF says, this is probably a stupid question. Is Tonka still in? Bato, you were 100% right.
All right.
If he'd still been in at the start of the day,
right,
I'd have more patience.
He wasn't even at this point yesterday, was he?
No.
Uh-oh.
We're heading to the outer tables. Anton Wigg all in, but it's ace-queen versus ace-queen. And this is going to be a chop pot. And Maria, you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Cut us some slack, guys. Satellite.
Not her fault.
Yesterday there was a three-way all in. And one
I don't think it was that bad. I really... Oh, never mind.
Well, we've returned where it is jacks versus tens. And Gonzalez in as well with 6-4 suited on the button. So Vardanian's raise called in 2 spots. Still the blinds to act. Gilles Simon has folded the small. Gerard Carbo in the big.
It's 3 towers. It's 3 towers, yeah? It's okay. No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Jack 7 of hearts.
Are we going 4 ways again?
Nope. Okay. I have 2.1.
Nine, 5-3 on the flop. Wow, a good flop for jacks. They exist.
Also, that's good flop for jacks. Jacks, excuse me, is a terrible flop for tens. Terrible flop for tens. Can we not?
We have.
Nope, we have to.
We
Up
have
and down
to call,
draw for
but we
Gonzalez.
have
Keep
seen-
talking.
But we have seen Tasarek, of course, be a little passive and also deliberate, I think, with not wanting to put too many chips in the pot. So definitely not going to get crazy, because in this spot, some people might even decide to raise, thinking that they want some protection from 2 overs.
Okay, so 3-way to the turn. 2 over pairs to the board and an open-ended straight draw. The turn is a 4. So Gonzalez now with a pair and a straight draw. Jack's 2-1 favorite.
Looks like Vardanian didn't really love getting called in 2 spots there. Afraid that he could be up against some sets here, and Tasarek happy to check. And it feels like, to me, Gonzalez might want to just try to realize his equity. It would just be disastrous, I think, to bet here and get check raised and possibly miss out on his opportunity to make his straight on the end.
I was going to say a 4 or a 6 is probably the worst river card. 8's pretty bad.
I think once the turn gets checked around, Vardanian certainly does have an opening to feel comfortable to go for value. You know, the only hand that could now be, that wouldn't bet the turn, could be a rivered set of 8s, but any set would have bet on the turn with all of that possibility of the flush coming in and some straight possibilities as well. But I think these players, again, just the gravity of this situation, perhaps making them miss out on a little bit of value.
Was not counting 4-way pot with 2 tables, yeah?
I think you're loving that with jacks, yeah. I think you're loving that with jacks, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know. Did someone in the world count both like this?
You are a big blind player. Eight pass. 10 pass. Three pass.
Round to the blinds. Carbo in the small. 7-6 of spades.
It's not ashamed to fold his hand and keep your stake big.
Completes. Vardanian in the big.
Like Alexander Nevsky was said, you want to play? Let's play.
Trey deuce.
It's weird.
He's a legend of Russia.
It's weird coming from a dude in a necktie, a neckerchief.
Okay.
He's a legend of Russian holiday. Did you hear something about it? Alexander Nevsky. He's like Russian Arnold Schwarzenegger.
We have a 9-8-4 flop, so looking good for Carbo.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, but no one knows about it.
That's 75
Do you remember my words? It's never shame to fold.
I know, man.
Huh?
They have to play.
It's not really getting much back.
And fold all day.
Are you sure it's possible?
It's possible, man.
Do you think you really need it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
That one we have.
What place will you accept if someone will give you money right now?
First.
First?
First is good.
Sevens. Will you accept it?
I don't know. Didn't thought about the situation, you know.
10 pass.
Maybe I have an offer right now.
3 pass.
Maybe.
Maybe.
All right, Gahili,
Maybe
what do
the
you
whole
got?
field is
Hot?
ready to
Nope.
deal.
Huh?
Maybe the whole field is ready to deal.
You deal?
I would gladly broker that deal.
I offer it.
If you give me first place money, sure.
I offer it.
There's always
when it
one.
was a 1.1k field. I don't know why nobody agreed.
1.3.
Oh, the stare down even before you act on your hand, Vardanian? Did he just get a wave
You know what?
from Vaughan?
Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you?
5. Call.
King 10 for this fucking guy. Now, if that neck scarf is covering up a hickey, now I know how he got it. You see those eyes?
Dreamy.
Irresistible. All right, we did see a flop of 8, 6, 5, 1 club. Top pair for Vardanian. You know who's going to love that flop? Daphne and Velma.
Maybe he thinks he's doing everybody else a favor by staring them down because his eyes are so beautiful. He's like, let me give you the opportunity to stare at my eyes a little longer.
Let me spread this around. Let me show you my gift. Vardanian finally checks.
Foggin checks behind. 9 of diamonds on the turn. Foggin has the straight draw now to a better hand.
Yeah, and with the 4-liner out there, it does seem like a spot where Vardanian isn't going to try to go for value. If the turn maybe bricked off, I think that would have been a good spot for him to bet, but here just probably going to be a bluff catcher. Or not.
What is Vardanian doing? This would rattle me.
Rattle as in annoyed?
Yes.
I feel like rattle you is a nice way of putting how you would feel.
I mean, it probably would have the intended effect. I'd be like, what are you doing? Stop it. Deuce of diamonds on the river. 8's good.
No? Just winning.
I would especially be irritated when it's actions on him.
Yeah, I just really think this is a little pointless, and I don't know, maybe he's watched a little too much poker on TV and thinks, well, if I see some of the top players stare players down, well, they're not really doing it when the action is on them. That's the difference.
I mean, it seems like he's doing a bit, which is fine. Look, I love a good bit as much as the next guy.
I'm enjoying it.
But a little bit less than this Foggin guy. So Foggin made an appearance in Barcelona, right? The Barcelona shows?
I think it was Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo, and I remember right off the bat going to our boss and just going, hey, how many Foggins am I allowed? Just tell me now how many Foggins I get, and I'll make it work.
And whatever number they gave you, I guarantee you tried 2 more than you were told. We're heading to the outer tables. Looked like Alessandro Manassi was all in there, but did not find a customer. Looks like a virtual all-in from Manassi in that hand.
Manassi, I love Stephen Ewan.
Did you guys hear that somebody on the feature, though, was saying to Vardanian that if he doesn't act quicker when it's his turn, then he's going to start calling the clock on him?
No, I missed that.
Which I think is kind of fair. I think it's fair.
I agree, especially when you're under the gun.
Well, that hand was a walk for Tasiurek in the big blind. I agree with Oystein. It did look like Vardanian was studying what was in Foggin's ears.
That would be like one of those stories you hear about where like he stares him down and he's just like, hey man, you might want to get that checked out. And then Foggin like catches something really early on and saves his life.
That would be a story which I'd like to tell.
I think there was a stand-up comedian who got heckled by someone. It was like a doctor in the crowd and was like, you should get that checked out. And it ended up being cancerous.
Wow. Ace, King of Hearts for Timur Vardanian, and that is a raise to 80,000. Gonzalez, Queen 8 in the big. folds.
Are we allowed to say this word?
I don't know. What does it mean?
I don't know either. That's why I asked you.
Would you like me to double check?
Yeah, just... What? No, not that.
That's the one you were pointing at.
No. That one right there.
The
Not the person's name, the word at the end.
Oh!
Is that a word we're allowed to say? Oh, you have to Google that one too?
As you are quoting, you may say it.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were asking about their online handle.
No,
which-
Mac'em Smack'em says if you did that in DTD, you'd be told to stop being a prat.
So apparently, I know this because I just Googled it, Mackham is a nickname for residents of people from Sunderland, a city in the northeast of England. It is also a name for the local dialect and accent, not to be confused with Geordie. It is also a word commonly associated with fans of the Sunderland soccer squadron.
Verdun just got up from the table while he had cards in front of him still. And the player next to him folded him. You get a penalty for that sometimes. I guess if the action was specifically on him, he wouldn't have been acting out of turn, but...
Apparently he announced fold. I think he pushed his cards forward very slightly.
I see. Strange behavior. Either way.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably not the... He's not the player's favorite or the dealer's probably then.
Oh.
10s and 6s. It's all coming up. Gilles Simon has 200K in live earnings. We've already established he is known as Gilly to the Twitch community. His PokerStars ID is taxation is theft. He won the first Dare to Stream promotion that PokerStars ran in ages ago, winning a platinum pass for the PSPC. This is his first EPT main event cash. I think he won a W-Coupe title during the online series last month. Took down the 109 phase event for 125K.
Maria?
Okay.
No, I said I'd never say it again. Not even...
Maria once
Just
called
for
my
the
mom
story.
a phase event.
But I apologized, and everything's good with
Yeah,
us
she
now.
did accept her apology. She's still waiting for you to come for Christmas, though.
Isn't the story behind that either your mum was on the phone or that you played the video to your mum and she was actually offended? Because she didn't quite understand the context.
No, I kept trying to. I called my mom and recorded it, like pretending to be genuinely upset that Maria called my mom a phase tournament, and my mom wouldn't bite. She was like, honey, no, I don't mind. It's okay. People
That's
say
fine.
things out of anger sometimes. It's fine. But yeah, that's a legendary story.
So the Dare to Stream promotion, was that the one in 2019
Mhm.
that Mason and Georgina ran, that they announced when we were in Prague, I think? Oh, so many years ago.
It was a simpler time. Chill11 Poker says, better than calling your mom a single re-entry.
Wow.
Much like my mom, those are a thing of the past.
I'm going to save these for when I really want to offend your mom.
130.
Folded to Gilles Simon in the small blind. He will raise.
Simone trying to put a lot of pressure on Carbo's stack. Just
Not too
about
much
20
pressure. We don't want him to
bigs.
fall off the stage again.
Feels like an excellent hand to be calling with. Play it in position. There's going to be a lot of good flops for your hand.
Carbo feeling a little time bank rich as we are potentially nearing the end of the day with just 2 eliminations to go. I'm not really sure why you'd time bank here.
Yeah, I mean, Carbo has got more than 20 bigs, and he's the shortest stack at the table. Not sure if there are any short stacks at the outer tables. I think Anton Wig may be edging towards the danger zone right now. Carbo, all in.
Oh, wow. Swinging for the fences.
Gets a fold.
Well, there is no pay jump between 18th and 17th, though, right?
True.
So even
No,
if-
there is. There is a pay
is
jump
it?
between 18th
There
and
is,
17th.
okay.
Yes.
But not between 17th and 16th.
Correct, correct. So just want to highlight something quickly. We've been talking a lot today about the return of the big game and the fact that we're streaming 3 days of NAPT Las Vegas. Before that, the big game on tour will take place. And remember, a unique feature of the big game is the idea of the loose cannon. It's the idea of someone who's qualified for the game and is staked by PokerStars to play 150 hands of 100, 200 Hold'em. We are casting loose cannons for the big game on tour. We want as many people as possible to take part in the qualifying tournaments taking place at NAPT Las Vegas, at Resorts World on the Strip, on Sunday, November 5th. Because 20 players are going to come out of those qualifying tournaments and go through to the casting phase, where we will pick 2 loose cannons who will be staked 50K each to play in the big game on tour. So if you're planning on coming to NAPT Vegas, if you are thinking about it and this is the thing that just tips you over the edge, then we hope to see you at Resorts that weekend, the 4th, 5th of November, for the opening weekend of NAPT Vegas, with those qualifying tournaments running on Sunday the 5th.
I think that qualifying tournament is going to be quite popular. And by the way, if you're a pro already, there's not much we can do from stopping you to enter, but you're probably going to be stopped dead in your tracks at the casting phase. So I would say leave it to the amateurs as is intended.
An expert panel of judges will weed out anyone who is not suitable to be a loose cannon.
That's right. Like any game show, we don't want someone who's too smart.
They don't want to tell you to do it, but it helps.
You think they're picking math geniuses on Deal or No Deal? No, of course not. Maria was on the show.
You heard about this? Yeah. Okay. I saw that.
Ha ha. Not even as a contestant. I wasn't even stupid enough to be a contestant.
You're a nice guy, Team. Can I call you Team G? Like Tony
Sure.
G?
For sure.
Oyston asks, will Joe play in this round of the big
Your
game?
idol?
I'm going to start with the answer no. But do you remember how in Battlestar Galactica that the Secretary of Education ended up being next in line for president
Yes.
because like the 47 people in front of her
Yes.
died? That's what would have to happen
Yeah, I can
for me
call
to
him
end up playing on the big game.
I think he's
We would have to get down to like 140 on the alternates list before someone was finally like, well, I guess it's you.
With his name in the plate. Boss.
I mean, listen, if chat wants to stake you for the game, I feel like nobody would object to you playing in it.
Except for the people that are expecting me to, you know, work on the game. That's a curveball we don't need at this point, by the way. With this shoot being 3 weeks away. 2 weeks away.
I mean, it's less than 3, so I'm going to say it's 2.
Yeah, fair enough.
Interesting thing here from Hushi, who says, as a person who's watched every single episode countless times living in the UK, would be great to get an online one.
He's talking about an online qualification route.
Oh, I thought he meant an online big game.
No.
Because I had an idea for that. I thought it'd be fun if I went to, it doesn't work for the UK, but if I went to Pennsylvania or New Jersey, maybe a couple times a year, and we did a reverse big game where I get staked and people can win my money.
I like that.
AKA Poker Stars money. I mean, let's be honest, it's not good.
Sí. 1600, G4 tiene 24 por ahí. 26.
All right, Vardanian, action's on you. And thank you for not staring other people down. It's okay to look at their stacks.
Hey, Maria, of the three of us, you're best placed to answer this question from Olav. Hold on a second. Anton Wig, all in.
Against you, Guy.
It's 5 versus ace-jack, and there's an ace on the flop. And no 5 on the river. That is the end of Anton Wig's EPT Cyprus run, so there will be no two-time European Poker Tour winner in this event. 18th place finisher for $37,650.
You Guy.
And we are just one elimination away from being done for the day. One player away from being down to 2 tables. Maria, the question from Olav is, do girls like guys who play high-stakes poker in the EPTs?
Not really, no. Ask him tomorrow and he's very frustrated.
Well, I feel like that would depend if the girl likes guys
No,
first.
no.
in
It's a yes or no
general.
question, Maria.
I'm gonna go with yes.
That was the correct answer. Well done.
Yeah, I think it's for people who don't know. It's probably kind of interesting.
So that was Victor Ugai eliminating Anton Wig. So a money jump with Anton going out in 18th and cashing for just over 37.5K. The next player out is going to get $43,275.
Sorry, did you say next player because action's on Vardanian?
And he's staring again, isn't he?
It hasn't been egregious yet.
240.
Really putting on a show, Vardanian. 3-betting and under the gun raise with ace-10. I mean, they are 6-handed.
Looks like Foggin is interested. Now this would be very light if he decides to put in the 4-bet, but nope, folds.
And back to that outer table. It's Victor Ugai again. This time it's Atanas Malinov who's all in, and it's a domination situation. Ace-King versus King-Queen. And Ace-King holds 2 hands in a row. Sees Victor Ugai eliminate another player, and it's Malinov who busts in 17th place, cashing for $43,275.
You Guy.
So that means we are down to 16. We've reached the final 2 tables. The clock has been paused, but
we're not done.
We have hands in progress at the other 2 tables, including our feature table. We need to play out those hands.
Which was a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, we had the opening raise from Gilles Simon to 80K, and Timur Vardanian re-raising to 240K. We'll get back to the table in just a moment, but players concluded here. What an end to the day for Victor Ugai, busting players in back-to-back hands.
615.
And Simone, OTT.
Wow, this has become a 4-bet pot.
Let's probably put an end to it. But Vardanian is a little goofy.
Yeah, it looks like Simone just senses that Vardanian is trying to put on a show and the type that's going to go for some light 3-bets. People definitely play differently sometimes when they are on a feature table, and it is something to be aware of, is being able to pick out those players that might somehow shift to being more aggressive.
It was not the end of the hand.
Is that a 5-bet?
Oh my God.
What year is this? 2011? 980K.
Yeah, there's a lot of clicking buttons going on right now.
And I don't know that much about Simone's game except for the fact that we saw him make a pretty tight fold on the flop with 2-pair. Granted, different situation, multi-way action.
This is very unexpected.
Time bank card played by Simon.
Yeah, these players willing to go for it. Two tables left here.
5-bet. Yes. All in?
Oh my
wasted
gosh.
no time then.
Wow, 6-bet jam from Simon, the fold from Vardanian, and Simon is going to end the day
Everybody's going to see for the TV.
with 4.4 million chips. Time to bag and tag, guys. Day 4 is done. We got down to 16 inside of 5 levels. McDupley writes, to extend the tournament for 2 days when there are 16 left is a bit much. Demonstrating once again why I took the smart decision to veto the concept of Chat Pro Saturday.
Wait, Chat Pro Saturday is gone?
Oh, yeah. Not happening. Not a thing.
Guys, we can do a secret Chat Pro Saturday when Mommy's not in the booth.
Going to make sure I'm on every level tomorrow. So congratulations to the 16 players who have advanced to the penultimate day of the EPT Cyprus main event. Tomorrow they will play down to the final 6. I'm hearing Gilles Simon will not be chip leader for the start of play tomorrow.
Gotta be you guy, right?
Andrea Dato has 6.1 million.
Oh.
You guy ending the day with around 4 million.
Andrea Dato, welcome back to the EPT. I don't know how long Andrea's been gone for, but was not aware of the time bank situation, so it's been a minute.
Don't forget to back your time bank cards as well. You get
And the idea is that you have on the chair.
Dato is going to be sharing a table tomorrow with Gilles Simon.
I think everyone should write down their neck size too, just in case Vardanian wants to bring scarves for everyone.
2 biggest stacks are literally going to be sat next to each other. So chances are that will be our feature table for the start of play tomorrow. Here's how today's feature table concluded. Maria, thank you very much indeed. We will speak to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Power down the satellite, kill the uplink. Save a few dollars on that. So we're reaching the point in the tournament where the payouts are starting to get pretty big. Tomorrow we are going to hit the 6-figure scores. Remember, tomorrow we play down to 6, and then on Sunday, when we play this out, when we play down to a winner, we're going to award a first prize of more than $1 million and present the main event trophy.
Almost millionaires. Okay, you are millionaire, but whatever. You're the famous Gil.
I think we're gonna see a lot of new names.
So 2 more days of coverage, 2 more streams coming your way over Saturday and Sunday. In the meantime, if you head to the PokerStars blog, you'll get updates and stories from the European Poker Tour. And make sure you're with us tomorrow for day 5 of the first ever EPT Cyprus main event. We go live at the usual time, 12:30 local. That's 11:30 a.m. Central European Summer Time. Until then, from Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Cyprus.
Welcome to Cyprus and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It is day 4. The objective, the ambition of the day is to get down to the final 2 tables.
Come get it if you want it, I got it. People grinding hard like me, I doubt it. Best overall.
Anton Wigg at risk and way behind. So that's a flush for Anton Wigg and he survives.
Woo!
Dario is eliminated in 29th place.
Goryachev, our 23rd place finisher,